A mercenary who does not die is considered third-rate. On a desolate battlefield beneath a gloomy sky, bodies fall as crows circle overhead. That is the reason their price is so high. A knight in battle where an armor raises his sword, which shines with an intense light. It is because they are willing to die for their lord. The blade pierces a man, his life extinguished in an instant. Even if I have to listen to my employer's nonsense every single day. A golden liquid, probably liquor, is poured out vigorously. Well, what can you do? With a resigned gesture, a man spills the contents of his flask onto the ground. That is the life of a mercenary. A lone man sits atop a fortress wall, gazing at a landscape devastated by fire and war. This is Jack, captain of the Fang Mercenary Corps. With a cynical look, he thinks to himself, nobles, they're so predictable. As the wind ruffles his hair, Jack continues his thoughts. When they need you, they promise land and make grand requests as if they're going to grant you a title. But in the end, every single one of them changes their story, as if on cue, spouting all kinds of creative nonsense. A bitter smile forms on his face. Standing on the wall with the burning battlefield behind him, Jack addresses the person in front of him. But what you just said surpassed everything. Jack smiles in disbelief, his red eyes gleaming with a mix of defiance and mockery. I must have misheard you, he says sarcastically. The camera pulls back, revealing Jack on the castle wall, facing a commander in armor beneath a purple-tinged twilight sky. Before him stands the commander-in-chief of the army, a man with reddish hair and imposing armor. Jack questions the order he has just received. The commander's expression is cold and resolute. You did not mishear, he confirms in an icy voice. I just told you to die, Jack, shocked by the bluntness, asks if the commander has forgotten who he is. But the commander remembers perfectly. I haven't forgotten. You are Jack, captain of the Fang Mercenary Corps. Jack bursts into laughter, saying something like that while knowing who I am, he says incredulously. I didn't know you were capable of telling jokes. Jack grips the hilt of his sword. His expression hardens. He knew it was not an order because otherwise he wouldn't be asking a worthless mercenary like me to die an honorable death on the battlefield, like one of your noble knights. His red eyes shine with contempt as he smiles coldly, exposing the hypocrisy of the situation. The wind blows across the wall as the two men stare each other down. The tension between mercenary and noble is palpable. The commander lowers his gaze for a moment as if reconsidering his words. Perhaps I was too direct, he admits. Jack returns his gaze with skepticism, not believing the sudden change in tone. A misunderstanding? The commander asks, placing a hand over his chest and adopting a more solemn tone. I simply wish to entrust you with one final mission. Jack listens, his face impassive, already anticipating betrayal. The commander begins to explain. As you know, with our string of defeats, our downfall is nearly certain. A wide shot shows Jack on the wall, watching the city burn. A grim reminder of the desperate state of the war and the forces drawing near. On the battlefield, a group of fully armored soldiers bearing a purple banner prepares itself. These are the forces that will soon decide the fate of this war. The commander continues, revealing that the swords of traitors, once protectors of this land, are now aimed at the throat of the Crawford family. Realizing there was no retreat, he trails off. The family banner lies torn against the walls of the ruined castle. Jack smiles smugly and opens his arms. Given the circumstances, he says, as if accepting the madness of it all. With a malicious grin showing his teeth, Jack says, I understand perfectly, Commander. But his thoughts reveal his true intention. It seems it's already time for me to get out of here. In his mind, Jack reflects on the commander. A man with unparalleled talent throughout the empire. For someone like him to be cornered, says everything. Still, for Noble, he was a sensible man. It's a shame things have come to this. And yet, a final mission in the midst of all this. Jack still doesn't fully understand the order. Does he want me to scout an escape route or something? If that's all, I can chalk it up as one last job before collecting the rest of my pay. Finally, the commander reveals the plan. The mission is simple. Tomorrow, the traitors will launch a full-scale assault. Stay with me and stop their attack, even if only for a moment until our lord escapes safely. The commander looks toward the burning city. No, if even that is impossible, then until I die. With a somber, resolute gaze, the commander reveals the true and fatal objective of the mission. As payment, the commander offers a massive red gemstone. I will settle the remainder of your pay with this when you withdraw, he says, his tone laden with sinister meaning. Jack catches the gem. As the commander tosses it to him, his mind quickly calculates its value. A gemstone of this size should be more than enough to cover the operating cost of your company for 3 years. The red gem falls, symbolizing the blood that will be shed. Holding the gem, the commander's expression darkens as he asks calmly, what is the meaning of this? Jack's anger finally explodes. That's what I should be asking you? He shouts, did you really take me for a fool just because I'm always smiling? You're ordering us to become your meat shields. Jack and his mercenaries are shown from behind. A small force facing an overwhelming fate. Jack's face twists with fury. Even if we help you, we can only hold out for a short time. You're discarding us just to buy your master a little more time to run. Fine, let's say by some miracle we managed to hold them off. Then what? The scene shows soldiers' bodies impaled on stakes, a grim reminder of the enemy's cruelty. Do you really think those bastards will let us go? Jack faces the commander once more on the wall, his silhouette cut against the sunset sky. You are. Jack begins, his voice filled with accusation. The commander responds with cold, brutal logic. You are mercenaries, not knights. The enemy knows that too. Once I die, the army will collapse. Jack bursts into manic laughter. Exactly, he shouts with a savage grin. That's how things work in this business. Then Jack's expression turns cunning. But you know it very well, don't you? He says, hinting that the commander has overlooked a crucial detail. To those demons, our mercenary company is nothing more than a sworn enemy that must be slaughtered without hesitation. The scene shifts to a dark forest filled with corpses, revealing an ambush that has already taken place. In the dark forest, a soldier coughs while another, wearing the same armor, watches from a distance. The second soldier approaches, hand raised in what seems like help or camaraderie, but it is a deadly trap. The approaching soldier is not a comrade, but one of Jack's mercenaries in disguise. With a swift, silent motion, he pins the unsuspecting knight against a tree and drives a knife into his back. Eyes wide with shock and pain, the knight collapses. His death is the silent signal that unleashes hell in the forest. Ika's ambush has begun, and the massacre follows. The knights, their guard down, are slaughtered one by the swords of disguised mercenaries. One knight, seeing his comrades fall, realizes the truth in horror. Ha, it's a trap? Jack shouts, looking out from behind his helmet, red eyes glowing in the darkness. Panic spreads. They're not allies. They're the Fang mercenaries. A soldier screams before being silenced forever. A furious commander on horseback roars. You bastards! To think you disguise yourselves as our fallen soldiers. His face twisted with rage. He continues, you know nothing of honor. Honor is for dogs. Before he can finish, a sword whistles through the air and cleanly decapitates him. His severed head hits the ground with a dull thud, bringing the battle to a brutal end. Jack, his helmet splattered with blood, observes the scene with chilling calm, his red eye visible through the visor. Back on the wall, the red gem lies on the ground. Jack explains to the commander, I've taken the heads of several commanders. Surely you understand that this is how we've managed to survive for so long. Jack approaches the commander with a mocking smile. Right now, those bastards are far more interested in tearing us apart than chasing after your lord. The commander's jaw tightens, visibly shaken by Jack's revelation and the audacity of his plan. Jack mocks the commander's naive strategy. Don't tell me you really counted on us drawing all of their attention. The commander regains his composure and warns Jack coldly. You better focus on completing your mission. Otherwise, killing you and taking command of the mercenary corps is the only option left. The commander prepares to strike. With a swift movement, he attacks, sending Jack flying and smashing him hard against the battlements. Injured and on the ground, Jack looks at the commander with disappointment and rage. I really thought you were a little different from the other nobles. Turns out you're the worst scum of all. From across the wall, the commander offers an apology. My apologies, and I mean that sincerely, Jack. His hand on the hilt of his sword replies, there's no need to apologize. In fact, this is for the best. As for the head of a bastard like you, even if I offered it to those lurking demons, I doubt I'd regret it. Anticipating Jack's move, the commander asks, are you thinking of offering my head to the traitors and begging for your life? Then he answers himself, yes. As much as I would love to hand you over and flee, I'm certain you've already made arrangements to stop us. His eyes gleam, acknowledging Jack's cunning. In that case, as commander, I must fulfill my duty to the very end. The rebels will be satisfied with the heads of 2 commanders, and in exchange, they will spare the lives of my men. Jack is left speechless. 2? He says, staring at the commander in disbelief. Don't tell me. To save your subordinates, you plan to offer your own head as well. An open box reveals the severed head of the commander. Jack's men killed in the forest. The commander's gaze grows, distant and melancholic. All those people, he says, referring to his soldiers, I dragged them along with me. I promised them I would show them that dreams can still be reached, even if you start from the very bottom, with a glint of respect in his eyes. The commander continues, they placed their faith in me, and I followed me all the way here. So, I must shoulder that responsibility. Jack, standing with his sword in hand before the silhouettes of his mercenaries, understands the weight of those words perfectly, because I am their leader. The commander, hearing the echo of his own sense of duty in Jack's words, is momentarily left breathless, surprised by the similarity between them. A bitter laugh escapes Jack's lips. Huh, yeah, that's right. Both of them are bound by loyalty to their men. That is the mark of a true leader, the commander thinks, gazing at the wall where their conflict reached its climax. What a pity, the commander says, covering his mouth with his gauntlet. If only it weren't for Crawford. With a look of deep and genuine regret, the commander voices his final wish. If only you had been my lord. Driven by duty, the commander lunges forward, his sword ready to deliver the final blow. Jack, already wounded, can only let out a cry of rage and pain as the commander's attack strikes him. The commander straightens solemnly, his duty fulfilled, as Jack's body lies motionless. His green eyes narrow with a mixture of determination and sorrow. He has done what he believed was necessary. His final plea echoes in the air. Do not forgive me, Jack. With a flash, the scene cuts, symbolizing the fatal strike. As life fades from his eyes, Jack thinks, I expected this outcome, but I never imagined the gap between us would be so great. His body is thrown backward by the force of the commander's final blow. As he falls, he reflects on the injustice of fate. This thing they call talent. Well, I suppose this is it. With one last satisfied smile, Jack finds peace. I told them to flee immediately if I didn't return by the appointed time, so I can die without worries. Blood drips onto the stone floor, marking the end of his life. After all, I was always prepared for an ending like this. Still, there is only one thing I wonder. His consciousness dissolves into darkness, surrounded by what seemed like droplets of blood or memories. If only I had been given the same opportunity as you. In the darkness, a distant pleading voice calls out, Master, please. Jack's eyes slowly open. A blinding light floods everything. A voice insists, wake up. A young man lies in a luxurious bed while a servant leans over him. Jack, now in the body of a blonde youth, looks around in confusion. Who are you? He asks weakly. He raises a pale, delicate hand adorned with lace, one he does not recognize as his own. Suddenly, the desperate young servant slaps him. Please wake up, he shouts, his face filled with anguish. Jack's eyes snap open, startled by the impact. He feels the sting on his cheek. What? What is this? He thinks, completely disoriented. I just got slapped out of nowhere. What a bastard. His mercenary fury resurfaces, but it is interrupted by the servant's sobs. The young man with orange hair begs him desperately, please recover. The servant shouts the name that changes everything. Young Master Lucian. Jack sits upright in bed, his mercenary mind utterly lost in the luxurious bedroom and the unfamiliar name he has been given. His golden eyes widen in disbelief and confusion as his thoughts go blank. This is not his body. This is not his name. His entire world has been turned upside down. Lucian awakens in a lavish bed, feeling completely disoriented. Beside him, the young servant appears to be crying. In his mind, a single thought repeats wherever he looks. With panic on his face, he stares at his hands, realizing something is terribly wrong. His thoughts race. He remembers his mercenary hands, rough, scarred, and full of blisters. What happened to them? He looks at his current hands. Not only are they clean, they are delicate, soft hands befitting a young noble, something he never had. As he gets out of bed, completely confused, the red-haired servant clings to the sheets, sobbing uncontrollably. Lucian understands nothing. Who is this guy? A moment ago, he almost killed him, and now he's crying his eyes out. The shock is too much, and Lucian collapses back onto the bed, overwhelmed. Seeing him move, the servant bursts into tears of joy, shouting in relief that the young master is alive. He thought he had died, and his heart nearly stopped. Hence, his personal attendant drops to his knees. He murmurs that if something had happened to him, it wouldn't have been just his problem, but a great tragedy for the house. Lucian listens in disbelief. He has no idea what nonsense the servant is talking about. Young master, personal attendant, house. None of those words have anything to do with the life he knew. More than anything, he is certain of one thing. He died on that battlefield. It was a death no one could have survived. He touches his neck, finding it intact, and wonders how it is still attached to his head after being decapitated. A tense silence fills the room as Lucian processes the impossible reality of his situation. With Hans kneeling beside him, with a serious look, he begins to connect the dots. All the clues point to a single shocking conclusion. At this moment, he has taken over the body of a complete stranger. He rises from the bed, determined. A mischievous smile forms on his face as he realizes his new opportunity. And it is no ordinary body. He looks into the mirror and discovers that he now possesses an incredibly handsome face. He examines himself from head to toe before an ornate mirror while Hans watches from a distance. Bewildered, he touches his reflection. At a glance, it is obvious that this elegant body belongs to a noble. And not just any noble, but one from a disgustingly wealthy family. Judging by the luxury surrounding him, Lucian turns to Hans. First things first, he needs to gather more information. He clears his throat and addresses the servant. Look, Hans, I have something to ask you. Startled but eager, Hans assures him that he can ask anything. Lucian gets straight to the point with his first crucial question. What year is it? Hans, surprised, attributes the strange question to the effects of the medicine, thinking his master is still dazed. With a nervous smile, Hans answers that it is the year 846 of the imperial calendar. The answer leaves Lucian in shock, unable to process what he has just heard. What? He whispers to himself. As the stunning truth settles in, the realization hits him hard. The year 846, that is 15 years before the day he died. He realizes that not only has he reincarnated, he has gone back in time. Lucian sighs, running a hand through his hair. He has no idea how any of this happened, but he knows. Panicking over every detail will solve nothing. He decides to remain calm and think clearly. With a determined gaze, he focuses on what needs to be done. His first task is to extract information from his personal attendant, Hans. With an icy threatening voice, he says. It seems you've decided to die today. The poor servant freezes in terror, unable to understand his master's sudden change. Lucian grabs Hans, acting like an offended noble. How dare a mere servant lay a hand on the unconscious body of his master without permission, no less. He continues, applying intimidating pressure. Have the rules of this place changed? If not, answer me this with a piercing gaze that freezes Hans to the soul. Lucian asks the key question that this entire act was meant to uncover. Who am I? Hans's eyes widen in pure panic and confusion at his master's question. Terrified, he bows deeply. Please forgive me, young master. I made a grave mistake because I was too shaken. He cries desperately. Between sobs of panic, Hans finally reveals his master's identity. You are the young master, Lucian Valdic, the third son of the esteemed House Valdic. Lucian freezes. The name Valdic echoes in his mind, bringing with it a flood of memories from his past life. The banner bearing the golden lion emblem of Valk appears in his thoughts. Impossible. The Valdic family. The image of an incredibly opulent mansion comes to mind. It is the same House Valdic that he knew as a mercenary. The emblem of House Valdic, one of the most powerful noble families in the empire, shines vividly in his memory. He recalls their prestige, a noble family that, as a pillar of the empire, has long stood beside the emperor himself. A house so distinguished that its power rivals even that of the imperial family. Lucian Jack remembers being intimately familiar with this family's affairs because, 15 years ago, he worked as a guard at House Valdic for several years. The irony is brutal. He died and awakened in his former workplace. Reality strikes him again. Not only has he reincarnated into the family he once served, but he is the third son of House Valdic. A small ironic smile forms on his face. This is ridiculous, he thinks to himself. He recalls his past life, his low social standing, being despised and humiliated by nobles who tossed coins at him like he was a dog. He remembers enduring every imaginable hardship, walking bloodied and alone through cemeteries filled with fallen comrades. And now, after all that suffering, he is given an opportunity. And now of all times, the question echoes with a bitter taste of irony. He always wondered how high he might have risen if he had been given the same opportunities as others. Now it seems fate itself is giving him the chance to find out. The image of his former self shatters, and with it the chains of his old life. He accepts his new reality with steely resolve, making a vow to fate. Very well. If this is the opportunity you're giving me, then keep your eyes open and watch. With renewed determination, Lucian opens the door to his room, ready to face his new life. He steps onto a balcony bathed in sunlight, a symbolic new beginning for his second chance at life. With a confident smile, he promises himself and the world. Just watch how high I can climb and what kind of life I'll live. The camera pulls back to reveal the magnificence of the Valdic estate, a palace that dwarfs anything he has ever known. Now dressed in noble attire, he walks through the opulent corridors alongside Hans. He thinks to himself that, as expected of the Valdic estate, the luxury is overwhelming. He has been to many places as a mercenary, but this is by far the most extravagant and ostentatious place he has ever seen. As he observes the other servants, he realizes that this is the place he will have to get used to, and quickly. However, his sharp mercenary instincts notice something strange in the atmosphere. He realizes that ever since he left his room, all the servants have been staring at him oddly, whispering among themselves. Is that really young Master Lucian? Some murmur in surprise. He finally came out. How long has it been? Shock is evident on their faces. Lucian feels the weight of the household staff's gazes, watching him from the shadows with curiosity and unease. He turns to Hans and asks whether it's just his imagination or if the atmosphere feels strange. Hans explains that it's natural, since the young master locked himself away and saw no one but him for a year and 2 months. The revelation comes as accompanied by a grim image of the original Lucian lying collapsed on the floor of a dark room stained red. Lucian cannot understand it. Locked away for more than a year, he wonders what could possibly be lacking for the son of a duke to behave in such a self-destructive way. He reflects that even without understanding the logic of nobles, it should have been impossible for Lucian to act so freely in a household this strict, especially considering the head of the family, Archduke Sigmund, a giant of a man who protected the empire with unshakable principles and convictions. Lucian knows there is no way a man like the Archduke would allow his own son to waste away in a corner. The image shows the Archduke watching a bedridden Lucian. Lucian reaches a logical conclusion. Either Lucian was such a troublemaker that he was on the verge of being disinherited, or there was a reason compelling enough for the Archduke to turn a blind eye. He decides that until he uncovers the truth, he must avoid the Archduke at all cost. But at that very moment, a figure blocks his path. An older man approaches. So, it seems the reports of your complete recovery were true, he says in a calm voice. Hans and Lucian stop in surprise. It is the chief butler, a gray-haired man with a gentle smile, who expresses his immense joy at seeing the young master's face after a full year. He addresses him formally. Young Master Lucian. The butler asks whether he is having any difficulty moving. Lucian recognizes him as a member of the household while Hans trembles visibly at his side. A profile introduces this new character, the chief butler, Edwin. Although he arrived at the mansion as a hostage from an enemy family, his exceptional talents were recognized, and he was placed in charge of all domestic affairs. The most important revelation about Edwin is that despite his kind smile and green eyes, he is the right-hand man of Archduke Sigmund. Lucian looks at him and curses his luck. This is bad. He has run into one of the last people he wanted to see. He knows that a man as sharp as Edwin would immediately notice the manners of someone from the streets. Lucian thinks quickly. His only saving grace is that the chief butler likely has not seen Lucian for an entire year. There is no recent point of comparison. In that case, his mercenary cunning offers a solution. He will have to imitate the most noble person he knows. Based on years of observation, with a perfectly practiced smile, he addresses the butler. Thank you for your concern, Chief Butler Edwin. Putting on his performance, he adopts a charming posture. I've improved greatly thanks to you, he says, playing the role of a grateful young noble perfectly. He justifies his sudden appearance. Since I've been shut away all this time, I came out to assess the state of the family, he adds flirtatiously. To think I would run into you. The gods must be smiling on me. Cleverly, he turns the conversation back to Edwin. So, I trust the family has been well. Yes, Edwin watches him silently for a moment, evaluating him. Then, Edwin replies with a courteous smile. Yes, young master. House Valdic is as strong as ever, and it is a relief to see that you two are well. Lucian laughs inwardly in relief. Haha, come to think of it, how could there be any problem with you here? Internally, he concludes that Edwin does not seem suspicious. Believing he has passed the test, he decides to withdraw. It seems I worried for nothing, he says as he turns away. Well, then I'll take my leave in peace. It's my first time out in a while, and I'm exhausted. But Edwin's voice stops him cold. Forgive my bluntness, young master, but I must ask you to delay your return. Lucian's blood runs cold. His escape plan has failed. With a serious expression, Edwin delivers the news Lucian feared most. Archduke Sigmund wishes to see you immediately, young master. Lucian slowly turns around, panic reflected in his eyes. The very person he had decided to avoid at all cost. The scene shifts to a vast imposing office. Lucian stands alone before the enormous desk of his father. Seated in a chair that resembles a throne is Archduke Sigmund, an imposing man wearing a mask that conceals part of his face. The silence is heavy as he calls out to his son. Young master. Lucian stands rigid and motionless before the most powerful man he has ever known. His new father. The Archduke speaks, his voice echoing through the room. I will ask you a question. Lucian Valdic. Lucian's face tightens in fear, cold sweat forming under his father's gaze. The Archduke leans forward. His visible eye gleams with a menacing light as he asks the most terrifying question Lucian could have imagined. How are you still alive? Lucian asks his father what he means by those words. Unable to comprehend the hostility directed at him, Grand Duke Sigmund responds coldly, stating that he had intended to overlook Lucian's actions, implying that his patience has run out. The Duke accuses Lucian of using his mother's death as an excuse to neglect his duties and behave like a spoiled child. A portrait of his deceased mother is revealed, adding weight to his harsh words. Clenching his fist, the Grand Duke continues, declaring that Lucian has finally crossed the line. He accuses Lucian of staging a protest by locking himself away for over a year. Sigmund's anger reaches its peak when he accuses Lucian of treating his own life lightly and attempting to harm himself, referring to an alleged suicide attempt. Lucian is completely bewildered, as Jack has no memory of the actions of the body he now inhabits. He wonders what his father is talking about. Suddenly, a fragmented image appears in Jack's mind, not from his own memory, but perhaps from the actual event. The young Lucian lies in bed, someone beside him in panic. The vision reveals the servant Hans crying uncontrollably, realizing the reason behind the commotion. This is what truly happened, an event Jack had never known about. Back in the present, Lucian tries to calm the situation, addressing his father and suggesting that there must be a misunderstanding. But the Grand Duke interrupts him. His patience is clearly exhausted, his authority absolute. Grand Duke Sigmund demands that Lucian confess his true intentions and the thoughts he has been hiding. He continues pressing him, asking whether the purpose of his actions was not, in fact, to use his weak body to cause a scandal. The Duke reveals the full accusation. Lucian took sleeping pills to create an uproar. The revelation strikes Jack hard as he realizes that the original owner of the body attempted a fake suicide to draw attention. At that moment, the truth hits Jack. He remembers why the name Lucian had never sounded familiar in his past life. Finally, the missing piece falls into place. The scene rewinds 15 years. Jack recalls his past life as a guard at the Valdic estate. He remembers hearing about the third son of the family, Loon Valk. Loon Valk. The key memory that surfaces is devastating. Jack remembers that the original Loon Valk died. That is why he had no memories of him. He was supposed to be dead. The head of the family is formally introduced, Grand Duke Sigmund Valdic, linking the man of the present with Jack's memories of the past. Jack recalls the complex family structure. the Grand Duke has for children, each from a different mother, creating a potentially volatile family dynamic. During his 10 years as a guard, Jack encountered the other young lords and their mothers on several occasions. However, he realizes that he never came face-to-face with either Lucian or his mother. They were absent figures in his memories of the estate. Jack recalls the facts as he knew them. Lucian's mother died of illness shortly after Jack began working there, and shortly after that, for reasons unknown to him at the time, the young Lucian also died, following his mother into death. Back in the present, Jack's mind races. He realizes that the story he had always assumed, that mother and son were simply, it was a facade. There was a hidden reason behind their deaths. Jack now understands the immense pressure the original young Lucian must have endured. The death of his mother, combined with his precarious position within the family, became a burden far too heavy for his young age. Thus, the truth is fully revealed. In a desperate attempt to gain even a sliver of his father's attention, the fragile Lucian took a nearly lethal dose of sleeping pills. It was not an act meant to end his life, but a cry for help that tragically led to fatal consequences. Jack's internal monologue continues, uncovering the grim reality. During his year-long seclusion, the weakened body of the original Lucian could not withstand the effects of the drug he took to draw attention. The result was a fatal accident. The young Lucian simply died there, a silent, unintended end to his desperate plea for help. With this new understanding, Jack realizes the complexity of the situation. He thinks that the Grand Duke's harsh reprimand, though severe toward a son he had not seen in a year, now makes sense. From the Grand Duke's perspective, such rage is natural. After all, his son had toyed with his own life, pushing his father to the brink of despair. Jack reasons that regardless of his title, Sigmund is first and foremost a father whose child stood on the edge of death. His inner fury must be immense. However, with iron determination, Jack decides that this is not the time to be considerate of others' feelings. His own survival is at stake. He stands on the edge of a precipice. He recalls the Duke's last words, recognizing them as a final ultimatum. One wrong move could ruin everything. He feels immense pressure, as if the ground beneath his feet is cracking. His golden future, the second chance at life, hangs by a thread. The risks are enormous. If he gives an answer that fails to satisfy the Grand Duke, his fate could be grim. He imagines the possible punishments: being sent as a priest to a remote monastery, forced to renounce the secular world forever, or worse, being dragged to a harsh northern territory, condemned to a life of suffering, battling cold and beast for the rest of his days. Jack vehemently rejects those futures. This new life was hard-earned, obtained. Even after having his head cut off in his previous life, he will not waste it. With a defiant smile, he asks himself whether he will allow the personal affairs of another family, the tragedy of the original Lucian, to ruin this precious future. Having made his decision, Lucian addresses his father. He begins by saying that he will speak as he was asked to do. First, he apologizes for staining the name of Valk with his foolishness, and for causing his father great worry. With a bow of his head and a hand over his heart, he offers his sincerest apologies, adopting an appearance of remorse and respect. Meanwhile, the head butler, Edwin, watches in silence, surprised by the sudden change in the young master's behavior. Lucian continues, declaring that the fault is his alone with no excuses, and that he will accept whatever punishment his father chooses to impose. But then he changes tactics. He argues that saying this now will change nothing, and therefore this is the moment to look forward. He boldly asks his father whether it would not be right to rejoice wholeheartedly, celebrating the fact that his son, whom he believed lost, is still alive. The Grand Duke appears taken aback by the sudden turn, repeating Lucian's words, "What has happened. It is irreversible." Lucian steps forward with confidence, arguing that instead of tying the life that was saved from the brink of death to the past any longer, he should move on. He brings his heels together with newly found determination, ready to declare his new purpose. With a clear and steady voice, he proclaims, "I intend to live diligently for the future that awaits me." With a sly smile, he makes his bold request. "I ask you not as the Grand Duke, but as a father. Please offer me just a single word of encouragement." The Grand Duke, Sigmund, listens with a hardened expression. As Lucian presents his final and most manipulative argument, Lucian claims that it is a father's duty to willingly embrace a child who sincerely repents, appealing directly to the bond between parent and child above status and duty. He concludes by framing his audacious request not as insolence but as the sacred duty that binds a father and son under the laws of heaven. The head butler, Edwin, is completely stunned by the scene unfolding before him. Incredible, he thinks to himself, unable to process the change in the young master. Edwin had sensed that Lucian's aura had changed, but this far exceeded his expectations. He remembers Lucian from the past as a child who was always cowering in fear and anxiety. The person now standing confidently before the Duke is unrecognizable. In disbelief, Edwin wonders if this truly is the young Master Lucian. The transformation is so drastic that he doubts his own eyes. A tense silence fills the room as the Grand Duke processes his son's words. The tension is palpable. Lucian waits, his heart pounding, watching his father for any sign of how he will proceed. At last, the Grand Duke breaks the silence, his voice filled with feigned anger. "How dare you?" he begins, raising his voice as if to lecture him on the duties of a father. But then a faint smile forms on his lips, breaking his severe facade. The Duke leans back, a chuckle of amusement in his voice. "I've lived long enough to have seen it all," he remarks, more entertained than angry by his son's audacity. Internally, Lucian lets out a sigh of relief. His gambit has worked. He can barely contain his joy. Sweat from the tension drips down his forehead as the realization of success washes over him. It worked, he thinks, his heart racing. Reflecting on his strategy, he knows that a clumsy apology would have been useless. Confronting him boldly was the only answer. This was the Grand Duke Wall that Jack remembered from his previous life. A man who valued the spirit of a wild dog that knows how to bite more than that of a rat tiptoeing on eggshells. His bold move was calculated to appeal to his father's true nature. The Grand Duke comments dryly, "It seems you've learned to be quite shameless after returning from the dead," acknowledging both Lucian's audacity and the seriousness of his recent condition. "Very well," the Duke says, conceding. "Since you yourself mentioned diligence, I'll ask you first," he asks him directly. Lucian Walk, "What do you intend to do from now on, having won this battle?" Lucian replies that first of all he will fix his broken body. A flash of his past life passes through him. The image of his former self, a powerful mercenary at the peak of his strength, recalling the feeling of a sword in his hands, gleaming with power. That is the self he aspires to return to. The vision of his battle-hardened former self contrasts sharply with his current state, fueling his determination. Back in the present, he declares his next intention. "I intend to properly learn the sword." The Duke is surprised. "The sword?" he asks skeptically. Lucian confirms, acknowledging that he first needs to resolve the problem of his paper doll body. He adds casually that if he eats and sleeps diligently, it will somehow work out. The Duke watches him in silence, processing the bold declaration. Finally, a smile spreads across the Grand Duke's face. "You certainly have a way with words," he admits, granting his son the verbal victory. Intrigued, the Grand Duke decides to test Lucian to see whether his bold words are merely a bluff or if there is truly new determination behind them. As a first sign of his decision, the Duke turns to his butler, Edwin, and orders, "Butler, give him that again." Edwin smiles inwardly, thinking that, rather than a few hollow words, this would be far more useful to the young master in his current condition. Lucian, on the other hand, is utterly confused, a bead of sweat running down his forehead as he wonders what that could be. Edwin bows and confirms the order. "Understood, my lord. I will process it so it is available immediately." Back in his room, Lucian remains perplexed. What is that? He wonders completely in the dark about what awaits him. Soon the answer arrives at his door. An enormous, heavy wooden chest is carried across the mansion grounds by the servants. The chest is so heavy that the servants struggle to bring it into Lucian's chambers. When it is opened, a dazzling treasure is revealed. The chest is filled to the brim with gold coins, jewels, and precious necklaces. Lucian and his personal servant Hans stare in astonishment at the incredible wealth. "Ah, this is ridiculous," Lucian exclaims, overwhelmed by the scene. Looking out over the vast city from his window, he realizes the truth. This was an absurdly enormous monthly allowance. The scale of wealth possessed by a high noble, he scoops up a handful of gold coins, astonished that such a fortune is meant for a single month. With this, the possibilities are endless. A mischievous smile spreads across his face. With this amount of money, his ambitious plan might actually work. With this, it's worth trying. At last, his true goal is revealed. With this wealth, he can gather the ingredients to completely reform this weak body. With burning determination, he declares internally, "I can make that elixir," connecting the knowledge of his past life with the resources of his new one to forge a powerful future. The scene opens in a magnificent, brightly lit greenhouse filled with beautiful flowers of vibrant colors. The Grand Duke, an imposing man with blonde hair and beard, walks with an authoritative air. Behind him follows his loyal and veteran butler, Edwin. As they walk, Edwin reflects that this greenhouse was a place especially cherished by the late Grand Duchess during her lifetime. He continues thinking to himself that the Grand Duke had not visited this place for quite some time, so his presence here must hold special meaning. The reason, Edwin concludes, is the recent and remarkable change in the young Master Lucian. Although he briefly lost his father's favor, Edwin knows that as the son of the Grand Duchess whom the Duke loves so dearly, there is no way he would abandon him so easily. The Grand Duke continues his firm, decisive stride through the greenhouse corridor, lost in his own thoughts. His thoughts, however, are far more critical. He recalls Lucian's past behavior, considering it truly pathetic. The image of the old Lucian lingers in his mind. A boy constantly looking around nervously, as if afraid of something, who would whine like a wild dog if his voice was raised even slightly. Edwin addresses him respectfully. "My lord." Despite the harsh thoughts occupying the Duke's mind, the Duke reflects that Lucian's attitude was very different from his mother's, and that he resembled her only in physical appearance. Edwin's expression shows surprise as the Duke's inner monologue takes a turn. For the first time that day, with a faint smile, the Grand Duke admits to himself that the thought crossed his mind that he might have been wrong about his son all along. The Duke says to Edwin, "You must have seen it too." That child looked me straight in the eyes and expressed his opinion. Edwin confirms, yes, there was not a single hesitation. It was a truly resolute and confident bearing. With a gentler perspective, Edwin thinks that the young Master Lucian had a tender heart and deep thoughts, merely hesitating slightly compared to the other young masters. He concludes that after all, Lucian has inherited his lord's blood. Despite Edwin's remarks, the Grand Duke remains skeptical and reserved, replying simply, "That remains to be seen." He adds that the tasks that will confront that child from now on are things that can never be resolved with just a few words, hinting that he intends to test Lucian with a worried expression. Edwin interrupts his lord's thoughts. "My lord, however, there is a problem." The Duke, intrigued, asks, "A problem?" Edwin explains, "Although the support funds for the young Master Lucian have been reinstated, it has been confirmed that the circumstances of some of them have leaked outside." The scene shifts to reveal the culprit. After an investigation, it appears that the second young master, Geordie Wald, is involved, burning a letter with a malicious smile. Edwin reports that Geordie dismissed the head maid who had been attending Lucian and replaced her with one of his own close associates, revealing his intention to keep Lucian under surveillance. The Duke clicks his tongue, acknowledging that Geordie is capable but narrow-minded. With a somber expression, he reflects that he understands Geordie harbors deep resentment toward Lucian due to matters involving their maternal families, but he did not expect him to be this persistent. Edwin asks whether they should take separate measures, but the Duke stops him. "No, Butler, do not interfere in this matter." Concerned, Edwin questions whether that is not too harsh for someone who has only just taken his first steps. The Duke looks at the pawn, dismissing George's actions as a trivial trick. He states that even this is the price Lucian must pay for failing to come to his senses over the past year and the perfect test of his new determination. With a calculating gaze, the Duke concludes that the situation actually works well as a test. Let's see how that child handles this, he thinks. If he cannot manage even this, there would be no reason to hold expectations, for true strength must be forged by one's own hands. The Duke's thoughts end with a powerful visual metaphor. A majestic lion, the symbol of the Waldeck family. Even if the blood of the Wald family becomes the key, the door must always be opened with one's own hands. The scene shifts and a sign indicates that several days have passed. We see that the imposing and luxurious mansion of the Wald family stands beneath a bright blue sky. In the corridors, two maids gossip as they watch Hans Lucian's servants standing guard. "How many days has that guy been doing this?" they whisper. The young master has locked himself in his room again. A close-up of Hans shows his face filled with fury and determination, making it clear that he will not allow anyone to disturb his master. The narration dives into Hans's memories. He is seen in a state of panic, recalling his desperation. It is the third day since the support funds that had been cut off arrived again. In his memory, Lucian had assured Hans that the support was restored because the conversation with the Grand Duke went well. The image shows both Hans and Lucian, visibly relieved and happy, standing beside a large chest. A glimpse inside reveals that it contains not only gold coins but also jeweled treasures of great value, considerable fortune. Still within the memory, Hans looks at Lucian with concern. He knows that given the tense relationship between father and son, that conversation could not have been easy for his young master. Hans understands then that Lucian must have gathered tremendous courage to face his father in that way. Hans's loyalty and affection for Lucian are evident. He wipes away his tears, moved by the realization that his master now intends to move forward, even if he must leave sorrow behind. Lucian holds the gold coins indifferently, while behind him, Hans is still visibly emotional over the change in his master. Intensity takes hold in Lucian's gaze. His eyes shine with fierce determination and a hidden plan. A cunning, confident smile forms on Lucian's face as he grips the coins. With this amount, it's worth trying, he thinks to himself. Lucian reveals his ambitious goal to completely rebuild this weak body. "I can make that elixir." An image of a shining potion and a magical herb illustrates his plan. The scene shifts to Lucian's room, which now resembles an alchemy laboratory, where he works diligently at his desk. Lucian pauses to wipe the sweat from his brow, his expression one of pure concentration and effort. As he works, he thinks of his loyal servant. That guy Hans must be bursting with curiosity, but seeing him guarding the door as ordered is quite loyal. The desk is covered with alchemy books and strange preparation tools, things the son of a Grand Duke would normally never have touched in his life. The focus centers on one of the key ingredients, a herb that is extremely expensive because it only grows under moonlight. More information is added about the mysterious plant. Its common use has not even been established yet, making Lucian's gamble even riskier. At last, the name of the plant is revealed, Moonlight Herb. Lucian recalls that he squandered his entire allowance to buy it, a huge gamble based on his future knowledge. In a flashback, we see Lucian giving a crucial order to his servant, Hans. "It's not too late. Buy all the Moonlight Herb." Lucian is aware of how others must see him right now, investing a fortune in sacks of an unknown herb. He might look like a madman, But his confidence is founded on a secret only he possesses, knowledge of the future. His eyes shine with absolute certainty as he predicts that in just 1 year, the price of moonlight herb will multiply tenfold. No, more than 20-fold. The realization of the immense profit he is about to gain consumes him, and a near-maniacal euphoria takes hold with a crazed expression of pure greed and anticipation. Lucian rejoices inwardly, exclaiming it will skyrocket without limit. Calming himself, Lucian reflects, now that I think about it, I have to acknowledge the boldness of the Alchemist Guild. He remembers that at the time the success of their research on moonlight herb must have been uncertain. Despite that uncertainty, the Alchemist Guild gathered every moonlight herb in the Empire for their research, burning them all in a reckless gamble. It was, as the text says, a lifetime wager on the fate of the guild itself. Lucian reaches out his hand toward the potion he has created, acknowledging that thanks to that past audacity, they succeeded in developing an unprecedented elixir that shook the Empire, the drink of the gods, nectar. He remembers that due to the arrogance of calling a mere drug god, they even faced the danger of being accused of blasphemy. Yet once its effectiveness became known, everyone rushed to praise it as if nothing had happened, forgetting all accusations. Lucian smiles smugly, aware of the full story and the power he is about to wield. The narration explains the fundamental law that nectar shattered, a proposition that had not been denied for more than 1,000 years. That a martial artist's realm is determined at birth. That limit was an absolute law that no one could challenge. Innate nature was destiny, and constitution never changed. A belief as strong as iron chains. What shattered? That common sense that unbreakable law was nectar. Its power could transform a person from their very essence simply by drinking nectar. Even those with zero talent could be turned into usable swordsmen. An unprecedented miracle. Lucian looks at his own creation, a bright red potion. He admits that what he made falls far short of the original's effectiveness, and is nothing more than a kind of mass-produced substitute. However, as he rolls up his sleeves, his resolve is firm to raise a body as broken as this. There's nothing better than this right now. With an ironic smile, Lucian addresses the spirit of the previous owner of his body. Consider yourself lucky, noble young master. He recalls the end of Nectar's story. Later, when a chaotic era spread across the Empire, the Alchemist Guild became the first target because the recipe for nectar, which had shaken the balance of power, was itself far too dangerous. Because of that, the recipe vanished from the world. However, Lucian's eyes gleam with a secret. He knows something others do not. Lucian reveals his advantage. I managed to gather the clues and make something similar somehow. He remembers the painful experiments of his past life where most test subjects died from side effects. Anyway, enough talk, he concludes, casting aside the dark past. Without further hesitation, Lucian brings the elixir to his lips and drinks it in one gulp. A wave of blue energy erupts inside him the moment the liquid enters his body. What matters starts now. The potion releases its power. Threads of energy begin to coil within him. The first step in transforming the power of nature into his own. This energy, the vital force now awakening within his body, has a name, mana, and its true power lies in how it circulates through the body. It is explained that the quality and output of the power one can draw differ drastically depending on how well the process of mana circulation works, spreading it throughout the body and then reclaiming it. Lucian explains his condition. At present, he has borrowed the power of nectar to forcibly widen the blocked pathways inside his body. The energy flows through his astral form, but then Lucian encounters a surprise. He opens his eyes in confusion. The resistance and pain that should occur when accepting mana for the first time do not exist in his body. On the contrary, the mana is spreading without obstruction, as if it has found its rightful place. Currents of energy flow freely and powerfully through him. Lucian is in shock. His eye changes, reflecting his astonishment. Even the body of a newborn baby usually has impurities that block circulation. An incredible truth begins to take shape in his mind. In a striking symbolic scene, he finds himself underwater looking upward in disbelief. Don't tell me this guy. The final revelation crashes over him like a wave. A colossal, majestic creature, a celestial whale, swims above him, symbolizing the immense potential he has just discovered. He is the type known as a genius. The morning sun bathes the city in warm light, promising a new day. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, someone waits anxiously by a window. It is Hans, Lucian's personal servant, pacing back and forth, consumed by worry for his master. Suddenly, a sound from the door startles him. His heart leaps with anticipation and fear. The door opens, and Lucian appears disturbingly calm. Nothing happened while you were waiting, right? Hans, Lucian asks. Hans, on the verge of tears, rushes toward him. Young master, he cries. Do you know how long you've been in there? Relief and frustration overwhelm him as he continues through sobs. You didn't even respond when I called you, and you strictly told me not to enter no matter what happened. I was terrified that something terrible had happened, he confesses, wiping his tears in a mix of anger and relief. Lucian places a hand on his servant's shoulder, and Hans finally breaks down, admitting how worried he was. But there is not a trace of guilt on Lucian's face. Instead, a sly, calculating smile curves his lips. A close-up of his eye reveals a sharp feline pupil, Something has definitely changed in the young master. Hans steps back, unsettled by the strange aura emanating from his lord. Young master, he asks hesitantly. Hans watches him closely, thinking to himself, it's definitely the young master. But why do I have this unsettling feeling that it isn't him? Lucian, or rather the mercenary within his body, smiles inwardly. That Hans, since he cared for Lucian more closely than anyone, he must have noticed the change. The servant's intuition has not failed him. Lucian places a hand on his chest, evaluating his new vessel. The physical body will need time and proper nutrition, so there are no major changes yet. But what matters is the inside. Within him, a monoheart glows with turquoise light, pulsing with newly awakened power. With a smug smile, Lucian knows that his interior is changing at an incredible speed. All of this was possible thanks to Lucian's innate constitution. Potential the original boy never knew he possessed. I'm sure of it, he thinks, conviction burning in his golden eyes. This guy's potential is in the same league as the legends who changed the world. Before him, he sees a gigantic chessboard, and he is the main player. If I play my cards right, I could easily surpass my peak as a mercenary within a year. He concludes with a malicious chuckle. With his plan set, Lucian turns to the bewildered servant. Hans, now that I think about it, I owe this opportunity to you. Hans's confusion is evident, unable to understand what his master means. Before Hans can respond, Lucian grabs him firmly. After all, rewards and punishments must be clear, he declares with an intense gaze, laying the groundwork for an order that will change Hans's life forever. Listen carefully. Hans, I'm only going to say this once. With a manic expression, Lucian commands, gather everything you have. Sell even your underwear if you must, and bet it all on me. I guarantee you a smooth journey to the top. He exclaims this with wild laughter and unwavering confidence overflowing. Then with a theatrical gesture, Lucian spreads his arms wide and shouts, let's go to the heavens together, leaving Hans completely dumbfounded. In his thoughts, the mercenary revels in it. I'm so jealous of you. Hans, in my time, we didn't have nobles like this. Hans, for his part, can only process the situation with a look of total bewilderment. Young master. 1 week later, the scene shifts to a quiet, lush forest brimming with life and light. Lucian and Hans walk along the path. For the first time in a long while, Lucian feels relaxed and at peace. He walks with his hands behind his head, whistling a tune, while Hans follows with a worried expression. This is so refreshing, Lucian thinks with a satisfied smile. He allows life to be this easy. He recalls the previous week. Banquets served with clockwork precision, an endless stream of delicious food. His room was cleaned without him lifting a finger, attended by a retinue of maids. They even prepared a soft, cozy bed for him, a luxury he had never known before. The contrast is brutal when he remembers how hunger was part of his daily routine in his previous life. A bitter laugh escapes him. Thanks to this, not only was he able to focus fully on his recovery, but he also had the chance to deal with the one thing that had been weighing on his mind. His expression turns serious as he prepares to face his past. He thinks about the existence of Jack, the guard of the Baldique family, his self from a life that feels increasingly distant and blurred. He remembers investigating it. I confirmed with the captain of the guards that no one fitting that description ever applied for the position, and the shift I used to work back then was filled by a complete stranger. The past he remembered simply did not exist in this reality. Lucian clasps his hands, accepting the situation. Honestly, this is for the best. There's no benefit in finding him. It would only be a distraction, and I don't have the confidence to face my past self anyway. He admits, a bead of sweat forming. I definitely die of embarrassment. Back in the present, Lucian stops and a chill of determination runs through his body. Hans looks at him, sensing the change in atmosphere. Lucian turned around with a resolute gaze. The young master Lucian. Hans stammers nervously with panic written all over his face. He asks in a trembling voice, are you really thinking of going in there? The camera shows the brightly lit training grounds us. Hans's voice echoes almost like a plea. You said you would never set foot near this place because you hated it with all your soul. Lucian feigns innocence. I did, he asks. Hans, exasperated, shouts, yes, you did. With a trembling voice, he reminds him, ever since the second young master beat you during training, you said you would never come back. Lucian processes the information. Judging by Hans's reaction, he gets the picture. Since swordsmanship is a required skill for the sons of the Grand Duke, it was the perfect opportunity for the second young master to torment him under the pretense of training. In a flashback, he sees the young Lucian lying injured on the ground. He realizes that his brother instilled a deep terror of violence in him. It was the perfect way to ensure he would never set foot in the training hall again. A cruel plan executed flawlessly. Lucian smiles at his servant. I understand why you're acting like this, but there's nothing to worry about. That's all in the past, he says, indifferently, leaving Hans even more confused and afraid. With a malicious smile, Lucian moves forward. You just need to believe me and follow my lead. His determination is absolute. Finally, Lucian and Hans enter the imposing training hall. Inside, a pair of guards are gossiping. Is that really true? One asks incredulously. Yes, I'm sure, the other confirms. The third young master is looking around the training hall with his personal servant, Hendrik, a man with a twisted mustache, overhears them. He strokes his mustache with a disdainful expression. What the hell was that brat thinking, setting foot in here? He thinks it's impossible that Lucian has forgotten what happened, but then a malicious idea crosses his mind. No, actually, this could be for the best. Hendrik orders his subordinate. You go inform him right now. With a sinister smile, he adds, I'll make sure he's thoroughly cooked by the time he arrives. His intentions are clear. He intends to make Lucian's life miserable. Meanwhile, Lucian is completely absorbed, admiring the place. He had high expectations, but this exceeds them by far. Not only is there a plentiful supply of spare weapons that can be used without worrying about breakage, but there's also a massive space that doesn't restrict even the most intense movements. For the mercenary inhabiting Lucian, it's almost unbelievable to think that a single individual owns a facility like this. A melancholic thought strikes him. If we had trained in a place like this, maybe more of my guys would have survived. Footsteps approach. It's Hendrik who comes forward with a mocking smile. Well, so I wasn't seeing things after all. To think it's really the third young master. It's such a big surprise that I honestly couldn't believe my eyes. Hendrik continues dripping with venom. I still vividly remember how you turned tail and ran without looking back after your lesson with Nord Jordi a year ago. Hans shudders at the words with a cruel smile. Hendrik mocks how Lucian fled like a frightened lamb. Then his attention shifts to the servant. Seeing Hans trembling, he asked mockingly, Is that why you look so terrified of this place too? Hendrik continues his ridicule, criticizing Lucian for dragging a servant into the sacred hall of warriors. Hans, embarrassed, lowers his head in a shallow bow. It's been a long time. I am Hendrik. I offer my humble greetings. Lucian stares at him, unfazed. His eyes glint with malice. A year ago, I personally instructed you on your stance alongside the second young master. Do you remember? Hendrik asks, savoring the memory. A flashback shows the original Lucian trembling in fear, holding a wooden sword, unable to defend himself. The trauma is palpable. Hendrik covers his mouth to stifle a cruel laugh. It was a truly pleasant moment, he says, delighting in another's suffering. But instead of the fear Hendrik expects, Lucian's face lights up with a smile. A dark, hungry smile that bought us ill. Lucian's eyes shine with a predatory light. Look at this insolent little runt, he thinks, smiling to reveal sharp teeth. The mercenary within him concludes, this is going to be fun. A knight, the embodiment of honor and loyalty. Usually born of noble blood, it is customary for them to master both martial arts and proper etiquette from a young age. Only after establishing merit on the battlefield or through missions and having those achievements duly recognized do they finally receive the title of knight from their lord and fulfill the purpose of their existence. However, to Lucian, in the end, they are no different from house dogs with expensive collars. That is why they are obligated to show courtesy to the lord who provides them with wealth and honor, and to his lineage as well. But Sir Hendrik, with his arrogant attitude, seems not to understand this. Lucian thinks the low standing of Hendrik's family must have played a role in his insolence. But the real problem is that he acts this way because of the backing he has. If it were up to Lucian, he would tie him to a target and throw knives at him to reforge his mind through intense training methods. He imagines how the knight would tremble if he hurled an axe at his face. But the Grand Duke, his father, would not stand idly by if that happened. Regardless of everything, a knight is a central military power and a vital asset to the family. Punishment without formal procedure would only create unnecessary friction. Lucian clenches his fist, deciding that it is not the time yet. Lucian changes the subject and says to Sir Hendrik, it seems foolish to avoid the training hall simply because of what happened in the past. I plan to come here often from now on, even if it's just to learn the sword forms. He continues, as you said, sir, it's been a year, so I shouldn't be scrambling to catch up. Sir Hendrik responds in disbelief. Sword forms, you say? Third young master. He burst into laughter. You're quite skilled at joking. It's already too late, and yet you wish to learn sword forms now. Lucian asks calmly. Too late? Sir Hendrik leans forward and explains smugly. It seems you don't know, so allow me to inform you. If you've passed the age of 15, you can consider it over. Sword forms are the secret techniques and legacy created by our ancestors. Simply imitating the movements grants enlightenment and evolves the physical body. They are the essence of ancestral wisdom. However, he continues, that only makes sense on the premise that the path of mana is open. Since that path closes at 16, it would be nothing more than useless for you. Sir Hendrik concludes with an air of superiority. Sword forms without enlightenment are just an empty shell. Nothing more than a dance. With a mocking smile, he steps closer and whispers, now that I think about it, perhaps that would suit you, young master. Why not become the #1 dancer in the empire? That way, you save time and find your true aptitude, don't you? If not, you could simply spend your time gardening. After all, everyone has a role that suits them best. Sir Hendrik thinks smugly. Huh? Look at him speechless and unable to say a thing. But in Lucian's mind, things are very different. First of all, The claim that the monopath closes at 16 is a complete lie, he thinks, and a foolish one that could be exposed with a bit of research. But it doesn't matter. I can feign ignorance later to smooth things over. He continues thinking, and the objective has already been achieved. The objective of presenting the image of a fool crushed by his own ignorance, unable to utter a single rebuttal, a worm mocked by a servant, terrified to move, showing that same pathetic nature as a year ago. Lucian begins his act. Sir Hendrik, for some reason, that seems a bit different from what I know. Lucian refutes him to the surprise of both Hendrik and Hans. The monopath closes around the age of 25, not 16, so I understand there's no problem learning, even now. Sir Hendrik, startled, says, Are you certain of those words at this moment? Lucian presses on. It seems you're mistaken, sir. Does brother Geordie share this opinion as well? Cornered, Sir Hendrik replies, of course. It's such obvious common sense. Sir Hendrik feels victorious. This finishes it. As I said, he can't even think of refuting me. Lucian feigns collapse. Yes, that's right. Even my brother said that. Suddenly, he grabs his servant Hans by the shoulders and exclaims, Hans, it seems the Valdic family is doomed. Lucian shouts at his terrified servant. You think so too, right? You must. Hans, confused and frightened, can only think. The young master. Why are you dragging me into this? Dragging me into this. Lucian clutches his head in feigned despair. To think he's confused about common sense that even a stray dog knows at his age. Does that make any sense at all? Lucian continues his dramatic speech. How many talents have been deprived of opportunities because of such incorrect knowledge? Tears cloud my vision. To think my brother possessed a skull so hollow, Lucian shouts, making both Hans and Sir Hendrik flinch as his theatrical fury erupts. Don't stop me, Lucian roars. If what the knight says is true, then this is a disgrace to the family and a clear crisis, isn't it? With a malicious smile that reveals his true intentions, Lucian leans towards Sir Hendrik. Surely you're not trying to deceive me, the son of your lord, are you? The scene turns chaotic. Completely cornered, Sir Hendrik panics, cold sweat pouring down his face. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I, a knight, tried to deceive you, young master? Seeing that denial isn't enough, he desperately tries to backtrack. Please forget what I just said. I simply misspoke because I couldn't believe the situation. With a twisted smile, Lucian replies, there's no way a knight of the Valdic family would do something so petty, right, Sir Hendrik? Sweating and stammering, Hendrik nods. Of course, Lucian answers calmly. Good. I knew it, he continues. In that case, this is a matter we cannot overlook lightly. In his thoughts, Lucian's true intention is clear. I'll teach you what happens when you move your tongue the wrong way, Sir Hendrik, Lucian says, as if unaware of how serious this matter truly is. Hendrik asks what he means, and Lucian explains that if Hendrik had merely intended to humiliate him, he would have let it slide. Continuing his act, Lucian adds, the reason you and everyone else don't look kindly upon me is due to my own shortcomings. Forgetting my duty and wasting time in vain. With false humility, he exclaims, how could I possibly reprimand you for that? But then Lucian's tone changes. However, aside from that, if you, a knight, and my brother, the pillar of the Grand Ducha, are obstructing the recruitment of talent with incorrect knowledge, that is something I cannot turn a blind eye to. Lucian argues that this would cause cracks in the military power of the Valdic Knights, and strictly speaking could become a serious danger to the safety of the people of the territory. As someone who bears the Valdic name, it is only right that I be outraged. While acting, Lucian thinks to himself that he's finally reached the core of the matter. Lucian turns again to Sir Hendrik, who is frozen with fear. Sir Hendrik now clearly understands the gravity of the situation. Lucian lightly pushes him in the chest and warns him, you'd better prepare yourself. With a threatening gaze, Lucian delivers his final blow. I intend to report this to my father and request an internal investigation. Panic seizes Sir Hendrik. Wait, he thinks. This guy used to tremble just hearing my name. Why is he making such a big deal out of this? Hendrik's mind spins. No, this brat was always like this. He was as fragile as a newborn lamb in his fear, but now he sees Lucian not as a lamb, but as a massive, threatening wolf emerging from a dark forest. A gloved hand adjusts a ring set with a red gemstone. A new voice interrupts the scene. What's going on to cause such a commotion? Sir Hendrik looks up in shock, his face twisted with fear and relief. Lord Geordie Lucian, however, smiles inwardly. Right on time, he thinks. Geordie Waldick, the second son, approaches with an expression of disdain. Is it you again, Lucian Waldick? Sir Hendrik rushes toward Geordie, trying to explain frantically. Second young master. I'll explain. Panicking, Sir Hendrik stammers, unable to form a coherent sentence. It's the situation right now. It's Geordie cuts him off with a brusque wave of his hand and a single word. Stop. With a condescending smile, Geordie says he doesn't need any explanation. He steps closer, invading Sir Hendrik's personal space, and whispers with an intense gaze, because I saw your disgraceful behavior with my own eyes. Sir Hendrik's face contorts in fear as Geordie continues his rebuke to be influenced by a child who hasn't even lived. Half your age is utterly disappointing. He grips Sir Hendrik's shoulder and warns coldly, "Control your expression." Finally, he releases him and wipes his hand with a handkerchief as if he dirtied it. "Unless you intend to put me in an even more troublesome position." Jordy turns and strides toward the two figures who have been watching his younger brother Lucian and Lucian's servant Hans, terrified. Hans hides behind Lucian, trembling. But Lord Lucian, I think he's very angry. Unlike his servant, Lucian watches the scene with an amused smile, finding his brother's expression entertaining. Indeed, it's quite a spectacle. We are formally introduced to the second son of the Wald family, Jordy Waldick, a worthy successor of a traditional noble house, a true noble among nobles. The background is revealed. It's rumored that Jordy recruited people from outside because his influence was weakened by the first son. He himself announced that he brought them in. Jord's plan is clear. If he judges these recruits to be useful, he will try to use them to turn the tide in the family's power struggle, maintaining a facade of respect and submission. Lucian greets his older brother with a radiant smile. "Greetings to elder brother Jordy Waldick." Jord's expression sour at the greeting. The narrator conveys the chill in Lucian's polite words. "It's been a long time, second young master. Have you been well?" Jordy wastes no time on pleasantries and calls Lucian foolish, feigning innocence. Lucian asks what he means by that all of a sudden, and then reveals his card. "As for the words you exchanged with Sir Hendrik, I was watching everything with a smile." Jordy directly accuses his younger brother. "Did you dare to do something that damages the dignity of the family?" Lucian opens his eyes in exaggerated surprise. "Damage the dignity? Could you explain so I can understand better?" Jordy begins his condescending explanation, saying that since it's been a long time since Sir Hendrik withdrew from the front lines, there seems to have been a mistake. He points out that Hendrik's mistake was using Jord's name to cause unnecessary chaos and that he cannot evade responsibility. However, Jordy adopts a magnanimous stance, declaring that he has no intention of reprimanding Hendrik. He claims he knows very well the knight's loyalty and how much blood he has shed for the family, acknowledging the weight of his servant. But that acknowledgement of loyalty becomes a weapon. Jordy casts a contemplating glance at Lucian and delivers his final attack. "Unlike you," he continues his verbal assault, pointing at Lucian. "Furthermore, for someone who couldn't even endure sword training and ran away, do you really think you have the right to accuse him from a position of superiority?" He lectures his younger brother, Lucian Walk. "You must first learn to respect the knights." With an arrogant smile, he revels as he looks at the gathered knights. Because they exist, the Wald family can exist. With a broad sweep of his hand, he emphasizes that the family's existence depends on the loyalty of these men. One of the higher-ranking knights steps forward, apologizing on Lucian's behalf. "Everyone, I apologize instead for today's disturbance. It is the mistake of an immature child, so please show generosity." With a twisted, self-satisfied smile, Jordy thinks to himself, completely pleased with the outcome. "I'll take special care of my foolish younger brother." However, Lucian's expression reveals his true thoughts. A cunning smile forms on his face as his mercenary mind analyzes the situation. So this is how you want to play, he thinks. Lucian understands Jord's strategy. Although the insults were aimed only at Sir Hendrik, his brother is manipulating the situation to make it seem like an attack on all the knights. Lucian's internal monologue continues to unravel Jord's plan. He's not only subtly provoking Lucian into insulting them, but also saving face for himself. With a barely perceptible smile, Lucian decides to play along. "Fine, I'll grant you that gladly." Lucian begins his performance, looking at Jordy with an expression of false admiration. As expected of elder brother, Jordy, thrown off by the sudden change, can only respond silently, placing a hand over his heart. Lucian continues his dramatic speech. "Although there was a misunderstanding between Sir Hendrik and me, the proper thing would have been for you to scold me for daring to insult you, elder brother." But instead of that, he exclaims with exaggerated fervor, clutching his collar as if overwhelmed by emotion, "To think he would bestow such valuable teachings upon me." As Lucian confesses his supposed verbal crimes, Hans falls into total panic, whispering desperately, "Young master, please close your mouth." Lucian ignores his servant and concludes his false apology. "In any case, I'm ashamed of myself for spewing such disgraceful words." Jordy watches it all with a bright, satisfied smile, believing he has won completely. Raising his fist, Lucian declares his supposed epiphany to all. Thanks to his elder brother's benevolence, this younger brother has learned once again today. Lucian turns to the knights and shouts orders to his servant. "Hans, I must record my elder brother's teachings as soon as possible. Paper won't be enough. Better to leave it on the finest silk." Meanwhile, in his mind, he reveals his true objective. By using this, I'll wipe away Lucian's weak image. As Jordy smiles smugly, Lucian's thoughts continue, revealing the second part of his plan. "And I'll imprint a clear presence in everyone's minds." Lucian's face twists into an almost manic expression as he shouts his final proclamation internally that the third young master of the past no longer exists. When his act ends, Lucian's mask falls away, replaced by a chilling calm. He turns to leave and asks to stun Jordy, "Therefore, I intend to take my leave now. Will you permit it?" As he walks away, Lucian adds one last provocation, making the rift between them clear. After all, there's no benefit for either of us in staying together any longer. Jord's composure finally breaks. Unable to process the challenge, he explodes in fury. Damn it. It seems you really aren't afraid. Do you think you can just leave like this, as if nothing happened? A close-up of Lucian's golden eye reveals his calm. In a steady voice, he reminds his brother of a crucial piece of information. You've forgotten. Lucian lays out his checkmate, reminding Jordy of the delicate balance of power. Father is watching me closely right now. As for me, I have nothing to lose. It is a veiled warning that any scandal will harm Jordy far more than it will harm him. Faced with Jord's stunned silence, Lucian reads the situation clearly, turning the situation to his advantage. Lucian calmly turns around and begins to walk away, declaring, "Then I'll take that as your consent." With one final dramatic farewell, Lucian drags his servant Hans, who is still in a state of shock, away from the scene. "I will take my leave now, elder brother Jordy." In a comedic panel, Lucian hurriedly urges his servant to escape while Hans screams desperately, "Young master!" Back in the training yard, the silence is suffocating. Sir Hendrik cautiously approaches the furious Jordy, who has his back turned. "Sir Jordy," Sir Henrik asks in a trembling voice, wondering whether it was truly right to let Lucian leave so easily. Jordy gives no answer. His silence is more threatening than any shout. A close-up reveals the fury boiling inside Jordy. His eyes glow with a golden light, his expression filled with pure rage, promising future revenge. The scene shifts to a quiet path leading away from the mansion, marking the distance Lucian and Hans have put between themselves and the conflict. As they walk, Lucian maintains his composure, but Hans is visibly shaken, hunched over and constantly glancing around in fear. Hans can't take it anymore. He stops and looks back, sweat streaming down his forehead, clearly terrified of what might come next. Finally, he turns to face his master, his voice trembling. "Young master, will everything really be all right?" Lucian stops and listens as Hans continues, reminding him of his brother's ruthless nature. "You know Lord Jord's personality better than anyone." Young Master Hans's fear erupts into a desperate, tearful cry, reduced to a small panic, almost comical animal in his imagination. He envisions the worst-case scenario. "I'll definitely be captured by that terrifying mustache knight, without anyone ever knowing." Lucian, without losing his calm, tells him to settle down. Lucian's expression grows serious. Hans's fear triggers a memory from Lucian's past life as a mercenary. That's right. Only those who had suffered under that kind of temperament would truly understand. A grim image from his past appears. The flashback continues, showing him in a desperate situation, possibly imprisoned. He recalls the frustration of dealing with an incompetent superior who made matters worse, and then pretended ignorance afterward. With a bitter half-smile, Lucian remembers how utterly miserable it felt. Returning to the present, he reassures his servant, "That won't happen, so get up quickly." Hans looks at him with tear-filled eyes as Lucian firmly assures him, "A mere knight wouldn't dare do such a thing, and I won't allow it either." Lucian bends down toward the kneeling Hans, his voice filled with a newly found empathy. "You've suffered a lot because of me all this time." Hans, bathed in warm, gentle light, Lucian reflects on his past mistakes, or rather the mistakes of the original Lucian. When a master acts like a fool, it's the subordinates who suffer the most. With a tender gesture, Lucian gently pats Hans on the head. "Especially since you're my personal attendant, it must have been even harder for you." Deeply moved, Hans can only whisper, "Young master." Lucian's expression sharpens, filled with resolve. His gaze becomes intense as he prepares to make a promise. "I'll promise you one thing." Looking straight into the eyes of his loyal servant, Lucian begins his oath. "From now on, I will never allow my foolish actions to make my people be looked down upon or tremble in fear." His vow echoes beneath the open sky, marking the beginning of a new era. Lucian firmly takes Hans's hand, sealing his promise and forging a new bond of trust and protection. On a bright sunlit day inside the palace, Lucian and Hans walked silently through the long corridors. Their footsteps echoed faintly, matching the heavy expressions on their faces. Ever since the incident at the training wall, an uneasy feeling had taken root in Lucian's chest. The palace had become far too quiet, dangerously quiet. He knew Jordy, the second young master, better than most. That man was not the type to swallow humiliation and move on. He always retaliated as Lucian tightened his grip around a folded sheet of paper. His suspicions were finally confirmed. His eyes scanned the document once more, filled with open disgust. "So, this is the trick you've been preparing all this time," he muttered coldly. "Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this day?" Beside him, even Hans, normally timid and soft-spoken, could no longer suppress his anger. His fists clenched tightly as he raised his voice, saying this could not be allowed to pass. Lucian turned to him calmly and asked if he was ready. Hans didn't hesitate. He answered immediately that he was. "How dare he?" Lucian said, his voice sharp and icy. "How dare he touch my allowance?" Hans shouted along with him, adding that his own salary had been cut as well. Lucian explained how everything had started with the budget plan he received that very morning. It was supposed to be a simple day, one where he replenished his funds, bought extra moonlight grass, and stocked up on supplies. That was how things should have gone. But the moment he opened the letter, his expression froze. The paper slipped from his fingers and fluttered to the floor. Printed clearly at the top were the words budget summary. Lucian's allowance had been reduced by 75%. Hans's salary had been cut by 30%. That bastard, Lucian said quietly. Jordy, the second young master, had laid his hands on his allowance. He had used authority as bait and planted a hex, a spy through paperwork itself. Even among nobles, embezzlement was a crime punishable by execution. Soon they arrived at a private room. Lucian opened the door, his mind already calm as he reflected on the situation. The only reason this absurd power play had succeeded was because there had been a gap in his defenses. After his mother's passing, Lucian had entrusted budget management to another. That responsibility had once belonged to Dana, the former headmaid who had served him loyally for years. But now, that authority had ended up in the hands of someone entirely different. A woman stepped forward and bowed politely. She introduced herself, saying it was her first time meeting Lucian face to face. Her name was Jenny, the newly appointed headmaid assigned to replace Dana. She added that she had wanted to greet him earlier, but at the time Lucian had shown no intention of leaving his room with a faint mocking smile. She remarked that his long period of seclusion finally seemed to be over. Hans bristled at her tone and immediately protested, but Lucian raised his hand, signaling him to stop. Calmly, he said that Jenny wasn't wrong. Then, with a faint smile of his own, Lucian stated that they would keep their conversation brief. There was a more important matter to address. Tightening his grip on the paper, he asked her directly whether she had drafted the budget plan and held the document out in front of her. At first, Jenny looked startled. Then she smiled, and then she laughed. She said she couldn't understand why Lucian had summoned her over something as trivial as a budget issue. Yes, she admitted that she had written it. Since Lucian had granted full authority to the former headmaid, she explained the responsibility had naturally been passed down to her. She had merely carried out the duties entrusted to that position. With a composed smile, she added that this was originally work Lucian should have handled himself. Lucian's expression hardened slightly. He had expected this answer. It was true. This neglect was partly his own fault. Accepting that, he nodded and said he understood. However, something still did not sit right. Calmly, he pointed out that the majority of the funds allocated by his father were meant to raise servant salaries, meant to compensate for his past neglect. As he spoke, the surrounding maids began to tremble. Their eyes darted nervously between Lucian and Jenny. Lucian then asked a simple question. If that is the case, he said evenly, why was Hans's salary cut instead of raised? His gaze sharpened. Isn't that far too blatant? Jenny smiled once more, feigning surprise. She claimed there must have been a mistake. After all, managing an entire household involved countless responsibilities. Turning slightly, she asked the others if they could testify to how overworked she was. Immediately, the surrounding staff nodded in agreement. One after another, they awkwardly voiced their support, shifting the blame onto themselves and insisting it must have been an oversight. Lucian watched quietly. Then he spoke. Enough. His calm voice carried unmistakable authority. The room fell silent at once. Stepping forward, Lucian said that while the body might belong to one master, the hands and feet were clearly obeying another. He walked toward the door, then stopped and turned back. He looked directly at Jenny. I'll ask you one final question, he said. Answer carefully. His eyes narrowed. Do you know who the master you were truly supposed to serve? Jenny's smile faded. Her reply came sharp and cold. If you want an answer, she said, you'll have to ask Lord Jordy. The scene shifted. A dark alley stretched ahead, damp and narrow. Lucian walked forward, his thoughts steady but ruthless. Infected flesh had to be cut away for the body to survive. Even if the process was painful, his heart beat faster with each step. At the corner of the alley stood a rowdy bar, loud voices spilling out into the street. Lucian and Hans entered, both cloaked and disguised. Hans glanced around and frowned. I thought you said you were going fishing to calm your mind, he muttered. This place doesn't exactly match that image. Lucian ignored him. His gaze locked onto the center of the bar, where the fighters were brawling brutally while spectators cheered wildly. People shouted bets, screaming for blood and victory. Hans smiled faintly and leaned closer. Looks like the perfect place to catch a big fish. They moved to the counter. The bartender, wiping a glass, eyed them suspiciously and warned that this wasn't a place for shady figures to linger. Without a word, Lucian placed a heavy sack on the counter. The bartender froze. Lucian removed his disguise and asked calmly why a gambling bar was being so picky about its customers. He questioned whether the man even wanted business. There were several reasons Lucian had not dealt with the headmaid rashly. First, Jenny was no ordinary maid. She was the daughter of the nanny who had raised Jordy since infancy. Acting against her carelessly would only worsen the situation and invite unnecessary backlash. Second, and more importantly, this situation existed because of Lucian's own mistake before reincarnating and taking over this body. He simply hadn't known how to handle matters like this. He hadn't trusted authority without fully understanding the consequences, assuming that such an unreasonable situation could never arise. Reality proved otherwise. Lucian realized this problem went beyond common sense. It required a proper response, and this time he would not be lenient. More than that, there was no way the Archduke was unaware of what was happening behind the scenes. In other words, resolving this mess was not just necessary, it was part of a test. If that was the case, then Lucian would show him. As these thoughts passed through his mind, the same staff member from earlier led him through the bar once again and seated him comfortably at a table. Cards were scattered across its surface, clear evidence of countless games already played. Lucian picked up a deck, his expression calm. Since he was already here, he might as well make some money, too. Before long, the man sitting across from him was visibly trembling. A large crowd had gathered, watching in stunned disbelief. How many rounds had Lucian won in a row? His opponent was supposed to be a seasoned gambler, yet he looked completely crushed. Finally, the shaking man spoke up. "I quit." Lucian casually flipped a coin between his fingers as the man hurriedly withdrew. "This is only the beginning," Lucian said lightly. "Things are just starting to get interesting. Why not stay a little longer?" The man paused and refused at once, saying it would be better for him to leave now. Beside Lucian, Hans stood frozen, clutching his head. When did the young master gain such terrifying skill? Clearly bored, Lucian leaned back in his chair and rested one leg on the table. "Next round," he announced calmly. "Isn't there anyone else willing to play?" He had come here to spread rumors, but this felt underwhelming. Lowering his gaze, Lucian thought that after taking so much from them, it was about time for the real target to show himself. Almost on cue, the door opened. Lucian glanced sideways and saw a man entering. While adjusting his buttons, he wore a polite smile, but his presence alone caused the atmosphere to shift. Well, the man said smoothly. "I failed to recognize someone important. Please forgive my late greeting." He stopped in front of Lucian and introduced himself. "My name is Hugo," he said. "I am the manager of this establishment." With a snap of his fingers, a butler appeared instantly. The man bowed deeply and announced that the bar would be closing for the day due to unavoidable circumstances. Servants quickly moved through the room, delivering the same message and escorting all guests outside. They promised generous compensation on their next visit. Turning back to Lucian, Hugo spoke respectfully. "It may inconvenience other customers," he said, "but that is a small price to pay if Lord Lucian can enjoy his time in comfort." Lucian smiled faintly. "It's been a long time since I last went out," he said. "You have a sharp eye." Then he added casually, "That kind of intuition is necessary to survive in this line of work." Hugo bowed again and apologized for his delayed greeting. Lucian waved it off, saying he had only come for a change of pace. Hugo's gaze drifted to the coins piled high on the table. He admitted that it was astonishing. It had been a long time since he had seen a guest stack a pot like this. Then he looked back at Lucian and spoke again. "May I ask?" Hugo said politely. "If you would allow me to be your opponent." Lucian met his gaze. Hugo smiled calmly. "I wouldn't stand a chance against the young master." But as the manager, Hugo had picked up a few tricks over the years. At the very least, it would help pass the time. At that moment, Hans stepped closer and whispered urgently, "Master, we should go home. We've already won enough, and I have a very bad feeling about this man." Hans had seen countless frightening figures in the palace, but Hugo's presence was different, truly one of a kind. Lucian acknowledged Hans's instincts with a faint nod. He hadn't become a personal attendant for nothing. Just by glancing at Hugo's hands, Lucian knew exactly who he was. A black shark. Hugo. Lucian remembered him from his previous life. Rougher, more ruthless, a name destined to one day shake the underground. Hugo's journey had begun in the dark alleys of the city. Armed with nothing but brute strength and cunning, he had crushed every obstacle in his path. He expanded into gambling, smuggling, and even contract killings, eventually becoming the king of the night, ruling 5 territories from the shadows. Later, exploiting the empire's instability, he declared himself a baron and re-emerged as one of its warlords. But for now, Lucian noted he was still a rookie. Even so, that only made him more dangerous. Lucian smiled faintly. Today, he had come to catch the shark. As the cards were spread across the table, Lucian suggested keeping the game simple. Hugo agreed immediately and removed any upper limit on the betting. "I cannot allow the young master to grow bored after coming all this way," he said politely. Lucian's expression brightened. "Finally, someone who understands me." Behind him, Hans grew even more anxious. Hugo maintained his polite smile, but inwardly he dismissed Lucian as a spoiled brat, relying on his family name. He didn't realize that the words they had just exchanged would soon become the foundation of his own downfall. As the dealer prepared the cards, Hugo thought the timing was perfect. Even though his plan at Gambler's losses hadn't gone according to plan, he subtly tapped the table. The dealer noticed. Hugo believed that someone like Lucian would sink deeper the more he lost. He intended to devour him down to the bone. At the table, Lucian beamed cheerfully as if nothing was amiss. Hugo, suspicious, asked if something was wrong. Lucian replied casually that it was nothing. But before they began, he had a question. Hugo assured him he would answer honestly. Lucian leaned back, a faint smile on his lips. Although we are meeting for the first time, I have to admit, I've already taken quite a liking to you. A leader can be judged by his subordinates alone. Managing an operation of this scale, even illegally, is no simple feat. If you had crossed the line, you would have been eliminated long ago. Hugo's smile remained polite, but he stiffened slightly. I understand my position, he said carefully. I make sure not to offend my superiors. Lucian chuckled softly. Don't be so stiff. Even though I come from House Weldon, we are not inflexible. He peered at his cards for a moment before asking calmly, when do you plan to begin large-scale production? Hugo froze. What are you talking about? Lucian smiled faintly, leaning back. Don't pretend. I've seen the signs, Hugo. Lucian's gaze sharpened as he spoke, bringing up the word that carried weight in the room. Illegal. The moment it left his mouth, the atmosphere grew heavy, suffocating. Even the servants began to sweat nervously. Hans stiffened beside him, his eyes wide with unease. Hugo froze in place, his body suddenly rigid as if an unseen force had struck him. Trying to maintain his composure, Hugo forced a smile and asked cautiously what Lucian meant. Pretending to misunderstand, he claimed ignorance, insisting he had never heard of anything illegal. Lucian did not respond immediately. Instead, he calmly placed more coins on the table, the action deliberate and unsettling. There is no need to pretend, he said softly. I heard you clearly. Asking again is pointless. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Lucian's lips as he revealed the truth. Hugo had been commissioned by the Marquis Lauren family to destabilize Waldic territory through illegal drug distribution. The words hung in the air heavy and sharp. Lucian's gaze turned cold, a hand waving lazily but decisively. For a Marquis family to give such cheap and reckless orders, he said, his voice cutting through the tension. There is clearly no respect. There is a line that should never be crossed, and you have crossed it. Do you agree? Hugo said nothing. Sweat rolled down his face, and his breathing became uneven. Lucian's calm eyes bore into him unyielding. I must admit, he continued, there is something almost impressive about your audacity. Smuggling illegal drugs into another city, especially into Waldic territory, takes a certain nerve. But the compliment was sharp as a blade. The moment something goes wrong, Lucian warned, and you are caught, everyone associated with Waldic will tear you apart. Not one person will hesitate. Not a single soul will show mercy. The pressure in the room intensified, thickening the air. Lucian observed Hugo in silence, noting the chaos in his mind. Failure now meant death. His plan had been exposed before it even began, and the opponent standing before him was the Waldic family, one of the deadliest forces he could face. Normally, this operation would have remained hidden for another 2 years. By that time, the drug reports would finally reach the Grand Duke, and Hugo would have fled the city. But Lucian's experience allowed him to see the situation before it spiraled out of control. Finally, Hugo forced a shaky response. He claimed it was a misunderstanding. Lucian's lips curled, faintly as he repeated the words slowly, deliberately. What exactly is being misunderstood? Trembling, Hugo insisted he was nothing more than a small-time shop owner, barely scraping by. He swore that dealing drugs made no sense, and that someone jealous of him must have spread a false rumor. If given the chance, he claimed he would uncover the source himself. Lucian cut him off coldly. A false rumor, he said, his tone almost amused. Just like the flour mill you run is supposedly a normal shop, and the underground passage beneath it is merely a secret escape route leading outside the castle. He leaned back slightly, his eyes never leaving. Hugo, this is the last question I will ask. What stage are you at right now? Hugo was completely stunned. Words failed him. Sweat poured down his face, his body trembling as the weight of Lucian's knowledge pressed down. The silence stretched, thick with dread, while Lucian's calm, unyielding gaze left no room for pretense. At last, Hugo collapsed back into his chair, his body trembling. For a fleeting moment, his thoughts cleared. Lucian knew. He knew about the fake shop and the secret passage. Excuses were meaningless now. A dangerous thought flickered in Hugo's mind. Should I kill him? The servants sensed the shift in the air. One by one, they suddenly moved, hands inching toward their weapons. After all, a noble without guards could be struck down in the middle of a conversation. Before Hugo could act, Lucian's voice cut through the tension, cold and sharp. Think carefully before making a foolish move. The chip in this gamble is your own life. Hans trembled behind Lucian, fear etched clearly across his face. Hugo's clenched fist loosened slowly. Lucian's words reminded him of how far he had worked to climb to this position. What kind of stupid thought was that? He scolded himself internally, attacking a successor of the Waldic family would be no different than begging for death. His mind raced as he imagined the consequences if he were caught. The punishment would be far worse than a quick death. Slowly, Hugo closed his eyes and exhaled. He chose survival. Lowering his head, he begged Lucian to spare him. There must be a reason. Lucian had come personally instead of ordering his execution. Otherwise, his head would already be rolling across the floor. Desperation overtook him. If you tell me to be a dog, he said, voice trembling, I will be a dog. If you order me to bark, I will bark. If you order me to crawl, I will crawl. The moment he spoke, all the servants dropped to their knees, pleading for mercy. Lucian remained silent for a heartbeat, then slowly stood. A dog to keep around wasn't such a bad idea. He just needed hands and feet he could trust. Relief surged through Hyogo's body. He repeatedly thanked Lucian, swearing he would obey any order without hesitation. Lucian stepped closer, then abruptly stopped. Simply being a hunting dog sounds boring, he said thoughtfully. Hyogo wasn't the type to be satisfied with that forever. He placed a hand on Hyogo's shoulder and asked a single unexpected question. Do you want to try becoming a knight? Hyogo's eyes widened. The room fell silent for a moment, all attention fixed on him. Becoming a knight had once been his dream, something he had pursued obsessively, but reality had crushed it. No matter how skilled he became, he had always been risking his life for a master, reduced to a disposable tool for nobles. His low birth seemed an unchangeable barrier. Do I want to become a knight? Hyogo pressed his forehead to the floor. If given the chance, he said, voice full of raw desperation, I would even sell my soul. Please tell me it's possible. Lucian answered without hesitation. I swear on the honor of the Waldick family, if you hold integrity and honor, and do not shame yourself in the future, then mere status will never be a stumbling block. He leaned closer, voice soft but commanding. One final question. Do you want to live as a person, not as a tool? Hope? Something Hyogo had not felt in years filled his chest. A few days later, inside the palace, the servants gathered, tense and curious. Lucian appeared at the front, sitting casually with one leg resting on the table. Hans and Hyogo stood behind him. Lucian turned his gaze toward Hyogo and said, calm yet commanding, introduce yourself. Hyogo stiffened slightly, clasping his hands behind his back. He stepped forward and introduced himself in a calm, measured tone. I am Hyogo, he said, and I will be assisting the Lord from today. A sharp, restrained smile formed on his face, like a hunter quietly assessing his surroundings. I look forward to working with everyone, he added. Sometime later, inside the palace, Lucian sat calmly at the center of the room. While the servants formed a semicircle around him, he clapped his hands lightly. Now that introductions are finished, he said, his voice even. Bring the head maiden. One of the servants hesitated. Why summon the head maid so suddenly? He asked. Lucian swung a finger casually. The head maid needs to greet me, he said. His mind drifted briefly to the previous day, recalling how she had scolded him without restraint. We cannot allow such behavior again, he added silently. The servants would need to report properly first, no matter how busy she was. Lucian observed their reactions with quiet interest. As expected, the servants were uneasy. The one who had questioned him looked around nervously. Everyone, don't do anything rash, he muttered. Another quickly agreed, adding, we don't want to get dragged into trouble. Lucian realized then that their fear had reached a point where words alone would not sway them. To their eyes, he must seem like a weak, expendable figure, a rotten rope barely worth holding on to. If that was their perception, he would make sure they understood otherwise. A servant stepped forward from the middle of the room, speaking cautiously. Please, Lord Lucian, consider our situation. Lord J pays special attention to the head maid. What authority do mere servants like us possibly have? As soon as he finished, others immediately chimed in. They nodded and murmured agreement, pleading with Lucian to be understanding. Why fan the flames deliberately? They asked. We only wish to leave quietly as before. The overlapping voices grew louder. Hans could no longer contain his frustration. He clenched his teeth, his voice rising. Get a grip, he shouted, his eyes glinting with suppressed anger. The master of this palace is Lord Lucian, not the second master. Lord Jordy. Hyogo watched the entire scene quietly from the side, a faint smile playing on his lips. He stepped forward and calmly addressed Hans. Leave this matter to me, he said. Then he turned to the servants, his tone sharp and controlled. Sharp words are wasted on people like you. You are not the type who would listen. Turning back to Lucian, Hyogo added, I have already identified what needs to be done. Lucian raised an eyebrow, mild curiosity flickering across his face. You already have an idea. Hyogo's expression turned cold. Dealing with people who do not know their place is simple. Loyalty can be drilled into them, though the process may be a little rough. May I have your permission? The servants' faces turned pale as the weight of Hyogo's words settled over them. Lucian listened quietly, then allowed a faint smile to form. Hyogo really is quick thinking, he thought. That was precisely why he had recruited him. Luck had also favored them. Hyogo had been caught early, while the drug operation was still in its nascent stage. If it had progressed further, even Lucian might not have been able to intervene. Placing a hand on Hyogo's shoulder, Lucian granted his permission. This was exactly what he had wanted. With a faint, satisfied smile, he observed as Hyogo prepared to act. A villainous smile curled on Lucian's lips as he spoke. Hyogo, do not worry. Give them a proper show. Hyogo answered calmly, his tone steady and controlled. I will follow your command. A chill ran down the spines of the servants. They watched frozen as Hyogo walked toward the servant standing in the middle of the room. Up close, the servant realized the sheer weight of Hyogo's presence. Standing before him felt like an ant facing a towering wall. He forced himself to calm down. After all, Hugo was just an outsider, a newly recruited subordinate gritting his teeth. The servant finally spoke. Do not step forward without understanding the situation, he warned. If you want to survive, choose the right side. Hugo's cold gaze fell on him. Do you have any idea? He asked softly. How cruel the people backing you truly are. The servant scoffed, trying to mask his fear. Surely you're not foolish enough to risk your life for a few coins. Hugo clenched his fist. Those are truly pathetic last words, he murmured. The servant frowned, confused. What? Before he could finish, Hugo struck. The punch landed with brutal precision. The servant flew across the hall, crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. His face immediately swelled, then distorted, and consciousness slipped away from him like water through fingers. The hall fell into stunned silence. Hans froze, color draining from his face. The other servants instinctively recoiled as Hugo calmly walked past the fallen body. Finally, one servant shouted, voice trembling with fear and anger. This has gone too far. Violence like this is unacceptable. Even if the young master brought Hugo here, he does not have the right to act this way. Hugo turned slowly, his gaze heavy and irritated. Listen carefully, he said, his voice low and lethal. I have more than enough authority to act. My specialty is educating crazy bastards who do not know their place. The servants instinctively stepped back, shrinking from his presence. Moments later, heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. Before anyone could react, the large doors at the far end were thrown open. The servants dragged someone inside. It was the headmaid. She struggled violently, shouting, Let me go. Do you think you can get away with this? One of the servants snapped sharply. Shut your mouth and follow quietly. If you still cannot understand, then you truly are foolish. Fury lit her eyes and she turned sharply toward him. But the moment she looked inside the hall, her words died in her throat. Servants knelt on both sides of the room, bruised, trembling, and utterly subdued. Lucian stood near the window, his back to the room, calmly gazing outside as if nothing unusual had occurred. A servant hurriedly spoke. As instructed, we have brought the headmaid. Lucian slowly turned, his expression composed, a faint smile touching his lips. She is finally here, he said. His tone was light, almost casual. I merely asked the servants to bring her over, though it seems they became a little too enthusiastic. Shock quickly turned to fury. The headmaid's eyes blazed. What is the meaning of this? Do you think you can get away with such behavior? She forcefully freed one arm, raising it threateningly. Lord Geordie will never allow this. The tone stays controlled, cold, and cinematic. Stand. The headmaid straightened her posture, forcing herself to appear composed. If you stop now, she said sharply, I will make sure today's incident ends here. Lucian smiled completely unbothered. Whoever said anything about ending this, he replied calmly. He reached over to the table and picked up a whip, gripping it firmly with both hands. The leather creaked softly as he lifted it. This, Lucian said evenly, is only the beginning. The moment the headmaid saw the whip, her confidence shattered. The color drained from her face. Her lips trembled as she hurriedly spoke, her voice cracking. You can say whatever you want. I take back what I said earlier. Lucian's smile vanished. In its place was a cold, emotionless gaze, devoid of hesitation, devoid of mercy. Today, he said quietly, each word cutting deep. You will die right here. Just then, a single word echoes through the space. Execution. It is not spoken lightly. It is a method, one used since ancient times. Demonstrative punishment meant to warn others. Efficient, brutal, unforgettable. Execution has justification. It has a clearly defined target. And most importantly, it leaves a lasting impression. That alone is enough. At the same moment, Lucian begins walking forward straight toward Jenny. Instinctively, she steps back. The two lock eyes standing face to face in complete silence. An eerie calm settles between them, heavy and unnatural. The air feels frozen, as if even breathing would disturb the moment. Yet, despite that outward calm, the tension on Jenny's face is unmistakable. Her lips part and she speaks once more, even without changing the entire structure. With this, I can inform the Grand Duke that the weak and trashy Third Prince no longer exist. Lucian doesn't reply. Instead, he lifts a hand and gestures calmly. A servant is summoned to his side. The meaning of the order is immediately clear. He wants Jenny to be taught properly how one should stand before their master. Without hesitation, the guards move. They seize Jenny and force her down. Her knees hit the floor with a dull thud, the pressure unrelenting as they hold her in place. Still, even now, Jenny does not panic. She speaks. Young master, you should think this through carefully. You said you would kill me, but if you harm me, even a little, do you really think Lord Geordie will stay quiet? Her voice is low, calm, almost indifferent. There is no fear in it. Then she continues slowly, deliberately. Moreover, my mother is Lord Geordie's wet nurse, and I am that wet nurse's child. So technically, I am his sibling. The words hang in the air, heavy, dangerous, a single sentence that dares the entire room to move forward. After listening to her words, Lucian finally responds. Is that all you have to say? You really say the same thing even in your final moments. As he speaks, the temperature of his voice drops sharply. The coldness in his tone is unmistakable. If you keep bringing up your brother while you're dying, Isn't that just pathetic? If you have anything else to say it now. Hearing this, Jenny freezes. Her confidence shatters instantly. Her eyes widen, and her expression changes completely, panic flashing across her face. So, as I said, Lord Geordie. Before she can finish, Lucian steps closer. The distance between them shrinks until his presence alone feels suffocating. Do you? No. He says quietly. It seems you have seriously misunderstood this. He continues, his voice steady and merciless. I have more than enough reasons to kill you. Crimes such as insulting a noble, neglecting your duties, incitement, embezzlement, and more. His gaze sharpens, cutting straight through her. But you seem to have forgotten your place. Just because you were raised by the same wet nurse. He leans slightly forward. Do you really think the Geordie you keep babbling about can save you? His voice turns colder. Still, at most, he would beat me a few times, and that would be the end of it. Then with a cruel calm that sends a chill through the room, Lucian adds, or even worse for you. The words stop there, but the silence that follows is far more terrifying than any threat. If Father steps in, he won't even be able to do that. Lucian pauses for a fraction of a second. Then, Father might even reward me. As he speaks, his expression shifts little by little. Whatever warmth remained drains away, replaced by something colder, something utterly ruthless. But he doesn't stop for properly dealing with a troublesome person. His eyes lock onto Jenny. Geordie is just one of the heirs, just like the person standing before me. His voice grows heavier with each word. I already gave you a chance, but you're the one who chose this end. By now, Jenny's hands are trembling uncontrollably. Fear surges up from deep inside her chest, overwhelming everything else. Her breathing becomes erratic as panic finally breaks through. I was wrong. Young master, she cries out desperately. Please forgive me. Lucian does not answer. He does not hesitate. He remains perfectly calm. Then, suddenly, his energy surges, and in the next instant, he attacks. Blame your own bad luck. The strike lands. Blood spills, far too much of it, splattering across the floor. As Jenny's body goes limp, the silence that follows is absolute. The scene shifts. Outside the residence, chaos erupts as Prince Geordie charges forward, sprinting toward Lucian's estate with his knights closed behind him. His breath is ragged as he shouts, this can't be happening. His mind races. Just a few days ago, he was the one who backed down, the one who endured humiliation at Jenny's hands. And now he's suddenly acting insane, declaring that he'll kill me. Geordie clenches his teeth as dread coils tighter around his heart. Something has changed, and he's already too late to stop it. Geordie continues thinking as he runs. That's not the only strange thing. Just in case something like this happened, I had servants posted at the separate estate where Lucian resides. His breathing grows heavier. Those servants should have stopped Lucian. But if things have turned out like this, then that can only mean by now he has reached the door of the room. His body is exhausted, sweat running down his face, his legs trembling from the sprint. And at the same time, realization strikes him like a blade. He has taken control of the servants. Before he can react further, one of the knights steps forward. Young master, that report must be wrong. Perhaps you should calm down for a moment. Another knight quickly adds, that's right. A person like him would never lay a hand on anyone. A third knight speaks, trying to reassure him. Besides, he's afraid of Lord Geordie. Geordie exhales sharply. Right, just as I thought. It must be wrong. But even as he says those words, anger churns violently inside him. And then a scream. Sharp, piercing, filled with agony. It echoes clearly from inside the room. George's expression freezes. In that instant, he understands exactly what has happened to Jenny. The scene shifts. Inside the room, blood drips slowly to the ground. Drop by drop, we see the hunter, the same one from before. His body soaked, blood trailing down and pooling beneath him. At the same time, Hugo is gripping Jenny tightly, restraining her with overwhelming force. She struggles weakly, but it's useless. Despite witnessing all of this, Lucian shows no reaction, none at all. His expression doesn't change. His breathing remains steady. To him, the scene unfolding before his eyes makes absolutely no difference. He stands there calmly, cold, and unmoving, like an executioner who has already passed judgment. And in that moment, it becomes clear. Whatever fear Lucian once had is gone. Only control remains. Seeing everything unfold before his eyes, Drew finally snaps. Rage explodes from him as he shouts, what the hell are you doing? Lucian turns his head slightly, his expression calm, almost bored. What brings my esteemed brother here? He replies coolly, sorry, but I'm busy right now. Please come back later. Then his voice hardens. Today, I will tear out the root of this rebellion. Without hesitation, he gives another order. Hugo, put her back on her feet. Hugo answers instantly. Yes, master. At the same time, Geordie turns sharply toward his knights, his voice shaking with fury. Save Jenny right now. Greater than. The two knights respond at once and rush forward, charging straight toward Lucian, intent on freeing her. But before they can take another step, Lucian speaks again. His voice icy, merciless. If anyone comes within 3 feet of us, slash her throat. The words cut through the air like a blade. Jenny freezes, Terror overwhelms her completely, her body stiffening as fear grips her throat. Lucian continues, his tone calm and unwavering. I will take full responsibility. The moment those words leave his mouth, both knights halt abruptly. They stop at the exact same spot. Confusion twists across their faces. They cannot tell whether to advance or stay still, because they cannot disobey their master's command. On the other side, Hugo speaks in a low, dark voice, cold enough to send chills through the room. There will be no chance for her to survive in any way. Leave it to me. As he speaks, the knife is already pressed firmly against Jenny's throat. One wrong move and it will all be over. Jenny, who has already been beaten badly, becomes even more terrified. Fear completely overwhelms her. Her body trembles as she slightly turns her head backward. Tears stream down her face and in a weak, broken voice, she cries, Lord Geordie. The sight ignites George's fury. His voice erupts, filled with uncontrollable rage. How dare you do this? Your head won't be the only one. Your entire family will be executed and hung from the city walls. Hugo does not flinch. He replies, calmly, his tone steady and emotionless. That will never happen. The words hit Geordie like a blow. His eyes widen in shock. What did you just say? Hugo answers without hesitation. My master is Lord Lucien. Any order not given by my master means nothing to me. He continues, his resolve unshakable. Whatever happens from here on, if it is my master's order, carrying it out is my duty. As Hugo speaks, his expression remains firm and unwavering like iron. Seeing this, George's hands begin to tremble violently. Rage floods through him, so intense it nearly robs him of reason. Grinding his teeth, he roars, Lucien, what did Jenny do to deserve being treated like this? Lucian responds coldly, still holding his hunter in his hand. She insulted her superior, defied orders, and interfered with financial matters. His voice remains flat. I merely gave her the punishment she deserved. Then he glares at Geordie, fury blazing in his eyes. Don't you understand the difference between duty and personal emotion? Those words only fuel George's anger further. His chest heaves, his body shaking with rage. Yet, despite everything, he can do nothing at all. And that helplessness burns worse than any wound. At that moment, a voiceover informs us of the situation. Here's how the line of succession in House Wald currently stands. First in line is the young master, Tristan Wald. Between the two brothers, a firmly entrenched bipolar rivalry has already taken shape. In other words, until the day Yer makes his decisive move, the balance of power will remain unstable. For now, the most crucial task before him was clear to further strengthen and secure his own faction. However, his reputation has just taken a devastating blow. He has been publicly humiliated by Lucian, the brother he once considered a non-threat, with the loss of his loyal knight, Sir Hunter Picaria. Geordie clenches his jaw. If this time he fails to protect Jenny, who is like his own hands and feet, his position will be threatened. It would inevitably become a turning point, one where distrust would begin to spread among those who follow him. The tightens his fist in frustration. In short, it was a complete checkmate. He was utterly cornered. Left with no other choice, Geordie is forced to yield. From a distance, he surrenders and shouts, You win. Let her go. Upon hearing the surrender, one of Lucian's men smiles smugly, while George's followers are left stunned. The young servant by George's side cannot hide his shock and despair at seeing his master admit defeat. The reason for his surrender is Jenny, George's loyal maid. Hugo, Lucian's kidnapper, is holding her hostage, pressing a dagger to her neck as she cries in terror. Lucian, the mastermind behind this humiliation, walks away with an air of superiority. With a malicious smile, he mocks George's surrender. That's not even funny. Do you really intend to sweep this under the rug with a single word? He continues his accusations, referring to the alleged crime he claims Jenny committed. After plundering another person's precious livelihood, Lucian's eyes gleam with contempt as he scoffs at his brother's words. Do you think your tongue is painted with gold? Nobles. With biting sarcasm, Lucian turns to Geordie, feigning innocence. What are you talking about, brother? Winning. Geordie grits his teeth in rage as Lucian continues his farce. I simply fulfilled my duties as the third young master. Besides, embezzlement is a crime no one can escape from, regardless of status. Lucian stomps his foot, reaffirming his authority in the hall. If we were to cover this up and move on, what would everyone think? Looking at his defeated brother, Lucian pretends to speak with passion. Since my respected brother begs so fervently, I would like to leave this matter here. But a sinister smile spreads across his face, revealing his true intentions. With an expression of false regret, he delivers the final blow. Unfortunately, I lack the justification to do so. Geordie clenches his fist so tightly that his knuckles turn white, his suppressed fury on the verge of exploding. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, he finally demands to know Lucian's price. Stop beating around the bush and speak plainly. What do you want? Before revealing his exorbitant demand, Lucian first hints at the physical punishment awaiting Jenny, displaying a whip. Since ancient times, he says coldly, those who laid their hands on the property of others have generally received punishments like this. Jenny trembles in terror upon hearing Lucian's demand to return several times the amount supposedly stolen as compensation. Upon hearing such an outrageous price, Jordy clenches his teeth in powerless fury, completely humiliated with a triumphant smile and surrounded by a shower of gold coins. Lucian mocks his brother. Brother, what price did you have in mind? The scene shifts to the majestic palace of the Grand Duke, the center of power of the Valda family. Inside an opulent study, the man who governs the house, the Grand Duke Balk, waits with a stern and calculating gaze. The Grand Duke, father of Lucian and Jordy, observes the events unfolding within his domain from the shadows of authority. Later, the chief butler, Edwin, appears before the Grand Duke to deliver his report, and thus the incident was resolved in that manner. The Grand Duke reviews the written report with an unreadable expression. Fixing his loyal servant with a piercing gaze, he asks, "Is this report accurate?" Chief butler Edwin responds with a respectful bow, confirming the truth of the matter. "I have personally verified it." Edwin proceeds to detail the humiliating outcome for the second son. Master Jordy paid young Master Lucian 10 times the amount involved as compensation. He also adds information about Lucian's swift actions. And young Master Lucian has recruited an outsider known as Hugo to swiftly eliminate the spies planted in his annex. The Grand Duke listens as the report concludes. As a result of Lucian's actions, his annex is now more heavily guarded than any other area. The Grand Duke turns his gaze toward the window, seeing Lucian's reflection overlapping with his own. He reflects on the bold maneuvers of his youngest son, his expression thoughtful as he evaluates the sudden shift in the family's power dynamics. Having heard the full report, the Grand Duke makes a decision and orders that his son be summoned. Bring him in. The doors open, and Lucian enters the lion's den, presenting himself before his father. The Grand Duke turns to face him, his expression a mask of authority and scrutiny. Lucian stands in the vast study, the tension between father and son thick in the air. Lucian senses that something has changed. What is this? He thinks to himself. His father's gaze feels different than before. For the first time, his father is truly looking at him as a player. The Grand Duke speaks first, his voice resonating with authority. "You've caused quite a stir recently, Lucian." Unfazed, Lucian replies calmly. "It was nothing extraordinary. I'm merely disciplined. Servants who failed to recognize their own master." The Duke places a hand on his desk, his gaze hardening. "However, as a result, you disgraced your brother." Then he issues a direct challenge. "He will not forget this for a long time. Can you bear the consequences?" From across the room, Lucian's reply is as cold as steel, revealing unwavering confidence. "No, there is nothing to handle." Lucian justifies his actions with cold logic and unwavering confidence. It was simply a matter of setting the hierarchy and order straight. With a defiant smile, he frames his ambition as duty. "If I were to avoid such obvious responsibilities out of fear of retaliation, how could I dare to claim the name of Vald?" The Grand Duke listens in silence to his son's bold declaration. "I merely made a decision that would not bring shame to our name." A faint smile appears on the Duke's face, perhaps impressed, perhaps amused by the audacity of his youngest son. He then lays out the rules of the game for the War of Succession, revealing the family's crest. "If Jordy continues to provoke you, you are free to strike back." With these words, the Grand Duke grants Lucian official permission to fight for his place. However, this freedom comes with a harsh condition. Lucian listens carefully as his father continues. "I warn you, however, if the conflict escalates too far and damages the family, I will side with Jordy regardless of who is right or wrong." Lucian is visibly taken back by such an unfair and biased condition. He blurts out in disbelief, attempting to question his father's logic as he extends a hand. "Father, what the hell?" The Grand Duke cuts him off, his expression almost mocking. "Why are you so surprised?" He explains his reasoning, presenting an image of Jordy actively contributing to the family. Although Jordy has a reckless side, his contributions to the family over the years have been substantial. He then sharply contrasts this with Lucian's past, showing the image of his former weak and idle self. "Unlike you who spent an entire year loafing around," he concludes his point with cold logic. "As the head of the family, choosing the one who has contributed is the natural choice, is it not?" Lucian remains silent for a moment, processing his father's ultimatum. Then a cunning smile slowly forms on his lips as he grasps the true meaning behind those words. He reinterprets his father's order not as a restriction, but as a challenge. "If I'm not mistaken, that sounds like an instruction to trample my brother and rise above him." His father seems to confirm this interpretation when he tells him, "Build your strength and become an asset to the family." With those words, his counsel comes to an end. "Then you will know the answer to your question. The message is clear. Prove your worth." Lucian's sharp intellect quickly processes the situation. He's deliberately amplifying the sense of crisis to push me forward. He also deduces the deeper implications of his father's ultimatum. If he's stating it so definitively, that must mean the structure of the succession will be decided soon. A smile of pure confidence spreads across his face. He understands his father's game perfectly. That's why he wants me to hurry and seize the opportunity before I lose it. Lucian finds amusement in his father's manipulative methods, wondering to himself, by the way, are all fathers usually like this? With an ironic smile, he pulls a document from inside his jacket, thinking, well, since he cares so deeply about his son, I'll have to live up to his expectations. Drawing his father's attention. Once more, he says, "By the way, father." The Grand Duke startles, not expecting Lucien to have anything more to add. Lucien boldly places the document on his father's desk. "What if I've already prepared my move?" Then with a triumphant smile, he adds, "And a very big one." Sigmund Lucien snatched the paper from his son's hands without warning. The moment his fingers closed around it, he crushed it into a ball and tore it to pieces. The fragments fell to the floor like snow, but the atmosphere in the room only grew heavier. An overwhelming authority radiated from him as he demanded to know whether the report was truly accurate. If this was nothing more than an overzealous and foolish attempt to play at public service, then Lucien was to admit it at once. Sigmund's voice was calm, yet every word carried the weight of command, the kind that allowed no lies to survive in its presence. Lucien did not waver. He met his father's gaze and replied evenly that there was not a single falsehood in the report. Acting under the guidance of the writer, Lauren, the investigation had already advanced far beyond its early stages. Several insiders involved in the distribution of drugs had been secured, and the evidence they provided was solid enough to be verified immediately. At that instant, a vast blue aura exploded from Sigmund's body, flooding the room with crushing pressure. Lucien's instincts reacted before his mind could. His body stiffened, his muscles tightening as if caught beneath a mountain. Sigmund's expression darkened, his eyes sharpening into something like a death glare. The name Bernard Hard rose in his thoughts, the shameless son of a marquis. Fury surged through him as he reflected on the audacity of allowing such filth to defile the lands of Wald. The pressure only intensified. Sweat streamed down Lucien's face as his breathing grew labored, each breath feeling heavier than the last. He recognized the sensation immediately. This was not mere anger. It was a test. The same invisible weight borne by those who guarded the Empire. The force wielded by the sword of the Wald family and the overwhelming presence of its master. Lucien knew that if this continued much longer, he might collapse. Still, he forced his racing heart to settle and asked for permission to make one final point. Sigmund paused, studied him, and gave a brief nod, allowing him to speak. Lucien explained that even if the truth were reported to His Majesty, Marquis Logan would simply cut off all loose ends and escape responsibility. Every illegal act had been carried out through the upper layers of the organization, leaving no direct evidence that could be traced back to him. Even if the imperial authority attempted to dig deeper by force, the emperor's concern over factional conflict would inevitably lead to arbitration instead of decisive punishment. In the end, the Waldick family's heinous crimes would result in nothing more than a financial loss. Lucien stated calmly that losing money alone was far from sufficient. Such a crime demanded a far greater price. Silence filled the room. Sigmund observed his son closely, genuinely surprised by the sharpness of his insight. He wondered when Lucien had grown so capable of reading the flow of power and consequence. After a brief pause, he asked Lucien to explain what he had in mind. Lucien revealed that he had already secured a way to prevent the enemy from escaping. Earlier, an insider had surrendered to him, though the man possessed a noble title. He was deeply trusted by Logan and had risen to an executive position within their ranks. At that, Sigmund recalled the head butler's earlier report about Lucien recruiting a man named Hugo from outside. Understanding dawned on him. This Hugo must have been the insider Lucien was referring to. As the pieces fell into place, Sigmund realized that the current situation matched the third scenario he had once anticipated, a path he had hoped would never need to be taken, yet one that now seemed inevitable. Lucien's plan had been anticipated. He intended to use the traitor as bait and turn the situation into a reverse trap. From Logan's perspective, it would be inconceivable that the very executive in charge of the drug operations would ever betray them. Lucien had carefully arranged every detail so that the negotiation plan appeared to be progressing smoothly, without the slightest hint of danger. It would only be a matter of time before Logan's core figures were forced to step into the open themselves. Sigma admitted that such a strategy could not be dismissed lightly. Yet, he immediately pointed out its greatest weakness. The entire plan rested on a single variable. It depended completely on a man from the back alleys. Human nature, Sigmund said, could never be fully trusted. A person like that would always be unreliable, and walking even one step alongside such a man was dangerous. Lucien fell silent for a moment, then calmly replied that he was not trusting the man himself, but the man's desire. That desire was a burning ambition, to become a knight and to spread his name across the empire, carving his existence into history. Sigmund was struck by the familiarity of those words. They were old, almost forgotten, something he himself had once believed in. Lucien explained that such a dream was the kind any man could cling to obsessively. He chose to believe in that dream just as he had in his previous life. Sigmund found the reasoning sentimental yet sincere. It explained why Lucien was willing to stake so much on this gamble. Sigmund then asked what Lucien would do if everything were to fail. Lucien answered without hesitation. He had no intention of escaping responsibility. Any mistake would be his alone to bear. He was prepared to pay the price himself, even if it meant placing his own title on the line. Hearing this, Sigmund gave his decision. Once Lucien's body had fully recovered, he was to report to the training ground. Lucian accepted the order at once. Then Sigmund revealed what would follow. He would personally teach Lucian the Lion's Heart Sword. With those words, Lucian was formally acknowledged as one of the candidates to become the next head of the household. Night fell quietly over the estate. Sigmund stood alone in his chamber. Reading beside the window was pale. Moonlight spilled across the floor and illuminated the room's corner. The head butler entered softly and bowed in deep shame. He lamented that such disgraceful acts had taken place in Melheim, the very heart of the Waldeck family, under their watch. Sigmund stopped him at once and took responsibility upon himself. He admitted that he had ordered the butler to focus entirely on border affairs and that this had weakened their internal defenses. The fact that the third son had discovered the truth first was nothing but luck. Bernhard's scheme had been carefully constructed to avoid detection. The head butler added that Bernhard's true aim was not profit or territorial expansion, but to stain his master's honor. Sigma agreed. He believed that Bernhard intended to use this incident later as leverage when dealing with them, turning disgrace itself into a weapon. Sigmund believed that Bernhard ultimately intended to use this incident as leverage when dealing with His Majesty. He reflected on how the Marquis, blinded by fear for his own safety, had lost sight of the true reality of the Empire. Then Sigmund turned the conversation to Hugo, the man now standing beside his third son. The head butler explained that on the surface, Hugo was known as a gangster who ran a gambling house. In truth, he was the leader of a newly formed organization that had already shaken the underworld. He was not a man who would easily bend his knee to serve another. In fact, the head butler himself had personally gone to meet Hugo and formally welcomed him as a subordinate. He could not hide his admiration as he praised the astonishing growth of the young master. Sigma repeated the word growth quietly as if tasting it. His thoughts turned to Hugo. In a world where cunning and cruelty ruled, a man like Hugo would never have survived if he relied on empty promises. Someone so sharp and ruthless would have been trampled long ago. If he lacked true judgment, Hugo had seen Lucian's potential, and within him recognized the image of a lord worth risking one's life for. That realization alone spoke volumes about Lucian's worth. Sigma then informed the head butler that although it was earlier than he had planned, he intended to open the path for his third child. Lucian had already demonstrated abilities that could no longer be ignored. The head butler immediately understood the weight of those words. This was not merely praise. It was a declaration that would reshape the future of the household. Sigmund followed by stating that he would begin passing down the family's vision starting the very next day. The head butler smiled in quiet approval, saying it was a proper and decisive choice. He then asked whether Sigmund had already chosen a swordsman instructor for the young master. Sigmund replied that Lord Ison was to be summoned. The head butler stiffened in shock at the name. Sigmund remarked that it would be a pity to let such a fine horn break with old age, and that this opportunity would surely become a meaningful chapter in Lord Ison's life as well. After hearing the news that Lucian had officially become a successor candidate, Han completely lost control of himself. Laughter burst out of him even as tears streamed down his face. The two emotions, mixing chaotically as if his heart could not decide how to react. Overwhelmed by the revelation, he kept shaking his head, repeating again and again that what he had just heard could not possibly be a joke. Each time he spoke, he emphasized the same point as if trying to convince himself more than anyone else that Lucian had truly become an official successor candidate. His strength finally gave out, and his hand slipped from his knees as he collapsed onto the ground, sitting there openly crying without any attempt to hide it. Lucian, clearly irritated by the overreaction, tried to stop him with a firm tone. He repeated that he had already confirmed the matter multiple times and demanded to know exactly how many more affirmations it would take before Han finally believed him. When it became obvious that the situation was spiraling further out of control, Lucian turned toward Hugo and told him to handle the kid. Hugo stepped forward immediately, lifted Han up with ease, and asked him to calm down. His voice respectful yet steady. He then explained that given the young master's abilities, such an outcome was only natural. Looking ahead to the path Lucian would walk in the future, Hugo added, it would not be fitting for a senior who served as his right-hand man to be shaken so deeply by this news. Those words hit Han like a sudden blow. He froze completely as the realization sank in. He had just been acknowledged as the right-hand man. The shock lingered for a moment before a visible smile slowly spread across his face, pride rising unmistakably within him. He brushed it off with exaggerated nonchalance, giving a casual shrug as if the matter were nothing special. After a brief pause and a light gesture, he downplayed himself, admitting that although he had served the young master the longest, he was still lacking in many areas. With someone as outstanding as Hugo around, he claimed there was no way he could boldly assume such a position for himself. Hearing that, Hugo smiled calmly and remarked that Han remained as humble as ever, noting that it was exactly what one would expect from Senior Han. Han returned the smile, then teased Hugo in response, asking why he kept saying things like that and mockingly dubbing him the left-hand man. Junior Hugo. Watching their exchange, Lucian smiled quietly to himself. Experienced hires really were different, he thought. Their composure, mutual understanding, and effortless balance stood apart from anything else. After that brief reflection, Lucian crossed his arms and addressed Han seriously. He said that what Hugo had mentioned earlier was not wrong. Before the matter was officially announced within the house, it was only reasonable to inform the two of them first, and the logic behind that decision was sound. As he spoke, Lucian glanced at Han, who looked visibly thrilled, unable to fully hide his excitement. Observing him closely, Lucian's thoughts became more analytical. Han was timid by nature, and his frailty could easily become a weakness. Yet at the same time, Lucian recognized that Han genuinely cared for him. More importantly, he possessed the grit to remain steadfastly by his side even under harsh and unfavorable circumstances, a quality Lucian weighed with certainty. Lucian continued his silent assessment. If Han gained more experience, matured further, and became capable of managing internal affairs, he would eventually grow into a rearguard more reliable than anyone else. His gaze then shifted naturally to Hugo, and there was no hesitation in his thoughts. There was simply no room to doubt Hugo's abilities. All that remained was to open a proper path for him to help him become a knight. Only then could Hugo's talents be drawn out to their fullest, allowing him to serve Lucian directly as a powerful sword in the future. With that realization, Lucian reaffirmed his resolve. From this moment on, it was time to prioritize quality over quantity. One by one, he simply needed to build them up properly. With that thought settled, the scene shifted smoothly to the following morning at the peaceful castle. Warm sunlight streamed through the quiet halls, slipping past tall windows and reaching deep into the interior. Lucian stood alone, his eyes closed, his breathing calm as his thoughts drifted far away. Without realizing it, his mind returned to memories of his past life. Memories of a time when he had scoured every corner of the continent in pursuit of a single goal. That pursuit had been the very essence of the ancestors' martial arts, a power said to elevate the realm of the sword itself. Those teachings centered around sword forms, structured paths of mastery that defined a swordsman's growth. Among them existed a realm that stood one step above the rest, known as advanced sword forms. Yet, no matter how desperately he struggled, no matter how many hardships he endured, or how deeply he humbled himself, living like a dog just to survive, what he ultimately gained was far from what he sought. He had not obtained the advanced sword forms he longed for, nor had he even reached the intermediate sword forms reserved for knight captains. Instead, the only thing he managed to acquire was a degraded version, meant for apprentice knights. In truth, even learning sword forms at all was impossible without noble blood. For a mere mercenary like him, being granted the chance to learn any sword form was nothing short of miraculous. Even so, reality had been merciless. Those weaker than him continued to advance, learning higher-ranking sword forms simply because of their status. And one by one, they surpassed him. In battle, they overwhelmed him with techniques he could neither replicate nor counter. Each time he failed to protect his squad members because of that gap. The thirst for sword forms carved itself deeper into his heart. The craving never faded. It only grew sharper, more agonizing until it became a constant torment. As those memories resurfaced, Lucian clenched his fist unconsciously, his knuckles tightening as if grasping something he once could never reach. Now, however, fate had placed an entirely different opportunity in his hands. Someone like him had been granted access to something that only the successor candidate of House Vald and their closest aides could ever hope to touch. It was an ancient sword form, a legacy that far surpassed even advanced sword forms themselves. The Lion Heart Sword. Just the name carried an overwhelming weight. The sheer magnitude of that swordsmanship filled him with awe and tension built within his body. Even though the training had yet to begin, the scheduled time to learn it was still some distance away, yet his excitement was already impossible to contain. Lucian let out a quiet, almost self-aware smile as he realized he had been pacing since dawn, unable to stay still because of his anticipation. Acknowledging his own restlessness, he decided it would be best to calm his mind before the lesson began. Slowly, he sat down on the ground, crossing his legs as a gentle smile formed on his face. As he began circulating his energy, his thoughts turned reflective. In his past life, he had learned swordsmanship without any proper system. There had been no guidance, no foundation, only stolen techniques, fragments of knowledge gathered wherever he could survive long enough to take them. Because of that, he had never once had someone he could truly call a master. That realization did not bring bitterness. Instead, his smile deepened slightly. Living a second life, he understood truly was something extraordinary. Unbeknownst to Lucian, he was not alone. From a distance, hidden within the shadows, a figure observed his every movement with calm, unwavering focus. Time passed quietly before the watcher was revealed. Sir Eisen himself. A faint smile appeared on Eisen's face as he watched the young master sitting there in composed silence. Within his eyes was quiet approval, and within his thoughts, a single reflection surfaced. A considerable amount of potential was already taking shape. Of time had already passed, yet Lucian had not wavered even once. His posture remained steady, his breathing even, and there was not the slightest trace of hesitation or instability within him. As Sir Eisen continued to observe, he began to notice certain aspects that stood out. Subtle details in Lucian's composure and control that were impossible to ignore. These were qualities that deserved careful attention. Aizen found himself thinking that guiding Lucian would not only be meaningful, but might also serve as a brief form of entertainment for him as well. Listening calmly at the time, Sigmund had acknowledged that if the Duke himself had made such a request, then Lucian's talent could not be ordinary. However, Sigmund had gone further in his thoughts, emphasizing that this matter went beyond simple talent alone. What had truly surprised him was Lucian's mindset. It was something entirely unexpected, something that could not be measured by skill or lineage. Sigmund believed that Aizen would understand the weight of those words the moment he saw Lucian with his own eyes. The narration then returned to the present once more. The scene showed the great sword saint, Aizen Breitner, watching Lucian closely. From afar, he continued to observe in silence, his sharp gaze never leaving the young man. Slowly, a proud smile formed on his face. That expression reflected his recognition, not only of Lucian's talent, but of his unwavering resolve and extraordinary inner strength, qualities that could not be forged through training alone. A sword saint an existence born only when one pushes circulation to its absolute limit, when body and mana are refined to their furthest edge. It was not merely a title, but a summit reached by those who had mastered every known sword form and carved their names into the peak of the blade's path. Across the Empire's long and blood-soaked history, such figures were spoken of with reverence, almost like gods among swordsmen. And now that very being stood before Lucian for a brief moment. Lucian forgot how to breathe. He remained rooted in place, eyes widened and lips slightly parted as an immense presence settled over him. The pressure was unlike anything he had ever felt. It was not violent or suffocating like the aura of a battlefield veteran. It was calm, vast, and boundless, like standing before an endless night sky. Overwhelming yet tranquil, a legend stood within arm's reach. The man offered a gentle smile with quiet dignity. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed. It has been some time, third young master. The last time we met was during his Grace's birthday celebration several years ago. From today onward, I will be the one instructing you. My name is Ice and Brighter. Lucian's expression tightened. So this was him. That morning, Hans had mentioned that his instructor would be a knight who had served the Valdic family since the previous generation, but he had left out the most important detail. This man was the Sword Saint. Lucian immediately mirrored the gesture, placing his hand over his chest and bowing deeply. It is an honor to receive instruction from the Sword Saint. I look forward to your guidance. Is waved the hand lightly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. That title is nothing more than an undeserved name given to an old man. Besides, you are a successor candidate. You should not lower your head so easily. Lucian straightened at once, his posture composed and firm. I will not lower the dignity of my family, but that does not mean I should neglect proper respect. Setting aside status and position, you are someone worthy of it. For a heartbeat, Aizen studied him in silence. Then he let out a soft laugh. If you insist, then do as you feel comfortable, young master. Lucian inclined his head slightly. Thank you for your understanding. The warmth in Isen's expression faded, replaced by sharp focus. Then let us begin the training immediately without hesitation. Lucian stepped forward. Yes, that sounds good. His gesture toward the outdoor training grounds, sunlight spilling across the wide perimeter. Young master, would you like to run around the perimeter? The moment the words left his mouth, Lucian dropped into a runner's stance, his body coiled and ready. Should I start right now? I blinked, visibly caught off guard. Third young master, please wait a moment. Lucian straightened, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Is something wrong? Aizen regarded him carefully. Do you not have any questions about why you are running or what purpose this exercise serves? Lucian offered a small, easy smile. Of course, I'm curious, but if you ordered it, then it must be necessary. There must be a reason you felt no need to explain. He placed a hand over his chest, his voice steady with conviction. A student receiving instructions simply follows the master's words. That is enough for me. His gaze sharpened. This reaction, this clarity in his eyes was completely different from the other young masters. There was no hesitation, no pride wounded by his simplicity, no demand for justification, only a pure longing for the sword itself. A faint smile curved across Aizen's lips as realization dawned. So this was what the Duke had meant. Very well, young master. Let us begin. Instant he finished speaking, Lucian launched forward like a bolt of lightning. Excitement surged through him as he ran, the wind tearing past his ears. From above, Ice and observed closely, arms folded behind his back. Lucian's speed did not falter. If anything, it increased with every lap. His strides grew lighter, more fluid, as if the ground itself were pushing him forward. Yet Lucian's thoughts remained sharp and deliberate. There was another reason he had obeyed without question. This run was not mere training. It was an evaluation, a test of his qualifications as a disciple in his previous life as a mercenary captain. He had often used the same method. Assign a task that appears trivial, then judge the rookie's reaction, mindset, and resolve. He had already demonstrated his attitude. Only one thing remained to prove tenacity. He would run until he collapsed. An hour passed. Lucian's brows drew together slightly. Something was wrong. He had been running continuously, yet fatigue refused to come. Instead of exhaustion, a strange lightness filled his body. Each breath felt effortless, each step weightless. His speed increased further to the point that faint after images began trailing behind him like flickering shadows. This made no sense. He had done nothing to rebuild his body except consume mass-produced nectar. His only recent activity had been light walks. By all logic, he should have been drenched in sweat by now. From above, Ai's expression gradually shifted. The run had been meant only to gauge Lucian's general condition. He had expected little in terms of raw physical ability, but not a single drop of sweat appeared on Lucian's skin. His breathing remained steady, calm as the surface of a still lake. Even Caesar Knight struggled to sustain mana output at this intensity. Concern flickered across Aizen's eyes. Could it be? Without delay, he descended to the training grounds. Stop. End the run here. Lucian halted immediately, turning with clear confusion. Huh? Did something happen? Aizen stared at him, his gaze piercing. Third young master, I have one question. The method you used earlier this morning to calm your body and mind, was it circulation, not meditation? Lucian nodded. If you're referring to what I did in the indoor training hall, then yes, it was circulation. There is nothing better than clearing one's thoughts. Aizen froze. A thin sheen of sweat formed along his brow. So, his suspicion had been correct. He stepped closer, voice firm but controlled. Forgive me, but I must examine your physical condition. Even if something feels strange, do not move. Placing a hand on Lucian's shoulder, Iz carefully guided his mana into the young master's body. Slowly, meticulously, he traced the internal flow, following the pathways of circulation with the precision of a master craftsman, inspecting a priceless blade. Moments passed in silence. Then's eyes widened. Doubt as if feared his examination confirmed it. Lucian had already reached the very end of circulation, the absolute limit that most martial artists spent their entire lives chasing. But it did not stop there. What lay within Lucian was not merely the perfected state himself had once attained. It extended beyond it. The sensation overwhelmed him. It felt like standing before an endless ocean with no horizon in sight, or beneath a roaring waterfall whose torrent could swallow the world. The flow inside this child was not just complete, was expanding, pushing outward into territory Aizen had never touched. Lucian was not walking a known road. He was opening an entirely new path. Sir Aizen held the third young master's hands and examined them in silence. His fingers pressed lightly along the veins, sensing the smooth and powerful flow beneath the skin. His sharp eyes narrowed as he processed what he felt. Then, in a low voice, he asked since when this had been the case. The sudden question caught Lucian off guard. He had expected instruction, not doubt. Before he could answer, Aizen asked again more directly. This time, when exactly had he reached the end of circulation? Lucian blank. The end of circulation. He did not understand what is meant and asked him to clarify. Iz responded calmly, explaining that he had just examined his body. The purity of Lucian's mana was like fresh snow spread across a winter field and touched, clean and flawless. The internal structure of his body allowed mana to move with perfect efficiency, like a water wheel turning without the slightest resistance. This was not ordinary talent. It was a level that only a handful of martial artists could reach after dedicating their entire lives to cultivation. Lucian kept his expression steady, but his thoughts shifted rapidly. He had always sensed that something about his circulation was unusual. From the beginning, it had felt too smooth to natural. Still, hearing it confirmed by a sword saint made his heart tighten. It was closer to perfection than he had imagined. If that was true, then hiding it served no purpose anymore. He too had questions about his condition. Unless someone stood at the level of a sword saint, no one could truly explain what was happening inside him. Lowering his head slightly, Lucian answered honestly. It had been about a month since he began circulation. From the very start, all his mana paths had been open. There had been no struggle, no resistance, no barriers to break through. Everything had flowed freely. Aizen's eyes widened, shock flickering across his face. Lucian continued, explaining that he had heard how circulation usually brought pain and obstruction. Others described burning veins, blocked channels, and broken pathways. Yet, he had experienced none of it. His mana had moved smoothly from the beginning, almost naturally, as if his body had been waiting for it all along. Silence fell between them. Ai's thoughts raced. Even he had required decades of hardship and discipline to reach such a state. Yet, this young man had achieved it within a single month. Perhaps the ancient swordsmen, who were said to split mountains and divide seas, were not mere legends after all. Perhaps such overwhelming talent truly existed. After a moment of visible hesitation, Aizen spoke again. His voice carried weight as though he understood the gravity of what he was about to say. He wished to ask something even if it sounded disrespectful. Then he posed the question. Would Lucian be willing to give up the successor position of House Valdic? The world seemed to pause. Lucian's eyes widened. He had never expected those words. Above them, the sky stretched bright and clear, and a gentle wind carried dry leaves across the courtyard stones. For a moment, everything felt distant, muted. The request echoed in his ears. Gave up the successor position. Confusion gave way to Anis, and Anis to fear. His voice tightened as he demanded to know what Sirs meant. Du met Lucian's anxious gaze and understood the storm running through the young man's mind. Was there something wrong with his body? Was he incapable of learning proper sword forms? Would his mana eventually turn against him? Lucian's thoughts spiral from one terrible possibility to the next, but answered with steady calm. It was the opposite. Lucian froze. The opposite. Aizen looked at him with firm, unwavering eyes and spoke clearly. Lucian's body was an ideal vessel. Not only could he draw out the full efficiency of both mana and flesh, but he also possessed the potential to surpass even that limit. If he chose to devote himself entirely to the sword, becoming the next sword saint would not be difficult for him. The words struck like lightning. A sword saint. Lucian lowered his gaze to his own hands, flexing his fingers slowly. Could he truly step into that realm? From the beginning, he had known this body was extraordinary. He had felt its balance, its natural strength, its flawless circulation. But this was beyond even his expectations. He had already considered himself fortunate to inherit the ancient sword form known as the Lionheart Sword. Through it, he believed he had gained a path toward the height he once longed for in his previous life. That alone had felt like a miracle. Yet now he was being told that he could reach something greater still. Not merely mastery, but the very pinnacle of the sword. But such a path would demand everything. Talent alone would not be enough. It would require undivided focus, a life without distraction or divided loyalties. Lucian lifted his head and met the old swordsman's eyes. His voice was quiet, but steady as he asked whether that was the reason for the choice, because he could not walk both paths at once. The path of successor to House Valdic and the path of a sword saint. Aizen nodded without hesitation. That was correct. To be precise, it was because he did not have enough time. Though circulation allowed him to stand tall and move with strength even at nearly 100 years of age, Aizen could not ignore the slow decay of his body. His power remained sharp, but time was merciless. If he wished to pass down everything he possessed while he still lived, the years remaining were already too few. Even if the third son focused solely on the sword, the schedule would be tight. Lucian's eyes widened faintly. 8 years, if his memory served him right. That was how long the sword saint had left before death claimed him. The truth settled heavily in his chest. There truly was not much time. Ideally, he should accept the offer, devote himself completely to the blade. It was an opportunity he had yearned for across two lifetimes. To pursue the summit without restraint, to stand at the peak and carve his name into history. But the future he remembered was not shaped by strength alone. The coming years would descend into chaos. Nations would clash. Alliances would fracture. Power would shift like sand beneath the storm. Those who survived would not simply be the strongest warriors. They would be those with legitimacy, names that commanded loyalty, positions that united armies, authority that others could rally behind. Martial might could win battles, but it could not control the storm by itself. This was the moment he had once dreamed of. To chase the ultimate peak of the sword, to live only for the blade. Yet dreams were not the only things that mattered. Lucian lowered his head respectfully and apologized to Aizen. He wished to remain of all that until the end. The offer was greater than his station, and he was deeply grateful for it. But he could not accept. His voice remained calm, though something tightened painfully inside him as he spoke. Aizen studied him in silence for a long moment. Then he let out a soft sigh. "It is I who should feel ashamed," he murmured. "What did I do in my youth that I now grow greedy and old?" Aged through the third son, it seemed he had sought to leave something behind. Proof that his sword would not vanish with time. Perhaps he had wanted to see his legacy carried forward by hands worthy of it. Lucian did not answer immediately. The weight of Essen's quiet regret lingered between them. Then carefully he asked a question. "If by any chance there were another talented individual besides me, what would you do?" The scene shifted far from the quiet courtyard under the blazing sun near a wide fair mouse field. A young noble rode at full speed across open land. The horse thundered forward, leaping cleanly over low wooden fences and weaving through scattered obstacles with precision. Dust rose in swirling clouds behind them. The rider's posture was confident and sharp, his control firm and practiced. Behind him, a heavy-set butler struggled to keep up on foot. His face flushed red as he shouted desperately into the wind. As he ran, news about the third son had been confirmed. The rider pulled sharply on the reins, stopping the horse. He turned, disbelief clear on his face, so the ridiculous rumors were true. The fool had been recognized as a new successor candidate. This young noble was Joshua Valdic, the fourth son of House Valdic. He stepped down from the horse and wiped the sweat from his face with a towel. The butler, catching his breath, explained that it was exactly as the rumors claimed. The Arcoque had officially included the third son in the line of succession. Not only that, he was under the direct guidance of Sirius, and had begun formal swordsmanship training. Joshua's expression darkened from beginning to end. Lucian had been a stumbling block. It was already difficult to build a support base while being overshadowed by two older brothers. Every ally had to be earned carefully. Every neutral faction required persuasion. Now there was another option for them to consider. His anger flared. He threw the towel aside in frustration. Could Lucian not simply remain hidden in the corner of his room as before? Would it truly have killed him to stay useless and quiet? The butler nervously urged him to mind his words. That only made Joshua angrier. How could he possibly remain calm? What if the fragile loyalty he had barely gathered began to waver? Political support was like glass. Once cracked, it could never fully return to its original state. Even calling Lucian brother made his blood boil. They were only months apart in age. Yet now that insignificant difference carried weight. Joshua forced himself to breathe. Rage alone would solve nothing. He bit lightly on his nail, thinking he could not sit still. There had to be a way. Then an idea formed. His eyes sharpened. Since Lucian had begun learning the sword, he would soon need a sparring partner. That was only natural. Joshua turned to the butler and ordered him to prepare to sharp swords. Not wouldn't practice blades, but real weapons, live steel meant for true combat. Butler froze in shock. Joshua was lips curved into a thin, controlled smile. He only needed to teach his dear brother one simple lesson. The scene shifts to Lucian and the Sword Saint. Lucian looks at him calmly and asks, "What would you do if someone with genuine talent appeared? Besides me. I mean, it may take some time to find him, but he is the kind of person who can make up for that delay. A man with the talent to leave a scar on Sword Saint is even 100 years from now." Hearing those words, the Sword Saint smiles faintly. Then he speaks in a gentle, almost weary tone. "My heart feels heavy, as if I am leaving a burden upon you, young master. I am already quite happy that you think so fondly of this old man. So please do not trouble yourself with such matters any longer. Thank you for your kind words, young master." After listening to him, Lucian quietly responds, "Sir." Yet in his heart, his thoughts run deeper. As I expected, he must think it is all nonsense. Even a famous swordsman would not easily catch his eye. So, it is only natural that he doubts me, especially when someone who has only recently begun training claims he will present him with a disciple. Even so, you can look forward to it. If Lucian is a heaven-sent vessel acknowledged by the Sword Saint, then surely there must be another person sent by the heavens as well as someone blessed with a gift for the sword. In fact, despite his frail physique and his currently inferior swordsmanship, with his talent alone, he will one day become the embodiment of the blade itself, a figure who sweeps across the battlefield like a storm of steel. Sword Demon Felix, he will become my most powerful follower and the disciple who will inherit everything you pass down, sir. After some time, the scene shifts again. Lucian and Aizen have arrived at the training grounds. The air is calm yet filled with quiet tension. Iz begins to speak in a steady, instructive tone. In that case, before the lesson on swordsmanship styles begins, let us first see how much you have improved. Young master against the wooden training dummy. Perform vertical, horizontal, and diagonal strikes. And if you have truly practiced circulation, you should be able to manipulate Mona. He carefully explains everything that is important for Lucian to demonstrate, leaving no detail unspoken. Then after a brief pause, he adds at the very end, "Show me a strike infused with mana." Hearing this, Lucian reflects inwardly. This is the first time I have held a sword with Lucian's body. I need to control my strength. But Lucian said he had studied swordsmanship before. So with that thought steadying his mind, he prepares himself. His grip tightens around the hilt. His stance settles, and without hesitation, he delivers a clean vertical strike. The wooden dummy trembles slightly from the force. Immediately after, he follows with a precise horizontal slash, then a sharp diagonal cut, each movement flowing more naturally than the last. Finally, he takes a quiet breath and focuses, channeling mana into the blade. A powerful surge of energy begins to gather. It is not only the sword that responds. An intense light seems to flare within his eyes as well, as if energy itself is burning behind them. In the next instant, he steps forward and unleashes the final attack. The blade, infused with mana, slices through the air with overwhelming force. The training statue in front of him cannot withstand the impact. It shudders violently before collapsing to the ground. Struck down by the sheer power of his blow, Lucian watches the fallen training dummy with a faint smile spreading across his face. In that moment, he feels as though he has done remarkably well. It was his first attempt using this body after all. Inwardly, he reflects with quiet satisfaction. This is my first attempt in this body, so my movements were a bit lacking. But perhaps my form was decent for a beginner, right? I wonder, is Sir Ice expecting more than this? A small flicker of doubt begins to creep into his thoughts, though he still believes he performed fairly well. Standing a short distance away, Aizen observes him closely. His gaze is calm, unreadable, as if measuring something far deeper than mere technique. After a brief silence, he finally speaks. "I suspected that you had ability, young master, but once again, you have surprised me for a fleeting second." Lucian feels a spark of pride at those words, only for it to be extinguished in the very next breath. To put it simply, it was pathetic. The blunt judgment strikes harder than any blade. Lucian's eyes widen in complete shock, his earlier confidence shattering instantly. "Sir, what do you mean?" he asked, unable to hide his disbelief. Issa meets his gaze without hesitation. His expression does not change. "You did not misharm me, young master." The Sword Saint continues, his voice steady, but merciless in its honesty. I do not know the reason, but terrible habits are clouding every swing of your sword. By ignoring the fundamentals, the way you wield it resembles that of a mercenary, one who is struggling desperately just to survive. You focus only on power and speed, yet there is no balance between your body and your mana. Because of that, even a sharp sword becomes dull, and gaps appear in every movement you make. Furthermore, when you deliver that final blow, how long do you think it took you to coat the blade in mana? Lucian listens carefully, the weight of each word pressing down on him. After a brief pause, he answers honestly. Well, since I was channeling mana into the sword, it seemed to take about 1 to 2 seconds. Upon hearing that, repeats his words in a low pointed tone. That 1 to 2 seconds you mentioned so casually. Lucian blinks in confusion, unsure why. Those seconds matter so much. Before he can fully process it, suddenly raises his wooden sword and points it straight at him. The gesture sharp and deliberate, as if to make him understand just how costly those 1 or seconds could truly be. Aisen's wooden sword remains pointed steadily at Lucian's throat as he finishes his warning. That is more than enough time for an enemy to kill you. His tone is neither loud nor angry at his calm, which somehow makes the truth cut even deeper. This lesson should begin by understanding that burden. An enemy will not let such an opening pass them by. Lucian feels the tip of the wooden blade resting lightly against his neck. Only then does he truly understand. He hadn't even sensed when moved. In his mind, a cold realization echoes. I didn't even realize it until the blade touched my neck. How stupid of me. The thought chills him further. I could have died without even noticing my head fallen. And yet, I'm thinking so calmly. He recalls fragments of past memories, battles, near-death moments. The thin line between life and death, the difference between survival and defeat can be no more than a single heartbeat or 1 careless second. Slowly, he lowers his gaze and acknowledgement, and then looks back up with renewed seriousness. I will keep your words in mind, he says firmly. I will fix my habits and my mindset first. Before him, Aisen watches in silence, measuring not just Lucian's skill, but the resolve forming behind his eyes. After hearing Lucian's resolve, Aizen speaks again, his voice firm and unwavering. Young master, a talented body cannot necessarily do everything. You cannot defeat an experienced mana user by relying on physical strength alone, and if the body cannot properly support the mana, that energy will only be wasted creating gaps. Gaps that are nothing less than an invitation for death. Each word lands with a weight of hard-earned experience. To draw out the sword's true power, he continues. At that moment, mana begins to rise from blade. It is not wild or explosive. Instead, it flows smoothly like a quiet current beneath still water. The air around him seems to tighten as the energy gathers with perfect control. Internal and external strength, though they may be different, must form a single flow. That is the rule. Greatness is born from harmony. As he finishes speaking, he steps forward and unleashes a mana-charged strike toward the training dummy. The attack appears almost ordinary, clean, simple, without a necessary motion for a brief second. It seems as though nothing has happened. The dummy stands untouched, unmoving. Then, without warning, it collapses into fine dust, scattering into the air as though it had never truly been solid to begin with. Iz lowers his sword calmly and looks at Lucian with steady eyes. This is the path of the sword you must walk from now on, young master. A few days later, we are shown a scene inside the training hall where the swordsmen are locked in an intense practice session. The atmosphere feels heavy, filled with the sharp echoes of steel clashing against steel. Practicing in the center of the hall are Lucian and the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint speaks firmly, his voice calm but commanding as he instructs. Third young master, the flow of mana must not be interrupted. Just as training the body allows for precise movements, your mana control must also reach that level. His words are steady, each one carrying the weight of experience. In front of him, Lucian is clearly struggling, pushing himself to keep up while exchanging blows with such a master. As their swords collide again, Lucian launches an attack, but it is effortlessly blocked. Without missing a beat, Icing continues his lesson. Also, when wielding mana while reinforcing your entire body, you must leave enough power to circulate. Separately deployed in the right place at the right time, his blade moves with flawless precision. Every motion controlled, every strike calculated. Lucian grits his teeth and gathers his strength before unleashing an incredibly powerful attack. The force behind it is overwhelming, yet the Sword Saint calmly blocks the strike and redirects its energy back toward Lucian, demonstrating complete dominance over both swordsmanship and mana control. As the clash settles, Aizen speaks again, his voice unwavering. When these factors mesh together to form a balance, only then will you understand the true power of the sword. Lucian lands skillfully a short distance away, managing to steady himself despite the immense pressure. Sweat drips down his face as he readies himself for the next exchange. Across from him stands the Sword Saint, his blade radiating an immense and terrifying energy far more powerful than before. The air itself seems to tremble around him. Then with sharp focus in his eyes, and declares, "Now, then apply what you've just learned, and try to defend yourself. However, this time let us introduce a slightly more advanced step." With those words, the two of them stand face to face once again. The tension between master and disciple, rising as the next stage of training, is about to begin. Right after that, the Sword Saint suddenly moves from his position with incredible speed. His movement is so fast that it becomes almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he appears right in front of Lucian and says in a firm, composed voice, "Consider the enemy's speed and movements and respond with the appropriate amount of force." At the same time, an overwhelming surge of powerful aura begins to radiate from his body. The air around him feels heavy and sharp. He raises his sword upward in a smooth motion, and in the very next instant he unleashes an extremely powerful and terrifying attack. Seeing that monstrous wave of energy rushing toward him, Lucian's mind races. Even in that critical moment, he remembers the essence of Sir Aizen's teachings. The essence of Sir Aizen's teaching is the union of naturalness. Like the flow of water, he thinks to himself, the attack is already dangerously close. Yet his thoughts continue to move rapidly. Through this, one overcomes the gap and minimizes the loss of power to exert maximum force. Don't be overwhelmed. Look straight at it. With that realization, Lucian gathers every bit of strength within him. Mana bursts out from his body, surging violently as he concentrates it into his blade. He steps forward and launches his own attack straight ahead. Their swords collide hidden, and the moment they clash, an explosive shock wave erupts from the impact, releasing an immense and destructive force that shakes the entire training hall. The Sword Saint watches Lucian calmly from the other side of the clash. From his expression, it appears as if he hasn't applied even the slightest bit of real force in this exchange. In contrast, Lucian is visibly struggling just to block and withstand the overwhelming power pressing against him. After holding the clash for a brief moment, the Sword Saint finally pulls his sword back and lowers it, his voice returning to its usual composed tone. "We can end today's training here, ingraining the sensation you felt today within you." The Sword Saint looks at Lucian one last time and says, calmly, "That alone will be enough to make you a first-rate swordsman." Hearing those words, Lucian can't help but smile. His body is exhausted, his breathing heavy, and his arms trembling from the intense clash. But there's satisfaction in his eyes. Even while struggling to steady himself, he respectfully replies, "Thank you for the lesson." With that, the day's training officially comes to an end. The servants quickly begin clearing the training hall, which has suffered considerable destruction from the violent shock waves and powerful collisions. Broken tiles, cracked walls, and scattered debris are everywhere. One servant looks around in disbelief and mutters, just what kind of training did he undergo? Another, glancing worriedly toward Lucian, asks softly, "Will the young master be all right?" The scene then shifts to Lucian, who is sitting alone to the side, trying to recover. His condition is clearly terrible. His clothes are drenched in sweat, his muscles ache, and every breath feels heavy. Yet, despite that, there's a strange calmness in his expression. "I somehow managed to survive today's training as well," he thinks to himself. It's absurd to think this harsh method is ultimately intended to strip away the bad habits of my past life. Well, what can I do if this is what it takes to fix them? He closes his eyes for a moment, reflecting on everything he just experienced. Thanks to it, I'm quickly getting the hang of it. Anyway, the more I watch him, the more I'm in awe of him. He constantly creates crises, tailored to my skill level, and draws out the correct reaction with precise instructions. That's something easier said than done. It would be impossible unless he completely saw through my body's condition. Lucian clenches his fist slightly, feeling the lingering sensation of mana still circulating within him. I'm just entrusting my body to his teachings, but I can feel my growth with my own skin. Until now, he had believed that only the secrets of excellent sword forms were the path to reaching a higher realm. But today's training made him realize something deeper. That true strength wasn't just about mastering techniques, but about refining the foundation itself, breaking down flaws, and rebuilding from the very core. I never thought deeply about things like balance, reserve power, and flow like I have this time. Lucian lowers his gaze as a quiet thought echoes in his mind. Even though what was truly important was always inside me, if I had known these teachings in my past life. For a brief moment, faint visions from his previous life flash before his eyes, blur battlefields, unfinished duels, missed opportunities, and the overwhelming regret of never reaching the height he once chased. The memories feel distant yet painfully vivid. The scene returns to the present. Lucian exhales slowly and continues thinking. Wouldn't we have exchanged at least a few blows? It feels a bit shameful to end it like this today. Could there be a perfect opponent somewhere? Is that guy? Before his thoughts can settle, footsteps echo through the training hall. The fourth young master has arrived. He walks forward confidently and bows slightly. "Have you been well all this time, master?" Your disciple Joshua greets you. The Sword Saint responds in his usual composed tone. "Welcome, fourth young master. However, to what do I owe this unexpected visit? I am currently training the third young master. So, if you have words to share with this old man, please come back later." Joshua smiles faintly and shakes his head. "There is no need for that, master." The Sword Saint's eyes narrow slightly as he asks, "Then the reason you sought this place out is yes?" "That's correct," Joshua replies calmly. "Since brother has opened his closed doors, and committed to training as a younger brother who learned first. I wanted to help with his training. He then turns his gaze toward Lucian, a subtle competitive spark shining in his eyes. What do you say, brother Lucian? A perfect opponent just strolled right in the air inside. The training hall shifts once again. What was moments ago quiet exhaustion now becomes sharp tension. Lucian slowly lifts his head. The training ground falls into a heavy, suffocating silence as tension quietly spreads through the air. Every night, guard and attendant watches without moving, their eyes fixed on the unfolding situation as they wait for Aisen's response. The atmosphere feels far too serious for a simple training session, as if something far more important is about to take place. Slowly, Aisen turns toward the fourth young master, his expression tightening as he demands an explanation. His voice carries a clear note of confusion, questioning why the third young master has suddenly been brought into this. Joshua lowers his gaze politely, presenting an image of perfect respect. His tone is calm and composed as he explains that certain training methods involve sparring to improve the practical use of mana. When he lifts his head again, a bright and seemingly innocent smile appears on his face. He volunteers himself as the opponent. Turning toward Lucian, he speaks with carefully measured humility, explaining that recent circumstances have left him with little chance to interact with his brothers. Moments like this, he claims, are rare opportunities to grow closer while improving their skills. Placing a hand over his chest, he acknowledges that his approach may seem rude, but insists that it comes from sincerity. With that, he respectfully asks for permission. Lucian remains silent as Joshua speaks. His head tilts slightly downward, as though he is listening without reaction. Yet, deep inside, a faint smile forms. To him, the children of this household are remarkably skilled at twisting words to serve their own purposes. Joshua's explanation sounds noble on the surface, but the hidden intention is painfully obvious. Lucian's gaze drifts toward Joshua's side, where a real sword is wrapped carefully in cloth. His thoughts sharpen instantly. Bringing a real blade against someone who is barely trained for a week leaves little room for doubt. The goal is clear: crush the weak older brother in front of everyone and strengthen his own standing within the family. Lucian slowly lifts his eyes to meet Joshua's smiling face. The challenge has been disguised as help, making refusal difficult without consequences. He considers the situation carefully. If Aisen acknowledges the spar, then it will carry real weight. And if he backs down now, Aisen, who has already been pressuring him to withdraw from succession, would be placed in an awkward position. After a brief pause, Lucian steps forward. This simple movement immediately draws everyone's attention. Calmly, he requests that Aisen accept Joshua's proposal. Aisen's eyes widen in surprise. He clearly did not expect the third young master to accept so easily. Lucian gestures lightly as he explains his reasoning. The younger brother's enthusiasm for training is admirable, but such disrespectful behavior cannot simply be ignored. His gaze shifts directly to Joshua. If that is the case, then he will personally teach his immature younger brother a lesson. Joshua's expression stiffens. The calm words strike directly at his pride. Anger rises within him, but he forces himself to suppress it. Lucian continues, his voice steady, informing him that today will be the last time such childish behavior is tolerated. Causing further trouble will only place Aisen in a difficult position. As the exchange unfolds, Aisen watches carefully. He fully understands Joshua's intentions, yet the third young master has chosen to face the trap head-on. After a moment of thought, Aisen grants permission, but with strict conditions. The spar will happen only once, and if it becomes dangerous, he will stop it immediately. Both brothers place their hands over their chest and agree. Lucian then turns to Joshua with a calm smile, suggesting they have a good sparring match. As he finishes speaking, he casually pats Joshua on the shoulder. This simple gesture irritates Joshua instantly. He forces a laugh in response, though his annoyance is impossible to hide. Sometime later, the three stand at the center of the training ground. Aisen steps forward and clearly announces the rules. This is not a fight to harm each other, but a spar to test their progress. Turning to Lucian, he reminds him that this is his first spar and that he should focus on learning rather than winning. Then he looks at Joshua, reminding him of his responsibility as the more experienced swordsman to act with dignity. Finally, he addresses them both, instructing them to uphold the honor of their house. The signal will be given when both draw their swords. The moment arrives. Steel slides from its sheath as both brothers raise their blades into position. The tension thickens instantly. Joshua stares at Lucian, frustration boiling within him. The name Lucian Veldic echoes in his mind with irritation. He cannot understand when his older brother began acting like a proper elder. Every word Lucian speaks emphasizes that he is the younger one, and that constant reminder grinds against his pride. To Joshua, their difference is nothing more than a slightly earlier birth yet. Lucian behaves as if he stands far above him. Joshua tightens his grip on the sword until his knuckles turn pale. Fine. If Lucian wishes to act superior, then this spar will decide everything. By the end of it, he will strip away that confidence completely. His anger grows so intense that his reflection in the blade looks almost twisted. In his mind, today will prove who truly stands above the other. Across from him, Lucian calmly observes the expression on Joshua's face. Even when facing enemies, he rarely saw such raw, uncontrolled emotion. Adjusting his grip, he feels the cold familiarity of the sword in his hand. It has been 2 months since he last held one properly. For a brief moment, memories from his previous life surface, memories of ruthless battles where victory mattered more than honor. A faint smile touches his lips. But today is different. Today, he stands not as the man he once was, but as the third young master of House Veldic. His gaze briefly shifts toward Ison. If he uses techniques from his past life, the Sword Saint will surely notice. He reminds himself to stay cautious. Joshua may be arrogant, but he is still a child and now his younger brother. Lucian decides to restrain himself within reason. That decision shatters the moment Joshua suddenly laughs mockingly. He glances around and taunts Lucian, asking where his earlier confidence has gone now that a real sword is involved. He continues, claiming that accidents happen in real spars, but only when both sides are evenly matched. If Lucian is afraid, he suggests switching to wooden swords instead. Lucian watches him quietly. Then, without a word, he abandons the idea of holding back. For a disobedient younger brother, a proper beating may be the only lesson that works. Joshua's irritation deepens as the word youngest echoes once more in Lucian's calm tone. His eyes widen with anger. Without waiting any longer, he steps forward and lowers into a combat stance. In the next instant, he bursts forward, charging straight at Lucian with fury in his eyes. Lucian raises his sword into a defensive cross. His mind remains calm as he analyzes the situation. Joshua has received proper training, his fundamentals are solid and cannot be underestimated. At the same time, Lucian realizes that his own mana has already been mostly drained from earlier practice. However, Joshua's lack of real combat experience stands out clearly. Falling for such a simple provocation proves it. Lucian shifts his stance, his rear leg sliding back into position. Mana gathers quietly around it as he applies Ison's teachings, focusing power with precise control. Joshua continues his charge. Then, in a single instant, blue mana bursts from Lucian's back leg. His body explodes forward. He vanishes from his original position, leaving streaks of blue light behind him as he closes the distance in the blink of an eye. The sudden burst of speed shocks everyone watching. Ison's eyes widen, and even the guards freeze in disbelief. Joshua barely has time to react before Lucian appears directly in front of him. Lucian raises his sword high above his head. In that brief moment, he decides to seize complete control of the fight. The blade comes crashing down in a powerful vertical strike. Joshua instinctively looks up, barely managing to react as the attack descends toward him. Lucian's voice cuts through the air, cold and steady, warning him to grit his teeth and block, or risk having his jaw shattered by the impact. The next instant, steel collides with a deafening force. The training ground echoes with the thunderous clash of their first strike. News of the duel spread through the family estate like wildfire, slipping through corridors, echoing across marble halls, and settling into every whispered conversation. Inside the mansion, a cluster of servants gathered in a quiet corner, their voices hushed but filled with excitement. One of them leaned in, lowering his tone as he asked if the others had heard what happened. Another servant blinked in confusion, asking what he meant. The first servant glanced around cautiously before revealing the rumor that young master Lucian had completely overwhelmed. Young Master Joshua. The words hung in the air. Not far from them, a few maids carried on with their duties, though their attention was far from their work. They whispered and giggled among themselves, unable to hide their amusement. One maid covered her mouth as she laughed softly, saying the fourth young master had entered the duel brimming with confidence, only to leave looking utterly miserable. Another added that she had nearly cried from laughing when she first heard the story. The tale only grew more dramatic with every retelling, becoming louder, sharper, and more exaggerated as it passed from one person to another. And at the center of it all was Yuko, moving through the estate with perfect timing. He shared the story wherever he went, his enthusiasm breathing life into every detail. At one point, Angus approached him, remarking that the timing couldn't have been better. He had already heard whispers that even the Sword Saint had acknowledged Lucian's talent. Yuko leaned in closer then, as though revealing a forbidden truth, and said that since the story had already spread so far, he might as well tell them what really happened. But he warned them it was strictly confidential. Naturally, that only made it spread faster. Soon enough, Angus was retelling it with even greater excitement, describing how Lucian had utterly crushed Joshua and casually taken his sword as if it were nothing, leaving everyone present in complete shock. Meanwhile, away from the noise and chatter, Lucian stood quietly by the window in his room. A faint hum escaped his lips as he gazed outside, his expression calm, almost indifferent. He was fully aware of the storm of rumors swirling through the mansion, and a subtle smile formed on his face. It was a perfect day for such rumors to spread. His thoughts drifted back to the duel. He could still see Joshua looking up at him, fear etched across his face, calling out to him as his brother only when cornered. Lucian had raised his sword high, his expression cold and unyielding. "So now I am your brother," he had said, his voice sharp. "Only when you are cornered." Then his blade came down in a powerful vertical strike. Joshua panicked, shouting apologies, desperately calling him Brother Lucian, but it was already too late. The strike landed cleanly, slicing straight through Joshua's weapon. The blade shattered into 2 pieces. Lucian had lowered his sword slowly, looking down at him with quiet authority, warning him never to attempt something like that again. Next time, he said, things would be far uglier. The words alone were enough. Joshua's legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees, trembling. Lucian had looked down at him with a faint, grim smile. Learn your place, he said. If you understand, nod. And Joshua had nodded immediately. Again and again, fear overwhelming him completely. Back in the present, Lucian's gaze shifted from the window to the document resting on the table. That should be enough to keep the troublesome young masters quiet for a while. With the internal tensions temporarily settled, his focus moved to something far more pressing. The matter of Marcus Rogrand's house. Not long after, that very document lay beneath the Duke's hand as the 2 of them sat together in the garden. The Duke studied the paper in silence before lifting his eyes toward Lucian. So this is the letter you received from Yuko. Lucian nodded calmly and explained that within a week, Yuko was expected to meet someone from the Rogrand faction in the Vaster territory. The Duke frowned slightly at the mention of it. The Vaster territory. He tapped his finger lightly against the table, thinking. Though it had lost much of its importance, it was still dangerously close to Calibit's. Preposterous, he muttered. Lucian agreed, explaining that the location had likely been chosen precisely because it could slip past the Duke's notice a blind spot. The Duke fell silent for a moment before looking directly at him. Then tell me, he said. What is your true reason for bringing this to me? I entrusted this entire matter to you. Lucian didn't hesitate. I need power. The Duke raised an eyebrow. Power? What kind of power? Lucian met his gaze steadily. Catching a beast in a trap doesn't mean I have the tools to finish it. The meaning was clear. The Duke leaned back slightly, understanding at once. So, you came to the one who holds those tools. He studied Lucian carefully, then added, it's a rational choice. But for someone who claims he wants to prove himself, it sounds more like you're relying on my authority. Do you think people will truly see the result as your achievement? Lucian remained silent as the Duke continued, his voice firm. A man earns his reputation by bringing down his prey with his own strength. If he cannot, then the result is nothing more than a half-baked achievement. I gave you both the authority and the opportunity to handle this yourself. Yet you chose the safer path. Suddenly, his hand struck the table. Is this truly the best you can do? Lucian lowered his gaze briefly, considering his answer. Then he looked up again, calm and unwavering. If that path ensures success, I will take it without hesitation. His voice remained steady. The royal road you speak of is only open to those with overwhelming power. Everyone else must walk through the shadows beneath it. Calling reckless bravery courage is nothing more than arrogance. Even if it succeeds, it remains reckless, and if it fails, everything is lost. He paused, then added thoughtfully to me. The essence of a hunt isn't the kill itself. It's what the hunter is protecting. Reaching out, he gently plucked a flower nearby, holding it between his fingers. If I can eliminate the threat completely, why should it matter if others call it half-baked? That said, I don't intend to act like a saint either. If the one who receives the credit someday can no longer even draw their bow, then the one destined to inherit it will already be decided. The Duke listened in silence, then let out a quiet chuckle as he turned his attention back to his cup. That answer is sufficient, he said. I can't remember the last time someone spoke to me like that, and I certainly didn't expect it from you. A faint smile touched his lips. That was a good answer, Lucian. A small sense of relief settled within Lucian, but the Duke continued. A man must have conviction in the path he chooses. If you falter at a single word, you'll achieve nothing. Lucian asked if this had been a test, and the Duke confirmed it without hesitation. He wanted to see whether Lucian would waver under pressure and authority. It's understandable to hesitate when you don't know the answer, he said. But no one will follow someone who cannot protect their own convictions. Such a person is unfit to lead and unworthy of being called a man. Lucian reflected quietly, realizing he had suspected as much all along. There were no shortcuts when dealing with his father. Still, the conversation had gone well. When he moved to ask about support for the operation, the Duke cut him off. It's father, he corrected calmly. Then he continued, I will give you the tools you need, but a large force would draw too much attention. The Rogrand faction will move. With a small elite group, and so will you. Lucian nodded in agreement and requested a few skilled knights from within the family. The Duke looked at him for a moment before giving his answer. I will lend you the Black Lions. He leaned forward slightly, his voice carrying weight. If you wish to understand the true burden of the one who sits in the seat, then go and experience it for yourself. 1 week later, Vester stood as a hollow remnant of what it once was. The city had long since lost its purpose, its streets lying empty beneath a heavy silence, its buildings crumbling slowly under years of neglect. Though it sat dangerously close to Callum, it had no real value left, no resources, no life, nothing to justify its existence. Once intended as a reserve city, it had been abandoned to time, visited only occasionally by passing vanguards. Now, it felt less like a city and more like a grave. The stillness itself was unsettling. unnatural in a way that made it perfect for things meant to remain unseen. As Lucian and Hugo walked through the deserted streets, their footsteps echoed faintly against the broken stone. Lucian's eyes moved quietly across his surroundings, quickly noticing the complete absence of people. Something about it felt off, too quiet even for a place like this. Hugo, sensing his unease, explained without being asked. Vestra had lost its strategic importance long ago. That was exactly why it had been chosen. No attention, no interference. The perfect place to set a trap. As they continued forward, Hugo could no longer hold back the question weighing on his mind. He turned to Lucian, his tone sharp with curiosity, demanding to know how he had uncovered the plan with such precise accuracy. Lucian paused for a moment before letting out a short, amused laugh. He casually remarked that even Hans had no knowledge of it, making Hugo's efforts at secrecy meaningless in front of him. But instead of explaining further, he cut the conversation short, brushing it aside as if it didn't matter. He would reveal it later, he said. For now, there were more important things to focus on. The prey came first. His gaze shifted ahead, calm yet sharp, and he asked whether the trap had been set properly. Hugo answered immediately. Everything inside the plant had been arranged exactly as planned. The layout, the goods, every small detail mentioned in the false reports they had replicated it all perfectly. There would be no room for suspicion. The target would walk in without hesitation. Everything was ready. Only one thing remained: reinforcements. Lucian's next question came unexpectedly. He asked whether relying on his father's support bothered Hugo. The question caught him off guard for a brief moment, but he quickly shook his head and denied it. He understood what was at stake. This mission could not fail. And yet, as his gaze dropped to his own hand, a flicker of frustration surfaced. Quietly, he admitted the truth to himself. He wasn't strong enough. If he had been stronger, this entire achievement could have belonged solely to Lucian, without needing anyone else's help. Lucian listened without interrupting. Then, without making a big deal out of it, he placed a hand on Hugo's shoulder. He acknowledged the feeling, but warned him not to let impatience take over. They had only just begun. Losing direction now would only slow them down. Growth didn't come instantly, and Hugo still had a long path ahead of him. Then, in a completely casual tone, Lucian added that he assumed Hugo was already around 30. The moment froze. Hugo's expression didn't change, but the atmosphere shifted instantly. He corrected him flatly. He was 23. A short silence followed. Lucian stood there, visibly embarrassed, while Hugo stared ahead with a blank face, pointing out that 30 was still far away, and their age difference wasn't even that significant. Lucian awkwardly tried to fix his words, but Hugo immediately shut it down, making it clear that any further explanation would only make things worse. The tension lingered for a moment before Lucian quietly moved on. His attention shifted back to their surroundings. His senses sharpened as he scanned the area. The meeting time was approaching, yet there was still no sign of their reinforcements. Then, without warning, a voice cut through the silence, calling out to the third young master. Both of them reacted instantly. Hugo drew his sword in a single fluid motion, turning toward the sound with full intent to strike. But the attack never came. Before he could even move, a man appeared within reach and caught the blade with his bare hand. The movement was flawless, almost unreal, and the pressure he exuded was overwhelming. In a cold, detached voice, he remarked that Hugo was far too slow. Hugo froze in shock. He tried to pull his sword back, but it didn't budge. The grip holding it was absolute, uncheckable. For the first time, he felt it clearly complete suppression. No matter how much strength he applied, he couldn't move it. The realization hit him hard. He was being overpowered effortlessly. Before the situation could escalate further, Lucian stepped in calmly. His voice was steady as he assured Hugo that the man was not an enemy. Hugo hesitated but slowly lowered his guard. Though confusion still lingered in his eyes, Lucian moved forward, his gaze sharp and unyielding as he questioned the man's intent. The killing aura surrounding him was undeniable, and such an approach demanded an explanation. Then, almost casually, Lucian identified him. A black lion. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere shifted completely. Hugo stepped back as understanding dawned on him. These were the reinforcements Lucian had mentioned, the Black Lions, the hidden force of the Weldic family. They operated in the shadows, mobilized only under direct authority, as if responding to his silent command. More figures emerged from the surroundings, appearing one after another without a sound. In seconds, they had formed a perimeter around them. Each one carried a presence that was controlled yet terrifying. An older man stepped forward, his posture composed, clearly their captain. Placing a hand on his chest, he greeted Lucian respectfully as the third young master. He explained that the earlier clash had merely been a test, meant to evaluate their reactions and readiness. There had been no real hostility behind it. Lucian observed them carefully, his mind sharp. Even in his past life, their existence had always been uncertain, spoken of in whispers like ghost stories. But now, standing before them, there was no doubt left. He hadn't sensed them at all before they revealed themselves, and even now, their presence remained perfectly concealed. Their auras were completely suppressed, unreadable in every way. Each one of them was a monster. Quietly, he acknowledged that this level of support was overwhelming. His father hadn't just sent reinforcements, he had sent something far more dangerous. Time passed as they gathered inside a ruined house that had been repurposed as their base. Lucian sat calmly while the black lions stood around him, their attention fixed on his every word. Hugo remained nearby, still processing what he had just witnessed. Lucian began outlining the mission with quiet clarity. House Logan had taken the bait and was already on its way. The trap had worked perfectly. Now, the objective was simple: capture the leader alive. Everyone else could be eliminated. His tone remained calm, but the meaning behind his words was absolute. There was no room for mercy. The enemy had crossed the line first, and whatever followed was the consequence of their own actions. After laying out the plan, Lucian entrusted the rest of the operation to the captain, granting him full authority to act as needed. The captain watched him closely as he listened. At first, he had assumed this mission was simply meant to hand an easy achievement to the young master, but now it was clear that he had been wrong. Lucian wasn't relying on luck or protection, he was calculating everything, observing their strength, and preparing for every possible outcome. There was no hesitation, no uncertainty. This wasn't inexperience, it was control. A faint smile formed on the captain's face as he realized what this meant. Something new was beginning to take shape. A new force was rising. Without hesitation, he accepted the command. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the final phase began. A carriage rolled slowly into the dead city of Vestra, its wheels breaking the silence that had long settled over the streets. The door opened, and a young noble stepped out, immediately covering his nose in disgust. The air itself seemed to irritate him, and his expression twisted with clear annoyance. A maid quickly stepped forward, handing him a handkerchief, which he pressed tightly against his face. The journey had clearly been unpleasant, and the city before him only made it worse. To him, this place was beneath notice, rotten, forgotten, unworthy of his presence. If not for his father's orders, he would have never set foot here. Still, his purpose remained clear. He intended to finish this quickly and leave without delay, completely unaware of what awaited him. Hidden in the shadows, unseen eyes had already locked onto him. Every movement was being watched, every step measured. The trap had been set long before his arrival, and now he had walked straight into it. The fourth son of House Logan, Pap Logan, had arrived, and with his arrival, the hunt had finally begun. Lucian stepped forward with quick, measured strides, his posture bending into respectful bow as he spoke with exaggerated humility. "Oh, my lord, please forgive me. I committed a grave discourtesy, failing to recognize such a noble presence upon arrival." His tone carried just the right amount of urgency and fear, carefully crafted to match the image he wished to present. Before he could come any closer, one of the knights moved sharply, raising his sword and pointing it straight at Lucian's chest. His voice was cold and unwavering. "Take another step and I'll cut you down. State your identity now." Lucian immediately flinched, his entire demeanor shrinking as if crushed under the threat. His voice trembled, his words stumbling over each other. Please forgive me, Sir Knight. I was only sent here under Boss Hyogo's orders. I'm just a guide, nothing more than a lowly wretch. I wouldn't dare cause trouble." A moment of silence followed before the young master, Philip Logren, spoke with clear disgust. "Put your sword away. It's beneath you to even speak with something like this." The knight hesitated only briefly before obeying. Lucian lowered his head even further, as if overwhelmed with relief. "Thank you for your mercy, my lord," he said softly. Without wasting another second, he turned and began leading the group forward, exactly as he had planned from the very beginning. But beneath that fearful exterior, his thoughts were sharp, precise, and entirely different. So, a bigger catch than expected. The arrogance in his voice, the complete lack of caution despite entering hostile ground. There's no doubt, he must be one of the Marquis's sons. Someone like that wouldn't even consider the possibility of danger here. As he walked ahead, Lucian observed everything with quiet attention. There are fewer guards than expected. Around a dozen. Not ordinary men, either apprentice knights at the very least. Trained, but not enough to be a real threat if things unfold properly. His eyes subtly shifted, taking in every detail without ever turning his head too much. That man beside the brat, he's the only one worth worrying about. His presence is different. And maids. He actually brought maids into this situation? How careless can someone be? Why have you stopped? Philip's irritated voice cut through his thoughts. Lucian immediately resumed walking, slightly bowing as he replied nervously, "Forgive me, my lord. It's my first time being so close to someone of your stature. I must have gotten nervous without realizing." Philip clicked his tongue in annoyance. Pathetic. Lucian kept his head low, but for a brief moment, he glanced back. His eyes flickered toward one of the maids, and something about her made his thoughts falter. That face. Why does it feel familiar? No, it can't be. Just a resemblance. Nothing more. He quickly dismissed the thought and continued forward, pushing the unease aside. Soon, they reached the main location. As they stepped inside, Philip's expression immediately twisted in disgust. This place is even worse on the inside. The smell alone is unbearable. That commoner Hugo. Did he misuse the funds from my house? The exterior was clearly just for show. A calm voice responded without hesitation. "It's what's inside that matters, isn't it?" Philip's gaze snapped toward the speaker. "And you are The man stepped forward slightly and gave a polite bow. Hugo, the one in charge here. My greetings. The item required delicate handling, so there was a slight delay in our preparations. Philip studied him carefully, suspicion evident in his eyes. Since you've shown yourself, I assume you haven't done anything foolish. Hugo let out a quiet chuckle, completely unfazed. Would I really throw away the Logren family's leash for something as trivial as profit? After all the reports I've sent, the fact that you came personally, it shows just how curious you were. His smile deepened slightly, carrying an edge that didn't quite match his words. Curious about the item, the one that could rot Rockelheim from its very core. A brief silence filled the room, heavy and tense, before Hugo gestured forward. Please, allow me to show it to you. Watching from the side, Lucian's thoughts carried a faint trace of approval. Hugo, I made the right choice trusting him with this. To lie so smoothly, without even the slightest hesitation. Impressive. Meanwhile, Philip's patience was wearing thin. His expression hardened as irritation turned into anger. What an insolent dog. If this turns out to be a disappointment, you will regret it. He then turned sharply, his gaze falling on Lucian. You. Go and bring it. Lucian immediately bowed. Yes, my lord. Without delay, he stepped toward Hugo. Boss, please bring out the item we prepared. Hugo handed it over without a word. For a brief second, their eyes met, silent understanding passing between them. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. Lucian turned back, holding the object firmly in both hands. His posture remained humble, his expression obedient. I have it right here. And then, in one smooth, precise motion, everything was set into motion. Lucian's sentence barely begins to settle in the air before something about him changes. It is subtle, almost impossible to pinpoint, yet unmistakable. The humility in his posture remains. His tone still carries that same submissive edge, but beneath it, there is an arrogance, a quiet confidence that does not belong to a frightened guide. The shift is enough to unsettle everyone present. The knights stiffen instinctively, their grips tightening around their weapons, while even Philip feels a strange, creeping dread coil in his chest. And before anyone can fully grasp what's happening, Lucian moves. I'll make sure it's delivered. In the very next instant, he hurls the object straight toward them. Everything erupts at once. You bastard! What do you think you're doing? Philip's voice breaks into a furious shout, laced with panic. Have you lost your mind? Do you even know what that is? But the moment has already passed the point of no return. Midway through the air, something strikes the object with perfect precision, so fast and clean it's almost invisible. The item shatters instantly, and from within it, an overwhelming burst of light explodes outward. It floods the entire space in a single, violent surge, swallowing everything in its reach. The guards react purely on instinct, throwing themselves forward, forming a barrier around Philip. Young master, stay behind us. The light only grows stronger, brighter, until it becomes unbearable. It pierces through closed eyes, devours shapes and shadows, erases all sense of direction. Within seconds, vision becomes completely useless. I can't see what's happening. Voices rise in confusion, overlapping in panic, but none of them can make sense of what's unfolding. Amid the chaos, Philip drops lower, trying desperately to orient himself, his voice trembling with rage and disbelief. You useless fools. I'll have every one of you punished when we return. Why is no one answering me? But there is no response, only the suffocating brilliance of the light and the growing realization that something has gone terribly wrong. Then, through the chaos, a voice cuts in. Young master. Yes, I'm here. Philip shouts back immediately, desperation taking over. Hurry and protect me. He forces his eyes open despite the pain, his vision still overwhelmed by the fading glare. Shapes begin to form slowly, blurry and distorted, like shadows struggling to take shape. In front of him, he can barely make out a figure, indistinct, almost ghost-like. The voice is clearer than the image, urgent and strained, shouting something, telling him to run, to get away. At the same time, another voice breaks through, filled with shock and fury. He betrayed us. Before Philip can even process those words, a man collapses right in front of him. The sudden thud sends a jolt of terror through his entire body. His breath catches, his thoughts spiral, but there is no time to react. Around him, one after another, his guards begin to fall. In the blinding aftermath of the light, movement becomes impossible to track. But death moves, swiftly and without hesitation. Hidden within the chaos, the members of the Black Lion group strike with ruthless precision, cutting down the disoriented knights before they can even defend themselves. Philip's mind races, fragments of understanding forcing their way through the panic. A flash magic stone. It releases blinding light upon impact. Rare, expensive, difficult to handle, but perfect for stealing sight in an instant. Even so, to wipe out all of the Marquis's guards in that brief window, his thoughts are abruptly cut off. A man steps forward from the chaos, his presence calm and controlled, untouched by the panic surrounding him. His voice is steady, carrying quiet authority. All threats have been neutralized. I will escort the women and the one in charge to Kelheim. Not far from him, Lucian stands in silence. His expression is unreadable, his gaze distant as his thoughts turn inward. His father's words echo in his mind, clear and heavy. the weight of the seat you occupy. Bear it yourself. He exhales slowly, as if releasing something long held inside. I think I finally understand. On the other side, Philip has completely lost whatever composure he had left. He stumbles backward, his legs giving out as he collapses to his knees. His voice shakes uncontrollably as fear takes over. Don't come any closer. I said stay back. His pride clings desperately to what remains of his authority. Do you even know who I am? I am the fourth son of Logren, a noble. A knight steps forward, his expression cold and unmoved. Your fate will be decided by His Highness, Grand Duke Valdic. Submit quietly. Philip freezes. The name hits him like a blow. What? His voice falters as realization begins to dawn. House. Valdic. His eyes dart wildly before locking onto Lucian. His voice drops into a trembling whisper. Then, don't tell me. The one disguised as a commoner is a son of House Valdic? Panic surges through him all at once. If that's true, then capture is not an option. He spins around desperately, shouting at the top of his lungs. What are you all doing? Guards outside. Get in here and protect me. Are they all dead too? Lucian steps forward calmly, his voice steady, almost indifferent. It's over. There are no more threats. He stops, mid-sentence. His eyes widen, his gaze snapping sharply toward one of the maids. At the same moment, Philip, clinging to the last fragments of control, shouts in desperation. I grant you permission to take up the sword. You should be able to handle this. The maid moves. At first, it is just a simple step, but something about it feels wrong to compose, to deliberate. Lucian watches, unable to look away as she walks toward the fallen weapon. Lucian's thoughts spiral as realization crashes into him. The face, the resemblance he noticed earlier, the faint sense of familiarity he tried to dismiss. Even the way her presence changed the moment she touched the blade. His voice drops into a whisper, barely audible, filled with disbelief. This can't be. His eyes remain fixed on her as the truth settles in. Undeniable and overwhelming. Sword Demon. Felix. Is it really you? After that, Philip Logren runs away from the Black Lion and rushes toward Felix, reaching him. He desperately pleads, get me out of here. If you do, I'll do whatever you want. I'll make sure you're nitrogen monoxide longer. Insulted for the lowly blood of your mother. As he says this, he practically collapses in front of Felix, begging and trembling. Then continues in a panicked voice. Say something. Isn't protecting me the reason you exist? Felix the Sword Demon coldly responds. Shut your mouth if you want to live. As he steadies himself and prepares for battle, he adds with clear irritation. I'm sick and tired of your stupidity, young master. Watching this, the white-haired knight speaks with a mix of disdain and respect. Unbelievable. To think you'd hide behind a woman without an ounce of dignity. Still, I commend your will to fight. However, don't throw your life away. Out of foolish bravado, this is a mercy I offer to a child and a woman. Then, turning his gaze forward, he focuses entirely on Felix. At that moment, an overwhelming and terrifying energy begins to surge from Felix's body. Sensing this, the knight mutters, so, that is your choice, very well. In an instant, the white-haired knight dashes forward at incredible speed, closing the distance between them almost immediately. Their swords collide with a sharp, ringing clash. The knight's blade comes dangerously close to Felix's eyes. Yet Felix shows no fear. With precise footwork and flawless control, he deflects the attack, smoothly redirecting the force away. A faint smile appears on Felix's face as he pushes the knight's strike aside, completely composed, as if he had already anticipated everything. At that very moment, Felix launches a sudden counterattack toward the white-haired knight. Caught off guard, even the knight is visibly surprised. In the next instant, blood flickers through the air as the clash intensifies, and the sword demon descends from above, with a powerful strike, yet remains completely unharmed. Watching this unfold, Lucian is left stunned, his thoughts racing as he analyzes every movement, reaction speed bordering on precognition. Unconventional and unrestricted movements. It's unmistakable. As he continues observing, his eyes fall upon Felix's sword stand in that instant. Something deep within his memory is triggered. Fragments of the past resurface, and realization dawns on him. It's the sword demon. Felix, even back then, he remembers. Felix possessed a grace and demeanor that never suited the harsh and brutal mercenary world. Brief flashes of those earlier days pass through his mind, reinforcing the thought Felix had always stood out, with a slender frame and delicate features that made him impossible to overlook. The scene shifts back to the present. The young master, panicked and desperate, is seen pushing forward again, trying to stay behind Felix for protection. Meanwhile, Lucian pieces everything together in his mind. Now I understand. The illegitimate child, Felicia, left her family and lived disguised as a man named Felix. The focus then returns to the white-haired knight, who steadies himself after the exchange. With a serious expression, he admits, if my defense had been even a moment slower, my head would have been rolling on the ground. I still have a long way to go. To underestimate her without noticing her hidden fangs. His tone shifts, pride giving way to resolve, as he declares with rising intensity, I'll swallow my pride and treat you as a true enemy. At that moment, the white-haired knight begins releasing an overwhelming, terrifying surge of energy, his presence growing heavier with each passing second. On the other side, Felix continues to face him head-on, but his body trembles under the pressure. Deep within, he acknowledges the harsh reality. A master several levels above me, someone I cannot handle as I am now. I can't even rely on a fluke anymore. And there's another swordsman of the same caliber upstairs. His gaze instinctively shifts upward, toward the leader, and the weight of the situation becomes even clearer. Not to mention, someone who surpasses even them. There's no chance of surviving this. For a brief moment, everything feels absolute and inescapable. And yet, instead of fear, a calm resolve settles within him. If this is the final strike allowed to me, then I won't leave any regrets. With that thought, Felix steadies himself and prepares for his final attack. Watching from above, the leader's voice cuts through the tension, filled with admiration. Amazing. She's not wavering even in this situation. Beside him agrees without hesitation, adding, furthermore, she's taking Nixon's killing intent head-on. Even they begin to ready themselves, aware that what is about to unfold will decide everything. Below, both fighters move at blinding speed, charging toward each other with unstoppable force. Their movements become so fast that it is nearly impossible for anyone to follow. In the next instant, their swords collide, releasing a violent surge of energy that ripples through the surroundings. Every eye in the area locks onto them, unable to look away as the clash intensifies. When their blades meet fully, the sheer force causes the energy to spike even further, shaking the very air around them. And just as the battle reaches its most critical point, Lucian suddenly shouts at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing across the battlefield, "Stop. Both of you, stop." Hearing Lucian's voice echo across the battlefield, both Felix and the white-haired knight freeze for a brief moment. The intensity of their clash fades as they instinctively pull back, creating distance between them. As Lucian steps forward, now clearly revealing himself as the young master, both fighters retreat slightly, acknowledging his presence. His expression is firm, filled with authority, restrained anger as he declares, "That's enough. I won't tolerate any more bloodshed." The white-haired knight, still brimming with frustration, immediately protests, his voice sharp as he addresses him. "Third young master, you gave us full discretion. If left alive, she'd grow into a major threat to Voldic." His concern is evident, but so is his unwillingness to accept the sudden halt. Lucian's gaze hardens as he responds without hesitation, his tone commanding, "Black Lion, have you forgotten who granted you that authority?" His words carry undeniable weight. "I am fully aware of your concerns. However, if we continue, this will surely end in someone's death." Stepping forward, he formally declares his identity, his presence dominating the scene. "I am the third young master of House Voldic, Lucian Voldic. As the one in charge of this mission, I have a proposal for you." Felicia. His eyes lock onto Felix now. Felicia now fully acknowledging her true identity. "Let's settle this matter with a duel between us. If I lose, I will allow you to leave this place safely. However, if you lose, you must lay down your sword and surrender peacefully." Lucian stood perfectly still, his presence calm and unwavering, as though the heavy tension suffocating the air had nothing to do with him. Across from him, Felicia hesitated, visibly caught off guard by his sudden declaration, her brows knit together, confusion flickering in her eyes as she tried to understand what he truly meant. "A duel? With you? Young master, what exactly are you saying?" she asked, her voice cautious but steady, searching for clarity in his intentions. Before Lucian could respond, a harsh voice cut through the moment like a whip. From behind, the young master shouted with clear irritation, his arrogance spilling into every word. He barked at Felicia to stop hesitating and accept the duel immediately, insisting that her only duty was to ensure his safety. He mocked those who had failed to protect him, calling them useless, and then pushed further, telling her to prove she was different, better than the rest, better than her own mother. The instant those words were spoken, the atmosphere shifted sharply. The quiet tension snapped. Lucian's calm expression vanished, replaced by something far colder and far more dangerous. His eyes darkened as he turned slightly, and when he spoke, his voice was low but it carried a terrifying weight. "Shut your mouth." The words landed like a blade. He didn't raise his voice, yet the fury behind it was unmistakable. He warned him not to speak so lightly of those who had died protecting him, nor to insult Felicia any further. And then, with chilling finality, he added that if another word came out of his mouth, he would cut out his tongue himself. As he spoke, a crushing, killing intent poured from him, invisible yet undeniable. It pressed down on everyone present, making the air feel heavy, suffocating, as if even breathing required effort. This was no longer simple anger, it was a clear and absolute warning, one that no one could ignore. Then, just as suddenly, Lucian stepped forward and raised his voice not in rage, but with firm resolve, so that all present could hear him. He declared that whatever consequences followed would be his responsibility alone, even in defeat, and that his promise was not to be taken lightly. His words echoed through the silence, reaching the ears of the knight captains and Hugo, who now watched with sharpened focus. With quiet pride, he introduced himself, full Lucian Valdic, the third son of House Valdic, and formally challenged Felicia to a duel. After that, he took another step forward, his gaze steady as it settled on her. His voice softened slightly, but the authority within it remained unshaken. He told her to draw her sword not for anyone else, but for herself. The weight of his words settled over the battlefield, and a deep silence followed. No one spoke. No one moved. It was as if the world itself had paused, waiting for the next moment to unfold. Amid that stillness, a white-haired man stepped closer to his master, his expression tense with concern. Lowering his voice, he questioned Raymond, asking if they truly intended to stand by and watch. He admitted that when he had crossed swords with Felicia earlier, he had not been fighting seriously. His goal had only been to subdue her, but even then, she had not only blocked his strike, she had managed to wound him. He went on to explain that while her swordsmanship clearly lacked formal training, her raw talent and sharp perception more than made up for it. In his eyes, her natural ability rendered such shortcomings meaningless. He paused, glancing between Lucian and Felicia, his concern deepening. Given the third young master's current level, he believed there was no chance of victory. Lucian's courage and decisiveness were admirable. Yes, but combat was a different matter entirely. Something needed to be decided. Raymond remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the scene ahead. When he finally spoke, his tone was calm, composed, and unexpectedly firm. He agreed with the assessment but still chose to watch. Just this once, he said. They would observe how things unfolded. The white-haired man frowned, clearly unable to understand. What did that even mean? Raymond's eyes shifted slightly, thoughtful yet certain. He explained that when Lucian had borrowed his sword earlier, he had already spoken of the very same things the white-haired man had realized. During his brief clash with Felicia, her extraordinary talent, her sharp instincts, which meant that Lucian was not acting blindly. He understood exactly what kind of opponent stood before him. And so, Raymond concluded, they would wait. They would watch. They would see what kind of outcome the third young master was trying to create, and what role Felicia would play in it. As those words lingered, Felicia quietly repeated his name in her mind, Lucian Valdic. To her, he felt completely different from any noble she had ever encountered. He had disguised himself as a mere servant just to observe Lohgren's forces, and now he was stepping forward to fight a duel that, by all logic, seemed unnecessary. Nothing about him made sense. The more she tried to understand, the more elusive his intentions became. Still, one conclusion remained firm in her mind no matter how strange he was. He was not someone who could defeat her. Even so, she straightened her posture and spoke with quiet respect. She thanked him for granting someone like her such an opportunity, and promised that if she were to subdue him, she would accept her shame and leave without a trace, as though she had never existed. Lucian did not hesitate. His reply came instantly, his tone cold but steady. If instead, he were the one to subdue her, then she would come with him to Helheim. His gaze did not waver as he spoke, as if everything had already been decided. It seemed, he added, that she had already made her resolve. And with that, the silence deepened once more, this time carrying the unmistakable weight of an imminent clash. The air between them grew sharp as both of them stood face to face, their gazes locked, their bodies perfectly still yet ready to explode into motion at any moment. This was no longer just a conversation. It was a clash waiting to happen. Inside her mind, Felicia made her final decision. I don't want to leave any unnecessary wounds on him. I will neutralize him in a single strike. Her eyes sharpened, a cold glint flashing through them as her focus reached its peak. In the very next instant, she moved. Her figure blurred as she lunged forward with incredible speed, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. Her blade cut through the air as she launched a precise and decisive attack toward Lucian. But just as swiftly, Lucian reacted. With perfect timing, he raised his sword and blocked her strike head-on. A flicker of surprise crossed Felicia's eyes. He blocked my attack. The thought echoed in her mind, but she didn't hesitate. The moment Lucian attempted to counterattack, she immediately leapt backward, creating distance between them in a single fluid motion. Her landing was light, controlled, and ready, her eyes never leaving him for even a second. The duel had only just begun, yet the intensity between them had already reached a level that left no room for underestimation. As the clash continued, a thought echoed through Felicia's mind, sharp and unsettling. Neither his breathing nor his reaction speed could keep up with my movements at all. So, how could he block my sword? The question lingered, refusing to leave her as doubt slowly crept in. But before she could find an answer, her eyes widened slightly. In the very next moment, Lucian was already in front of her, closing the distance with terrifying precision. His sword came down toward her without hesitation. Caught off guard, Felicia barely managed to raise her blade in time, struggling to block the incoming strike. The impact sent a jolt through her arms, forcing her to tighten her grip as she steadied herself. From that point onward, the duel escalated rapidly. Their swords collided again and again in a relentless exchange of strikes, each clash ringing sharply through the air. Sparks seemed ready to fly with every impact. However, despite her skill, Felicia found herself being pushed back step by step. Each movement of Lucian's blade carried pressure, forcing her into a defensive position she hadn't expected to be in. Amid the storm of clashing steel, Lucian's voice cut through with calm clarity, as if he had complete control over the situation. This situation where you're currently being pushed back. You are exhausted from overusing your mana. during your clash with the Black Lions. And even if you are conserving your strength just in case, the gap between you and me right now is just as stark. Before she could fully process his words, Lucian launched a powerful, lethal strike. The force behind it was overwhelming, far beyond what she had anticipated. Felicia gritted her teeth, struggling to hold her ground as she blocked the attack, her body straining under the pressure. Then, as if that wasn't enough, Lucian spoke again, his tone steady, almost chilling in its certainty. But I know you better than you know yourself, your habits, your weaknesses, and even the flow of your sword's path. His words carried a weight that went beyond mere confidence. It was as if he wasn't just fighting her, he was reading her, predicting her, controlling the very rhythm of the battle itself. In the past, though my encounter with you was brief, as those words echoed, the scenes seemed to overlap with fragments of the past. Back then, the two of them stood face to face just like now, their blades meeting without hesitation. We clashed swords fiercely, and made what the other had into our own. It wasn't just a fight, it was a silent exchange of skill, instinct, and understanding. In that fleeting moment, they had learned from each other, absorbing movements, reading intentions, and refining themselves through the clash. Felicia, my body remembers you, and you alone. The memory faded, and reality came rushing back. In the present moment, the outcome had already been decided. Felicia's sword had shattered. The broken blade reflected the stunned expressions of everyone watching. Silence spread across the battlefield, heavy and absolute. The knight captains, Hugo, and even the young master stood frozen, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Lucian stood firmly before her, his posture unwavering as he pointed his sword directly toward Felicia. As that image settled in, fragments of the past surfaced once again. Back then, Felicia had looked at him with quiet sincerity and said, "Of course, the time I spent with you could only be called sparring for a fleeting moment. Even so, you generously taught me the way of the sword, even knowing that we might become enemies one day. Thanks to that, I was able to survive." Those words now echoed in her mind, clashing against the reality before her eyes. Felicia stood there, completely stunned. She had never imagined that she would lose, especially not like this. Not to him. The very person she once sparred with, the one she had learned from, had now surpassed her in a way she couldn't comprehend. Meanwhile, a quiet thought surfaced in Lucian's mind, calm and resolute. With this, I will repay a fraction of the debt I owe you. From back then, there was no arrogance in his expression, no mockery, only a sense of closure, as if this duel had been something long overdue. After that, we are shown a scene at the Duke's castle during the night. The atmosphere is calm yet heavy, as if something important is being quietly decided. The Duke stands alone in a grand chamber, his posture straight and his gaze distant, as though he is deep in thought. After a brief silence, he finally speaks, his voice measured and authoritative. "So, how was it? That boy, Lucian, does he have what it takes to uphold House Valdic in the distant future?" At that moment, a man steps forward from the shadows. It is none other than the captain of the Black Lion, showing proper respect. He lowers his head slightly before responding in a calm but firm tone. He possessed an unwavering core. Hearing this, the Duke turns his gaze toward him, a faint hint of surprise crossing his expression. "I thought it would be a relief if he simply managed not to get swept up by your pace. But, to think I'd hear such an unexpected answer." The Black Lion captain hesitates for a brief moment before speaking again. "Your Highness, could my assumption be correct?" In response, the Duke slowly steps forward, his presence growing heavier with each step. "The reason I deployed all of you for this mission is because the matter was just that grave. It is premature to make judgments regarding the succession." Realizing his overstep, the captain immediately bows his head deeper. "I misspoke." The Duke dismisses it with a calm expression. "It is fine, assuming there's no exaggeration in your report. It must have been quite an impressive sight." As the conversation ends, the scene lingers on the Duke, who now holds a paper in his hand. His eyes carefully scan its contents, his expression unreadable, as if the weight of the future rests within those written words. After that, the Duke immediately walks up to the Black Lion's captain, placing a firm yet almost familiar hand on his shoulder. He speaks in a quieter tone, "If only for your sake." Hearing this, the captain lets out a faint breath before replying, "I suppose I can humor the boy for a bit." The Duke's expression softens slightly as another thought crosses his mind. "Come to think of it, it has been quite a while since you and I last shared a drink together. I recently acquired some fine liquor. Would you care to join me? It's the vintage you always enjoyed, so it should suit your taste." At those words, the Black Lion captain gives a small, knowing smile and responds, "Your Highness, you will soon regret those words, because a single night will not be long enough to hear the full tale of this mission." The scene then shifts to the following morning. Lucian's entire team has already departed, beginning their journey back after successfully completing their mission. The tone becomes more reflective as the narration continues. "Right after her bout with me concluded, Felicia collapsed from exhaustion due to the aftermath of her excessive mana circulation. To aid in her recovery, I sent Felicia and her maids ahead to a nearby city. At the same time, on another side, Philip Logren is lost in his own thoughts, his mind filled with dread. No, I'm definitely going to be kicked out of the family." The narration continues, growing heavier in tone. "To that man who displayed the deep-rooted arrogance of a noble until the very end forced him to dig his vassal's grave with his own hands. After that, we are shown a grim sight. Rows of graves stretch across the land, each one marked for the soldiers and knights who had lost their lives. The air feels heavy with silence and loss, the weight of death lingering over the scene. It was all done with a single purpose in mind, hoping that he would finally come to understand the true weight of an extinguished life. Lucian calmly rode forward on his horse, leading the group ahead as they continued their journey. The morning air was quiet, but that silence didn't last long. Suddenly, from behind, a loud and furious voice shattered the calm. It was Philip Logren, shouting at the top of his lungs, his anger completely unrestrained. "Hugo, you bastard. I will never let you get away with this. Did you really think you could dare betray us and survive? Young Master Lucian, I demand to be treated as a formal prisoner of war. How can you treat a son of House Logren with such disrespect?" His voice was sharp and grating, filled with arrogance and outrage, to the point that it began to irritate everyone present. Yet even then, he didn't stop. "Are you truly intent on making an enemy out of us?" Hearing all this, Lucian slowly turned his head back, his expression calm but cold. In his mind, a single thought passed through clearly. He hasn't grasped the weight of last night at all. After a brief pause, Lucian finally spoke, his voice low yet carrying an unmistakable warning. "I will give you a single piece of advice. If you wish to keep breathing for even a second longer, you best be careful about what comes out of your mouth." There was no anger in his tone, only quiet authority and danger. Then, with unwavering composure, he continued, making the situation painfully clear. "This is a place where even your high and mighty father wouldn't dare set foot, because this is Kelheim, the heart of House Valdek." After that, the scene shifts forward, and what unfolds is nothing short of breathtaking. Ahead lies a vast and magnificent city, filled with life and grandeur. The view is stunning: rows of elegant buildings, wide streets, and a lively atmosphere that reflects the strength and pride of House Valdek. At the entrance stands a massive gate, towering and imposing, which slowly begins to open with a deep, echoing sound. Lucian is the first to move forward, riding his horse with calm confidence as he passes through the gates. Behind him, Hugo and the knights follow, escorting the captured prisoners along with them. As they enter, the silence of the city is instantly broken by the loud cheers of the people. The crowd gathers on both sides, their voices rising in excitement and admiration. It's Lord Lucian. The third young master has returned. He eradicated the evil deeds of House Logren and captured the ringleader alive. The energy of the crowd surges as people push forward, trying to catch a glimpse of him. "Lord Lucian, please look over here," they shout eagerly. Others raise their voices even louder, filled with pride and excitement. "The lion has returned, the lion of House Valdek." Hugo, witnessing all of this, looks around in complete surprise. Unable to hide his confusion, he turns to Lucian and asks, "Young master, what in the world is going on here?" Lucian, remaining composed even amidst the overwhelming cheers, replies calmly, "I did send a letter asking for an opportunity to expose House Logren's atrocities, but it seems father decided to give us his full, unabashed support. Stand proud and embrace this welcome, since it is the first great merit you've achieved." Hearing those words, Hugo feels a surge of happiness deep within him, his chest swelling with pride as he takes in the moment. As the procession continues forward through the city, the perspective shifts once again. High above, from the top of a tower, the Duke watches the scene unfold. He stands beside his butler, observing the celebration below with a thoughtful expression. "I suppose I must be getting old to throw a victory parade just because my son asked for one," the Duke remarks quietly. The butler, standing respectfully at his side, responds without hesitation. Did he not accomplish something magnificent enough to warrant it? I believe this procession is more than well-deserved. Furthermore, young Master Lucian's letter was not merely an attempt to solidify his own position. After that, the butler continues speaking in a composed and insightful tone. "It was a strategic move to display House Valdek's firm resolve to the people of our territory, and to send a strong message to the imperial family, House Logren. And your highness also saw that, which is why you permitted it." Hearing this, the Duke keeps his gaze fixed forward, his expression turning more serious as his thoughts deepen. The disturbing movements directed at the Empire are becoming alarming. Even the sun that once seemed immortal, and even the lion's claws that once appeared unbreakable, are beginning to show inevitable cracks. Just to avoid being swept away by that current, I will need to sharpen my edge even more than before. He speaks these words while looking out into the distance, as if trying to see beyond the present and into the uncertain future ahead. With that, the scene slowly fades. The perspective then shifts to Lucian's room. As soon as he arrives, he lets himself fall onto the bed without hesitation, his body finally relaxing after everything he has gone through. Letting out a quiet breath, he murmurs, "I finally feel alive again. Who knew I'd miss this so much just because I got used to the noble lifestyle?" Still lying there, he closes his eyes briefly and continues thinking. Seeing as the Grand Duke set aside time for a separate report this evening, I suppose I have a bit of free time until then. More importantly, this mission yielded a lot more than I expected. His thoughts begin to organize themselves as he reflects on everything that has happened. Securing Felicia faster than planned. A victory parade that instantly blew away any negative impressions surrounding him. a strong source of motivation for Hyogo's next steps, and even forging a connection with the Black Lions. All the scattered pieces were now slowly coming together, forming a single stepping stone, just enough to let him inch closer to the seat of power that once felt impossibly distant. As that thought crosses his mind, he briefly recalls his past, his old life as a mercenary. A faint, almost amused expression appears on his face as he mutters, "If those guys saw me right now, they'd be absolutely horrified." After a moment, he suddenly sits up from the bed, his eyes regaining their sharp focus. "That's enough organizing my thoughts. Now, should I get ready for my next move?" His mind begins to turn once more, already looking ahead. He wonders what might be happening next, and with a slight, calculating tone, he mutters to himself, "I guess figuring out what I'm going to wring out of the Grand Duke Komi's first." After that, the scene shifts, and we are shown an elegant dining room where the Grand Duke and Lucian are having dinner together. The atmosphere is refined and calm, yet carries a quiet weight of importance. As they sit across from each other, the Grand Duke speaks in a composed and authoritative tone, praising Lucian for his recent mission. He tells him that he was blessed with great luck on his first assignment, and that after carefully cross-referencing the information, they have confirmed that the child Lucian captured alive is indeed the offspring of the Marquis family. This, he says, is the most definitive piece of evidence they could have hoped for. Acknowledging the success, the Grand Duke commends him, saying, "Good work, Lucian." Hearing this, Lucian responds with humility, saying that his father honors him too much, and that all of this was only possible thanks to the Grand Duke, lending him the sharp sword, known as the Black Lion. However, his thoughts soon shift to a more serious concern, and he asks what will happen to Philip Logren. He points out that after witnessing his own child die like this, it's unlikely that the Marquis will simply sit back and do nothing. In response, the Grand Duke remains unfazed, calmly stating that they will have to wait and see. He describes Bernhard Logren as a snake of a man, someone who would not hesitate to weigh his own child against the interest of his family. In his view, as long as there is one child left to inherit the family, the Marquis would not act recklessly. He then dismisses Lucian's concern, telling him not to trouble himself with what comes next, as he has already done more than his fair share. Shifting the topic, the Grand Duke then asks Lucian what he wants as a reward for successfully completing the mission. He points out that Lucian went out of his way to send a letter, implying that he must have had something specific in mind rather than something simple like a celebratory procession. Hearing this, Lucian gives a slight, somewhat hesitant smile and admits that he feels a bit awkward being asked so directly. Still, since the topic has been brought up, he decides to humbly make his request. Before speaking, however, he pauses internally, questioning whether he should really say it out loud. Then, gathering his resolve, he begins to Hugo, who made a great contribution this time. But before he can even finish his sentence, the Grand Duke cuts him off sharply with a single word. Impossible. The sudden interruption catches Lucian completely off guard, and for a moment, he is left stunned. Confused and slightly shaken, he looks at his father and stammers, "Father, I haven't even finished speaking yet." However, the Grand Duke, already having seen through his intention, responds without hesitation, stating that Lucian was about to request a knighthood for Hugo. Was he not? The Grand Duke listens without any change in his expression before responding in a firm, unwavering tone. He acknowledges Hugo's contribution, but makes it clear that it changes nothing. He says that while it is true Hugo was helpful this time, his past ties with the Marquis family cannot simply be ignored. Had Lucian not intervened and captured him, Hugo would have gone all the way with them without hesitation. Lucian immediately pushes back, his voice steady but carrying a hint of urgency. He argues that such a claim is purely hypothetical, emphasizing that what truly matters is the present reality, that Hugo clearly chose to cooperate and played a significant role in achieving their success. But before he can continue any further, the Grand Duke cuts him off sharply. Calling his name, he tells him that's enough. His tone leaves no room for argument as he explains that a knight must build his own honor and accumulate merits so undeniable that no one could ever question them. Then, looking directly at Lucian, he asks a pointed question: does he truly believe Hugo possesses such qualifications? Hearing this, Lucian falls silent. A trace of disappointment crosses his face, though he keeps his composure. Deep down, he had already expected this outcome, but hearing the outright rejection still stings. In his mind, he quietly admits that it really is a no. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke continues, offering alternatives in a measured and practical manner. If Hugo desires wealth, he says, he can reward him with chest full of gold coins. If necessary, he can even arrange a completely new identity for him. However, becoming a knight is out of the question, at least for now. The timing, he insists, is simply not right. Lucian, now clearly resigned, lowers his expectations. Inwardly, he apologizes to Hugo, thinking that they will have to wait for another opportunity in the future. Outwardly, he nods in agreement and admits that his father is right, acknowledging that he may have been a bit hasty in making such a request. Seeing this, the Grand Duke tells him to ask for something else instead, something more reasonable this time. After a brief pause, Lucian speaks again, saying that in that case, he would like to make one very small request. Then, with a slightly unrestrained, almost mischievous smile, he asks, "Please allow Felicia to meet the Sword Saint." The moment those words leave his mouth, even the Grand Duke is visibly taken aback. For the first time, his composure falters as he reacts with genuine surprise, questioning what exactly Lucian just said. Before the tension in the room can fully settle, the scene suddenly shifts. We are taken to a completely different location of prisoner camp. The atmosphere here is starkly different, guarded and tense. Two guards stand watch outside as the focus moves inside, where Felicia is seated. Quietly, as she looks around, she reflects on her situation, realizing that this is no ordinary prison. Instead, it appears to be a special facility meant for nobles. What confuses her even more is the treatment she has been receiving. Despite being nothing more than a maid, she has been placed in such a place, provided with proper meals, and even given medical care. Unable to make sense of it all, Felicia questions what their true intentions could be. Why go to such lengths for someone like her? Yet after a moment of thought, her expression softens slightly. Perhaps, she tells herself, this might actually be for the best. As the scene lingers on Felicia, we slowly watch her eyes begin to close, her expression softening as she drifts into her thoughts. In that quiet moment, she reflects on her past, her voice filled with a mixture of relief and exhaustion as she admits that, at the very least, she was able to escape from that hellish place in the end. Sitting there in silence, she continues thinking to herself, almost as if speaking a final wish out loud. She says it would be nice if she could hold the sword just one last time before she dies, and if she could allow herself to be just a little more greedy, even for a moment. As these thoughts unfold, the scene transitions into a vivid memory of the intense sparring match between her and Lucian. The clash of blades, the sharp movements, and the tension of that moment replay in her mind. Watching it all again within her memories, she quietly admits that she would like the chance to spar with him one more time. But almost immediately, she dismisses the thought herself, calling it completely absurd, as if such a wish could never come true. Just then, a voice suddenly breaks the silence from outside. It states that according to the physician, her mana control is still unstable. The voice continues, now clearly revealed to be Lucian, as he calmly adds that she is also suffering from severe malnutrition and fatigue. His tone is measured but direct as he asks whether her body is feeling any better now, and whether she is well enough to hold a sword again. Hearing this, Felicia is visibly startled. The unexpected question catches her completely off guard, and she immediately responds in confusion, saying that more importantly, what does he mean by holding a sword again? In response, Lucian looks at her with a composed expression and counters with a question of his own. Does she really plan on staying here forever? He even remarks, with a hint of dry irony, that surprisingly, prison life seems to suit her. Then, moving closer, he gestures toward the bed nearby and makes it clear that this was never the reason he went through all that trouble to bring her here. Dropping any pretense, he speaks plainly, addressing her directly. He asks if she truly doesn't want to let her talent with the sword bloom in this place. He firmly states that he has no intention of allowing her to remain just an average sword fighter. Instead, he reveals his plan. He intends to recommend her to become a disciple of the Sword Saint. At the moment those words reach her, Felicia is left completely stunned. Her disbelief is immediate and unmistakable. She questions him sharply, asking if he is mocking her. To her, the idea itself sounds ridiculous, absurd even. She points out that it is already unbelievable enough for someone like her, a mere maid and a woman, to even become a sword fighter, but to go as far as becoming a disciple of the Sword Saint. That, in her eyes, is something far beyond reason. Her frustration finally spills over as she speaks with a firm, almost trembling voice. She declares that her status may be lowly, but she is not a fool who doesn't understand her place. Watching her react like this, Lucian quietly reflects to himself, realizing that he may have pushed things too quickly. He admits inwardly that he was a bit too hasty, and that Felicia's response is only natural. After all, despite carrying the blood of the Marquis, she was born an illegitimate child and a woman at that, which meant she was never even allowed to hold a sword, let alone properly learn how to wield one. Instead of opportunity, she was met with envy, jealousy, and relentless persecution from her own siblings. Those circumstances eventually gave rise to the figure known as the Sword Demon, Felix, the one who abandoned House Logren. Bringing himself back to the present, Lucian addresses her directly in a calmer tone. He tells her that he understands why she cannot trust him, and that she should take all the time she needs to think things through before making any decision. Hearing this, Felicia looks at him, confused, and asks what exactly he means by that. Lucian responds without hesitation, explaining that he is placing the freedom of choice entirely in her hands. He even tells her that she could leave as soon as today if she wishes. However, before ending the conversation, he leaves her with one final thought: never give up on the sword. He tells her that she is at her truest self when she holds a sword in her hand. Those words linger with her. Felicia, now slightly shaken, repeats them quietly to herself, questioning their meaning. She wonders if she is truly at her truest self when holding a sword, especially when even her own blood relatives had taken that very right away from her. Then, raising her voice just a little, she turns back to Lucian, and asks something far more personal. Does she really have the right to do that? Is it truly okay for her to focus solely on the sword, without being bound by anything else? Lucian meets her question with unwavering certainty. He tells her that if that is what her will desires, then he swears it will be so, staking his promise on the name of Lucian Baldic. At that moment, the scene briefly shifts into the past. We see Lucian speaking casually with Felix, asking him what his dream is, while others talk about living comfortably or showing off their success. Lucian remarks that Felix doesn't seem like the type to want such things. He even suggests possibilities, like becoming a knight captain or earning a noble title. But Felix responds differently. He admits that he hasn't thought too deeply about it before. But if there is one thing he truly wishes for, it is simple to devote himself entirely to the sword, without being bound by anything. And for him, that alone would be enough. After that, the scene shifts to the training grounds, where Lucian is moving forward alongside Felicia and Hugo. As they advance, Lucian looks ahead and notices the Grand Duke standing there, accompanied by his butler as if they had been waiting for them. Slightly surprised, Lucian speaks up asking, "What brings you here?" Hearing this, the Grand Duke calmly responds, "I've come for the preparations with the Saint of the Sword. Did you really think I'd miss such an important event?" His presence alone creates a heavy atmosphere. Then, turning his gaze toward the other two, Hugo and Felicia immediately bow respectfully and greet him. "Greetings to His Excellency, the Archduke." The Grand Duke studies Hugo for a moment before speaking again, his tone measured but firm. "So, you're Hugo. I heard you performed quite well in the recent incident. However, your achievements are still overshadowed by the weight of your past mistakes." Accepting this without hesitation, Hugo bows his head even deeper and replies respectfully, "It is undeniable that it was my mistake, Your Excellency." The Grand Duke continues, "But despite knowing this, your master still insisted that you become a knight." Meanwhile, Lucian tries to intervene, as if wanting to stop the conversation from going further. But the Grand Duke does not pause. He even went so far as to give up his own reward to make sure it happened. Hearing this, Hugo is taken aback. Deep inside, he thinks, the young master did that for me. He truly intends to keep his promise. His emotions begin to stir, but he remains composed outwardly. Then, with a decisive tone, the Grand Duke delivers his judgment. "Hugo, this may be disappointing, but I rejected your request, because I believe you are not yet ready to carry that burden." His words are not cruel, but they are absolute. "So focus on accumulating more achievements, so that I myself can one day guarantee your honor." The training ground falls silent after his words, the weight of his decision lingering heavily in the air. "I'll be eagerly waiting for that day." Right after those words, Hugo raises his head and, in a loud and determined voice, declares, "I will definitely meet your expectations." His voice echoes across the training grounds, filled with resolve and unwavering determination. The Grand Duke then shifts his attention to Felicia. "Felicia," he calls. She is still bowing respectfully before him, her posture stiff with tension. Slightly nervous, she responds, "Why, yes, Your Excellency." Without softening his gaze, the Grand Duke continues, his tone sharp and probing. "Since you were born and raised there, you should understand better than anyone what Lucian is risking for you. The fight for succession is not yet over. If you fail to prove your worth, the world will call Lucian a pathetic man, blinded by lust." His words cut deep as he presses further, "Answer me. Do you truly believe you are worth that much?" Felicia is just about to respond, her lips parting as she gathers her courage, but before she can say a word, Lucian steps in. "I will answer in their place, of course, Father." "Is that all?" he says firmly, his voice steady yet filled with conviction. He doesn't hesitate even for a moment. "Her worth is more than enough. Everyone may doubt my choice and call me a fool. Even Felicia herself may still be uncertain. But all of that ends today." His eyes remain fixed ahead as he continues, "Because everyone will finally see it, that she is a diamond in the rough, held back only by her status and her gender." Then, turning slightly toward her, his tone becomes more direct, almost urging, "What are you doing, Felicia? Hurry, say that you're sure." At that moment, a realization strikes him. This isn't just coincidence. The Archduke was truly waiting here for us. Watching all of this unfold, the Grand Duke remains silent for a moment, his thoughts running deeper than his expression reveals, to see with his own eyes the vassal his son had chosen, hoping that his son's first attempt at flying would receive just a little more wind beneath his wings. That was the real reason he had come here. Then, breaking the silence, he speaks firmly to the protagonist. "If you're so certain, then we shall see it with our own eyes. Prepare to face the Saint of the Sword." Lucian's eyes sharpen at those words. Without hesitation, he replies, "Thank you for your permission." At that moment, his resolve is unmistakable, his expression, his very presence, silently conveying the same sentiment. "Thank you very much, Father." The scene shifts, revealing the Sword Saint standing on the training ground, stepping forward with a composed yet overwhelming presence. A faint laugh escapes him. "Ha ha." Not only is the third young master present, but even his Duke. His words trail slightly as the Grand Duke approaches him. The Grand Duke steps forward and greets him with a firm handshake. "In any case, this is an important event for our family. As a gentleman, I simply couldn't contain my curiosity. My lord, do not concern yourself with my son's reputation. Evaluate him rigorously. Lucian also steps forward, addressing his master with unwavering determination. I wish the same. Only in this way will the promise we made truly have meaning. Hearing those words, a memory briefly crosses the sword saint's mind. Lucian once telling him that he would bring a perfect student, worthy of his teachings. After a brief pause, the sword saint nods slightly. If both of you insist, then I will take this very seriously. Felicia stands before him, her body tense, a hint of hesitation in her posture. The sword saint's gaze remains fixed on her, heavy and unrelenting. Moments later, the two are positioned face to face. Inside her mind, Felicia feels the weight of his presence. He truly is the saint of the sword. Just standing before him, I can feel the very air around us changing. Gathering her courage, she speaks respectfully. It's an honor to meet the saint of the sword. My name is Felicia. But before she can finish, the sword saint slowly raises his sword, resting it with calm authority as he interrupts her. His voice is cold, sharp, and absolute. Your name doesn't matter. Let your sword speak for you. There is a brief pause, his gaze piercing straight through her. Your name can wait until later. Wield that wooden sword. At those words, the focus shifts slightly to the side, where Lucian and the Grand Duke stand observing the scene in silence. The air feels tense, as if everything is leading up to this very moment. The test starts now. Lucian thinks to himself. Calmly, he begins analyzing the situation in his mind. If she concentrates her mana into the tip of the wooden sword and drives it deeper, it should work. If Felicia relies only on brute force, it will be difficult. But with proper mana circulation, there shouldn't be any problem. Even so, a faint uncertainty lingers. What will happen? We'll have to see. On the other side, Felicia tightens her grip on the wooden sword. A trace of nervousness still remains within her, but her determination is even stronger. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must be careful. Taking a steady breath, she focuses inward. If I concentrate mana into my hands, just like Philip did, slowly she channels her energy, guiding it the way she had learned. And then, I did it. I got it, without any problems. A flicker of surprise crosses her mind. For a moment, she feels a sense of relief, but that quickly turns into uncertainty. What should I do next? Just as she begins to wonder, the sword saint suddenly speaks. This is enough. There is nothing more to see. Felicia is caught completely off guard. Her eyes widen in confusion. What? What do you mean? I did exactly as you ordered. I drew the sword. Before she can continue, the sword saint steps forward and firmly grabs her hand. His grip is steady, unshakable. The reason is obvious, he says. His voice calm yet absolute, as if the answer should have been clear from the very beginning. The sword saint tightens his grip slightly as he looks at her, his expression turning even more serious. Your circulation shows that you ignored your internal state out of fear of pain, and your mana management completely disregards the condition of your own body. His voice is sharp, every word carrying weight. This is the typical result of arrogance, seen in those who rely only on their talent. He pauses for a moment before continuing, his gaze unwavering. You stand before the black lions in the body of a woman. So yes, you certainly have talent. However, beyond that, flaws in one's character are far more difficult to change. His tone hardens further. Is that explanation enough? Go back and understand the words of the master who taught you. The first thing you need to learn is how to listen. He turns slightly, as if the matter is already settled. I don't have anything more to say. But suddenly, I never had the opportunity to have a teacher. Felicia's voice breaks through, stopping him in his tracks. There is no defiance in her tone, only honesty and a quiet sense of shame. And I'm ashamed to admit it, but I don't understand anything you just said. I don't even know what circulation or mana management means. She lowers her gaze slightly, gripping her sword tighter. I just imitated what I saw. I'm really stupid. So please, show me. For the first time, the sword saint's composure wavers. What did you just say? He asks, turning back toward her. You mean to tell me you did all of that on your own? Just by watching, without any guidance? His brows furrow. That's impossible. Didn't you just use mana circulation to draw that sword? Felicia hesitates, clearly intimidated, but she answers honestly. I only copied what my brother showed while we were sparring. I could feel the weight and speed of his sword changing. The sword saint's eyes narrow slightly, confusion beginning to mix with disbelief. When that blue energy in my brother's body pulsed strongly, she continues, trying her best to explain what she experienced. But to him, her words sound absurd. She's talking nonsense. He thinks, unable to reconcile what he's hearing. And her mana isn't something you can simply see whenever you want at that moment. The sword saint slowly lifts his gaze toward Lucian, his thoughts still unsettled. Even I cannot perceive inner mana without physical contact. So, how can someone manifest what is essentially a sixth sense purely through their own will? His eyes narrow slightly as a question forms in his mind. Third young master. Who exactly is this girl? Lucian looks back at his master, calm yet confident. Didn't I tell you? I would bring someone with extraordinary potential. A true masterpiece of fencing talent. There is no hesitation in his belief, only quiet certainty. With that unspoken exchange lingering between them, the match between the two begins. Felicia moves first. She bursts forward with incredible speed, circling rapidly around the sword saint, her eyes scanning for even the smallest opening. Her movements are sharp and relentless, driven by urgency and determination. In contrast, the sword saint stands completely still at the center, calm and unmoved, as if none of her actions hold any significance to him. Then she spots it, a brief opening. Without wasting a single moment, Felicia lunges forward, aiming to strike through that gap with everything she has. But in the very next instant, her attack is stopped. The sword saint blocks her strike effortlessly without even looking at her. "Your moves are full of openings," he says coldly. "Your blade is dull, and your determination is even weaker." Then he turns his gaze toward her, his eyes sharp and unforgiving. "Was that all your despair was worth?" Felicia grits her teeth, frustration building inside her. No matter how many times she attacks, no matter how precisely she tries to strike, every single blow is intercepted and nullified with ease. It feels as if he can see through all of her movements before she even makes them. Inside her mind, her thoughts echo with helplessness. "I've pushed myself to the limit." Her grip tightens around the sword as doubt begins to creep in. But my blade can't even graze him. Inside her mind, Felicia continues to speak to herself, her thoughts trembling yet unbroken. "And the saint of the sword hasn't even taken a single step. So this is it, the pinnacle of the sword, an abyss so vast that I can't even begin to measure it. The gap between them feels overwhelming, almost suffocating. But even so, I have no intention of giving up just like this." Her eyes suddenly shift downward, locking onto a loose tile beneath her feet. In that instant, a plan forms in her mind. Without hesitation, she uses it as a distraction, kicking it up to create an opening while she moves to strike from behind. Her movements are quick and unconventional, driven by instinct rather than formal training. Watching this unfold, the sword saint speaks, his voice carrying a faint note of interest. A fighting spirit that refuses to die, even after hitting a wall. Unorthodox ideas, free from the weight of experience. There's a brief pause before he adds, almost as if acknowledging her persistence. "But you're not finished yet, Felicia." For a moment, her plan actually works. "Let it all out," he continues. "Every bit of resentment you've held until now." Then, using nothing but a single finger, as if it were a blade, the sword saint slices through the flying tile, cutting it cleanly into two pieces. The motion is effortless, almost unreal. Even so, Felicia doesn't stop. She pushes forward, refusing to retreat, her body moving despite the overwhelming pressure. But just as she advances, her eyes widen in shock. In front of her, an immense surge of power begins to take shape, forming into the figure of a lion, vast and terrifying. The sheer presence of it freezes her for a split second, the air itself seeming to tremble under its weight. Then suddenly, a hand reaches toward her sword. The unexpected movement startles her, a flicker of fear rising within her chest. Yet despite that fear, she forces herself to react, gripping her weapon tightly and striking forward with everything she has left. At the same time, the sword saint stands there, his body radiating overwhelming energy. A faint smile appears on his face as that power continues to surge outward, spreading in all directions like a storm unleashed. And then, just as suddenly as it began, everything falls silent. The energy fades, the air stills, and the entire scene returns to calm, as if nothing had happened. Yet the weight of that moment lingers heavily in the atmosphere. From above, Lucian and the Grand Duke watch everything unfold in silence, their eyes fixed on the clash below. After a moment, the Grand Duke finally speaks, his voice calm yet heavy with meaning. "Lucian, do you know what makes a swordsman truly trustworthy?" He doesn't wait for an answer. It is someone who has engraved into their very soul the price of relentless training. Fundamentals refined through endless, tedious repetition. Experience forged on battlefields where a single mistake means death. It is a cruel path, but that is the very root of a true swordsman. Lucian listens quietly, his expression steady, though his thoughts move beneath the surface. "That's why I've only ever kept people like that by my side." He reflects, understanding every word his father says. But then, the Grand Duke continues, his tone shifting slightly. "However, in this world, there are those who can leap over that mountain of effort. In a single bound." His gaze sharpens as he looks down at the scene below. People who shine like a blazing sun, with talent so overwhelming that it forces the world to acknowledge them, like a rising tide capable of swallowing everything in its path. There is a brief pause. Just like that girl, the scene shifts back to the ground, where Felicia stands locked in, place her sword firmly caught in the sword saint's grasp. Despite everything she had poured into that strike, he holds it effortlessly, as if it carried no weight at all. From above, the Grand Duke's voice echoes down, calm yet resolute. "You made the right decision, Lucian." Lucian's eyes remain fixed on the scene below as he responds, his voice steady with conviction. "If you hadn't trusted her, if you hadn't given her this opportunity, Father, that light would have gone out." There is a quiet certainty in his words. Talent is not rare in this world. It simply remains hidden, because it is never given the chance to shine. Back on the ground, not even a single scratch can be seen on the sword saint's hand despite the clash. Yet his thoughts are far from dismissive now. that unwavering gaze. She was born for the sword, no matter what trials she has faced. His eyes narrow slightly as realization deepens. And more importantly, she can actually see it, beyond the limits of common sense. The path of the sword that stretches toward infinity. Standing calmly, he loosens his hold, and looks at her with a completely different expression than before. Tell me your name once more. His voice is no longer cold, it carries weight, acknowledgement. Today, you have proven your courage with your sword. From this moment on, no one will doubt your name. Say it with pride. Felicia stands frozen for a brief second, overwhelmed by the sudden shift. Then, lowering her voice slightly yet holding on to her resolve, she answers, I'll say it again. Saint of the Sword, my name is Felicia. There is a small pause before she continues, her voice softer. I have no surname from my mother's side, and the House of Marquis Logren, my father's family, refused to grant me theirs. Felicia is the only name I have. The Sword Saint listens quietly, then nods as if everything has finally fallen into place. I see. So that's how it is. He looks at her with a hint of approval. You held your ground very well. Then, with firm clarity, he declares, Felicia Brittner, from today on, that will be your name. Her eyes widen slightly. From this day forward, I will take you as my adopted daughter. I will teach you everything from swordsmanship to noble etiquette. His tone remains steady, but there is no doubt in it. It will be exhausting. Not a single moment will be easy. Are you prepared for that? Without hesitation, Felicia drops to her knees before him. The Sword Saint gently places a hand on her shoulder, his voice lowering, carrying a rare sincerity. Felicia, I am a stubborn old man. I judged your character too quickly, and spoke too lightly. There is a brief pause as he admits his own flaws. There will be days when my pride and my rigid beliefs clash with your free spirit. Then he looks directly at her. When that happens, will you convince me with your sword? A faint smile touches his face as he continues, I too will strive to accept your sincerity through the blade. Our paths until now have been different, but our hearts beat for the sword. He tightens his hand slightly on her shoulder, as if sealing that bond. So from this moment on, let us walk this path together. His voice carries a finality, a new beginning. Felicia Brittner. After that, the scene directly shifts into the dead of night, and we are told that rumors always begin spreading from the places closest to the source. In the middle of a dark and secluded area, a man is seen urgently handing over a letter to another person. His expression is heavy with tension as he says, Deliver this to the elders of the family. The future of House Toledo depends on it, so make sure it reaches them as quickly as possible. Hearing those serious words, the man receiving the letter looks confused and immediately asks, My lord, what do you mean by this? The other man slowly answers, his tone filled with concern. I heard that the Sword Saint has finally taken a disciple. He has always remained neutral in every succession dispute, but the will of his disciple cannot possibly remain the same. If the child backed by the Sword Saint chooses to support one side, then it will only be a matter of time before the entire balance within House Valdic is overturned. He pauses for a moment before continuing in a colder voice. If the ship we boarded, the one named Jordy, can no longer carry House Toledo to greater heights, then it would be wiser to abandon it before it sinks completely. We should instead move toward the one who recently established merits and brought the Sword Saint's disciple onto his ship, Lucian Valdic. As soon as Lucian's name is spoken, the scene immediately shifts once again. This time, we are shown a room inside the Valdic mansion. Sitting calmly within the luxurious chamber is the Grand Duke himself, while his butler stands respectfully nearby, delivering a report. As your grace predicted, the butler says in a composed tone, not only have the elders continued sending letters of concern, but even the maternal relatives of the young masters have begun sending their own letters as well. Continuing his report, the head butler speaks in a worried tone, saying, I have already taken measures on my end, but they are not the type to simply stand still and watch. Wouldn't it be better to take action before these sparks spread any further? Even after hearing those concerns, the Grand Duke remains perfectly calm, standing there with an expression that reveals neither fear nor hesitation. After a brief silence, he finally begins to speak in a deep and steady voice. If they truly intend to make their own children the head of the family, then they are exactly the kind of people who would do absolutely anything without even realizing that their actions are slowly ruining those very children. The atmosphere inside the room grows heavier as the Grand Duke continues. Head butler, summon every child within the domain for a family dinner. If there are complaints, then all we need to do is give them a fair opportunity. Isn't that right? A cold yet imposing aura spreads from him as he declares, a true man must know how to open doors with his own strength, and if he bears the name of Valdic, then he must speak with his own blood. We shall see who truly possesses the lion's fangs. Right after those words, the scene shifts once again into the quiet night within the Grand Duke's mansion. At the same time, we are shown Lucian walking forward alongside a servant through the grand halls of the estate. As he moves ahead calmly, the gazes of countless servants instantly fall upon him. Their expressions are filled with shock and disbelief, as though they still cannot fully accept the sudden changes surrounding him. Then, almost simultaneously, all of the servants lower their heads respectfully and greet him in unison. Greetings to young Master Lucian. Lucian calmly looks toward all of them without showing even the slightest arrogance. In a composed and gentle tone, he replies, "You've all been working hard. Don't mind me, just continue with your duties." As Lucian looked toward all of the servants surrounding him, he quietly began thinking to himself, "It's not only in the annex where I live, but even in the main house where father resides. I never expected the attitudes of the servants to change this much." A faint smile slowly appeared on his face as he finally understood the reason behind it all. This must mean that my standing within the family has risen far more than I imagined. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind. Besides, I believed that becoming a direct disciple myself would already be considered an enormous success. But the treatment I'm receiving right now goes far beyond even that. And now that Felicia has met the Sword Saint, I can't even begin to imagine what kind of monster she'd become in the future. After walking through the halls for a while, Lucian eventually arrived in front of a large door. Stopping there for a moment, he adjusted his tie neatly before thinking to himself once again, "Well then, I suppose it's time for me to begin doing my own job too." Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. The moment the door opened, the atmosphere inside the room instantly became visible. Sitting there were the fourth young master and the second young master, Jordy. The expressions on their faces were dark and unpleasant, making the tension inside the room obvious at a single glance. Looking directly toward Jordy, Lucian calmly thought to himself, "Just look at those expressions." As expected, they all have long faces. Even so, Lucian showed no signs of nervousness. He calmly walked forward toward his seat, maintaining a composed expression the entire time. After sitting down, he looked around at everyone gathered there before speaking with a polite smile. "It's wonderful to see everyone gathered together like this after such a long time. It's truly a shame that brothers find it so difficult to even see each other's faces these days. Isn't that right, brother Jordy?" Jordy immediately responded to Lucian's words with a cold expression on his face. Staring directly at him, he spoke in a sharp and warning tone. "Lucian, you seem quite triumphant because of these recent events. Do you really think that luck will continue following you forever? Nothing has truly changed, so you would do well to watch your behavior." However, instead of becoming intimidated, Lucian suddenly began clapping lightly, as though he were genuinely touched by Jordy's concern. A faint smile appeared on his face as he replied, "As expected, the only person truly looking out for me is you, brother. How did you know I've been feeling a little too excited lately?" His voice sounded polite and harmless on the surface, but every word carried hidden mockery beneath it. "I completely understand you, brother Jordy," Lucian continued calmly. "Even if your words may sound harsh, I know everything you do is ultimately for my sake." The atmosphere inside the room slowly began turning colder as Lucian continued speaking without giving Jordy a chance to interrupt. "After the incident at the training grounds, you decisively cut ties with Sir Hen whatever and displayed the true image of what a noble lord should be. Not only that, but regarding the money embezzled by the former headmaid Jenny, you generously compensated her and even provided her with a rather hefty allowance afterward. How can I possibly fail to understand your kindness, brother?" Then, as if he had only just remembered something important, Lucian suddenly spoke again with an innocent expression. Now that I think about it, is Jenny doing all right these days? After all, I did stop right before she died." The moment those words left Lucian's mouth, Jordy's face twisted with fury. The anger he had been suppressing finally erupted as he slammed out in rage. "Lucian, how dare you?" At the same time, the fourth young master silently watched the entire exchange unfold before his eyes. Seeing Jordy getting completely overwhelmed by Lucian's words, he could only think to himself in irritation, if second brother is just going to get helplessly dragged down like this, then he should simply stay quiet. The fourth young master watched the situation unfold with growing frustration written all over his face. Inside his mind, he angrily thought, he's only unnecessarily boosting Lucian's momentum at this point. I can't just sit here and let this continue. Unable to stay silent any longer, he suddenly rose from his seat and shouted toward Lucian, "Second brother was only telling you to restrain yourself in case your excitement caused you to make a mistake. Did you really have to resort to such sarcastic mockery toward brother Jordy? Admit your mistake to him right now." After saying those words, the fourth young master felt as though he had done something incredibly important. In his mind, he even believed he had successfully stepped in to calm the situation. "I was only trying to lighten the mood." But before he could even finish that thought, Lucian's cold voice suddenly cut through the room like a blade. "This is exactly why you can't afford to be nice to people." The instant those words landed, the fourth young master's entire body stiffened. Cold sweat began running down his face as Lucian slowly turned his furious gaze toward him. "I knew we should have had a much deeper physical conversation that day," Lucian said in a dangerously calm tone. "Just look at you. You still haven't come to your senses." The pressure in the room instantly became overwhelming as Lucian continued speaking. "Hey, can't you read the atmosphere at all? Just because I let things slide since you're the youngest, you think you can do whatever you want? Do you really want me to show you what true terror actually looks like?" Hearing those words, the fourth young master immediately lost all confidence. The fear on his face became obvious as he instinctively shrank back, and nervously muttered, "Be brother." At that exact moment, the door to the room suddenly opened. A heavy voice echoed through the hall before anyone could react. "It seems all of you possess an excess amount of vigor that you cannot properly control." The Grand Duke slowly entered the room with an overwhelming presence surrounding him. The moment he appeared, all three young masters immediately straightened themselves and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, father." The Grand Duke calmly looked over the entire room before speaking once again. "To see all of you raising your voices even during a rare family dinner. Yes, that kind of vigor is certainly necessary." Then, without changing his expression in the slightest, he continued, "Since I was already planning to send all of you to the battlefield anyway." The moment those words were spoken, the expressions of all three young masters instantly froze. Shock completely overtook them because none of them had expected those words to come out of the Grand Duke's mouth at all. A short while later, everyone was seated around the grand dinner table, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The flickering candlelight reflected across the polished silverware and the noble faces gathered there. Yet no one dared to speak first. At the head of the table, the Grand Duke calmly looked over the young masters before finally breaking the silence. "I assume you are all aware of the Empire Liberation Alliance." The moment those words left his mouth, the mood in the room became even more serious. "They are remnants of the former vassal states," the Grand Duke continued in a cold, steady voice. "A group of rebels who have gathered together with the intention of freeing themselves from the Empire's rule across various regions. They have been stirring up local rebellions and creating unrest. They have even gone so far as to assassinate nobles without hesitation. They are like a thorn lodged beneath a fingernail, small at first glance, yet impossible to ignore." Everyone at the table listened in complete silence as the Grand Duke continued explaining the situation. "A few months ago, traces of their activity were discovered in the border region of Bornholm. Because of that, I dispatched the firstborn, Tristan, to crush this rebellious movement before it could spread any further. Since then, there have been numerous clashes, both large and small, but none severe enough to completely destabilize the region." As he spoke, the expressions of the three young masters gradually stiffened. Among them, the second and fourth young masters appeared especially troubled, as if they already sensed that the matter was far worse than it initially sounded. However, the Grand Duke's expression remained completely unchanged. "Recently, though," he said in a deeper tone, "I received a report that can no longer be ignored." The entire table fell silent. Then the Grand Duke revealed the true reason for his concern. "A monster migration. Signs of one have begun to appear in Bornholm." The moment Lucian heard those words, his eyes widened in shock. A chill immediately ran down his spine. "A monster migration," he thought to himself, unable to hide his unease. "This is far more serious than I imagined." The narration then explained the terrifying phenomenon in greater detail. A monster migration was a disaster that occurred when the population of a particular species of monster multiplied abnormally. Once their numbers exceeded the limits of their established territory, the monsters would begin moving in massive groups, leaving their habitats behind in search of food and prey. Entire regions could be swallowed by chaos in the process. The danger of such a migration varied greatly, depending on the scale of the outbreak and the type of monsters involved. In some cases, small villages could disappear overnight. In worse scenarios, entire cities and border territories could be devastated beneath endless waves of monsters. Even experienced knights and soldiers feared these migrations, because once they began, stopping them was never easy. And now, signs of such a catastrophe had begun appearing. The worst monster migration ever documented had been catastrophic enough to erase an entire castle along with 10 surrounding villages from the map. Thousands had died in that disaster, and the lands affected had remained abandoned for years afterward, haunted by fear and the lingering presence of monsters. After allowing those grim words to settle over the table, the Grand Duke spoke once more in a calm but authoritative tone. "However, it is still too early to conclude that this is a full-scale monster migration." Everyone's attention immediately returned to him. "The migration cycle normally occurs once every 50 years, he explained. "The previous outbreak in Bornholm was suppressed only 20 years ago. By all logic, another migration should not happen this soon." Lucian quietly listened to his father's explanation before narrowing his eyes in thought. "Even so," he said carefully, "if there is even a possibility of such a variable appearing, then eldest brother must be carrying an enormous burden right now, especially while dealing with the rebels at the same time." The moment he finished speaking, Lucian seemed to realize the true meaning behind his father's words, and that, he thought to himself, is why father said he intends to send one of us to the battlefield. Hearing his third son reach the correct conclusion, the Grand Duke slowly smiled. "That's correct," he replied. "One of you must go and clear away the dark clouds looming over that land. So tell me, is there anyone willing to help your eldest brother resolve this matter?" The question immediately caused the atmosphere around the table to grow tense. Geordie, the second young master, became visibly uncomfortable the moment volunteering was mentioned. His brows furrowed as countless thoughts raced through his mind. A volunteer? He thought bitterly. It may sound voluntary, but it's not truly a choice. He understood the situation far too well. There's no way any of us could actually take command away from eldest brother when he already controls the battlefield. At best, we'd end up as supporting figures with no real authority. And even if we somehow achieved something meaningful, all the credit would simply be attributed to him in the end. After organizing his thoughts, Geordie finally spoke aloud in front of the Grand Duke. Father, is it truly necessary for one of us to personally step forward? He asked respectfully. None of us possess proper battlefield experience yet. Rather than directly involving ourselves in such a dangerous situation, I believe it would be far more efficient to dispatch our knights to support eldest brother instead. Then, turning his head toward the youngest sibling seated nearby, he added, Don't you think the same, youngest? The fourth young master hesitated for a moment, clearly nervous under the pressure of the discussion. Yes, father, he answered cautiously. If I could genuinely be of help, I would certainly want to step forward, but I also believe second brother's suggestion is the more reasonable approach. However, before the discussion could move any further, Lucian suddenly interrupted them. That will probably be impossible. Lucian calmly continued his explanation. If we deploy additional troops from here now, the lords surrounding Bornholm will be the first to react, he said. And if we are not careful, they may begin to suspect that we are using the rebels' situation as a pretext for some ulterior motive. The moment those words were spoken, the fourth young master immediately frowned in dissatisfaction. He clearly disliked the implication behind Lucian's reasoning. Ulterior motives? He repeated sharply. Are you saying they would think House Valdic is using the rebels as an excuse to invade their territories? His voice carried open disbelief and irritation. How dare they look upon House Valdic and harbor such suspicions? Even if they spread such ridiculous complaints, wouldn't a simple warning from us be enough? We have no reason to walk on eggshells around people like them. Lucian, however, remained calm. Of course, he replied evenly. You are not entirely wrong. However, we must consider every possibility. His gaze sharpened slightly. What if His Majesty the Emperor himself were to harbor those same suspicions, even for a brief moment, and beyond that? What if the Marquis's faction seized this opportunity to manipulate the situation for their own benefit? At those words, the atmosphere around the table instantly became heavier. The Grand Duke slowly nodded in agreement. Lucian is correct, he stated firmly. Even with the strong relationship our house shares with the imperial family, the large-scale movement of troops is bound to make others uneasy. Furthermore, if the noble faction decides to use this situation against us politically, His Majesty would undoubtedly be placed in a difficult position. The Grand Duke then folded his hands together as his sharp eyes swept across his sons. Now then, what do you suggest we do? His deep voice echoed quietly through the dining hall. An official military deployment is impossible under the current circumstances, yet at the same time, we still require forces capable of responding to any unforeseen developments. His expression hardened slightly. We need a solution that can stabilize the region without creating unnecessary anxiety or tension among the surrounding territories. Silence followed. The three young masters fell deep into thought, each trying to come up with an answer worthy of the situation. Tell me your thoughts, the Grand Duke demanded. Meanwhile, Lucian had already reached a conclusion in his mind. Then there is only one answer, he thought calmly. The forces they needed had to meet several conditions. They needed individuals with real combat experience, people willing to move regardless of politics or personal interest as long as the payment and conditions were acceptable. Most importantly, they had to be natives of the region itself, an armed force that could act without provoking unnecessary suspicion or controversy. And there was only one group that fit all those requirements perfectly. We must make use of Bornholm's mercenaries. Lucian's eyes narrowed slightly as he organized his thoughts further. Even if it is only to unite that unruly group together, the blood of House Valdic will still be necessary. I volunteer for that position, father. Lucian's voice rang clearly through the dining hall, and unlike the others, there was not even the slightest hesitation in his expression. In fact, he almost seemed excited by the opportunity standing before him. The Grand Duke silently observed his third son for a moment. 1 week later, the scene shifted to a large ship cutting through the cold waters on its way toward Bornholm. The sea winds roared around the vessel as the waves crashed against its sides, while Lucian stood quietly on deck alongside Hugo during the long journey. Even during the voyage, Lucian remained deep in thought. The only thing capable of making mercenaries move is money, he thought calmly. But even money alone cannot truly bind them. A faint smirk appeared on his face as memories from both this life and his previous one surfaced in his mind. They are the type to change their words whenever necessary and throw away yesterday's contract as if it were today's joke. That is the breed known as mercenaries. Lucian understood them better than most people ever could. After all, I used to be a mercenary myself. Even so, he could not help but feel amazed by the mindset such people possessed. For mercenaries, surviving comes before everything else, abandoning even their own employer the moment a situation turns hopeless is considered the mark of a proper mercenary. His gaze drifted toward the distant sea. Of course, dealing with difficult personalities is nothing new. Managing a mercenary group itself is not the real problem here. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. There is only one reason father sent me all the way here. The image of a certain man immediately surfaced in his mind. The first young master, Tristan Valdic. The moment he thought of his eldest brother, Lucian's expression twisted with annoyance. That bastard has absolutely no flexibility whatsoever. Painful memories from his previous life resurfaced one after another, starting from the guards' uniforms to the exact timing of breaks. Tristan was the kind of person who enforced every single rule with absolute strictness. The slightest violation was enough for immediate disciplinary punishment. Dealing with him back then was exhausting beyond belief. Lucian let out a quiet sigh, and considering Tristan's personality, there is no way he would willingly negotiate with mercenaries who are trying to exploit the Empire's crisis for profit. But at the same time, Lucian also understood the mercenaries themselves all too well. And yet, there is no chance the mercenary groups would overlook an opportunity like this after noticing the flow of the situation, a dangerous situation, political instability, the threat of monsters, and desperate nobles willing to pay fortunes for mercenaries. It was the perfect battlefield to profit from. In the end, Lucian thought with growing amusement, this entire situation is nothing more than a banquet prepared specifically for me. A strange grin slowly spread across his face. It has been quite a while since I last had the chance to properly show off my skills. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Just wait for me, you mercenary bastards. Standing nearby, Hugo quietly stared at his master with a deeply confused expression. What in the world happened to him all of a sudden? He wondered silently. Not long afterward, the ship finally arrived at the port and slowly came to a halt. As Lucian stepped off the vessel, a familiar figure greeted him respectfully. Sir Raymond, thanks to you, my journey here was extremely comfortable. Lucian recognized the man immediately, the captain of the Black Lions. Lucian gave a small nod before replying. I heard that you voluntarily applied to accompany this mission as well. The captain smiled confidently. Since you have taken on such an important assignment, I believed an escort best suited for the mission would be necessary. He continued explaining the current situation. The members who previously carried out the Vestra mission alongside you have already arrived here ahead of us. They are currently gathering information and assessing the situation, so they will join you later at the rendezvous point. Then he respectfully asked, for now, would you like to head directly to the first young master? Lucian smiled lightly. Yes, please. However, before they could proceed any further, sudden shouting echoed through the streets nearby. It's the bastards from the Empire Liberation Alliance. Don't let them escape. You must catch them. A group of men was desperately fleeing through the streets while soldiers chased after them from behind. Panic and chaos spread through the areas. Civilians hurriedly moved out of the way. Among the fleeing rebels, one member looked toward his leader with desperation. Squad leader, at this rate it's only a matter of time before they catch us. I'll stay behind and buy time, so please escape while you still can. But the squad leader immediately rejected the idea. Don't say something so foolish. How long do you think you can survive against Hauswaldek soldiers by yourself? Then both men suddenly looked ahead. Standing in the distance was a young, noble-looking boy accompanied by only two escorts. There's a kid ahead who looks like a noble. One of them muttered darkly. We'll deal with his escorts and use the brat as a hostage to buy ourselves time. His hand immediately moved toward the sword at his waist. I won't make a single mistake. The rebel swiftly drew his blade and prepared to charge forward. But at that exact moment, Lucian had already appeared directly in front of him. To do what? The rebel's eyes widened in shock. Lucian looked at him with a calm smile before speaking again. Why don't you let me join in on the fun as well? At the same time, an overwhelming and terrifying wave of energy began pouring out from Lucian's body, instantly crushing the atmosphere around him. The rebels froze in place as the pressure bearing down upon them became almost suffocating. After that, the remaining mist continued spreading slowly throughout the battlefield while Lucian stood calmly in front of everyone, with his sword resting quietly in his hand. The same man who had attempted to attack him earlier could now do nothing except stare in complete shock at what had just happened. At the very same moment, the team leader tightly gripped his sword and shouted in confusion, "What is the meaning of this?" However, before anyone could properly react, another man standing behind him nervously called out, "Team leader." His trembling voice alone revealed the fear already consuming him. Meanwhile, deep inside his mind, the team leader had already realized the horrifying truth. Lucian was not an ordinary child at all. The realization alone sent chills running down his spine. To think that their squad leader had been subdued in a single strike without even being able to react, and with only a scabbard, no less. He's a monster. The atmosphere became unbearably heavy as the reality of Lucian's overwhelming strength finally began sinking into everyone's minds. On the other side, Lucian quietly lowered his gaze toward his sword while calmly feeling the immense power flowing throughout his body. A faint smile slowly appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "So this is what it feels like." His eyes gradually sharpened as he continued. The sensation of my body moving exactly as I want it to. My fully recovered heart is as intense as a volcano. and the mana extends throughout my entire body in response, unleashing power that can't even be compared to before. The pressure surrounding him kept rising, higher and higher with every passing second. It felt as if the mana inside his body was overflowing endlessly, turning his very existence into something terrifying. Lucian then briefly looked at his own hands before coldly whispering, "This body's performance is beyond imagination." Immediately afterward, the remaining two men slowly stepped backward in fear while hurriedly drawing their swords. Even though they attempted to prepare themselves for battle, the terror within their eyes was impossible to hide. Their hands trembled uncontrollably, and not a single one of them could properly understand how they were supposed to fight someone like Lucian. Seeing their reactions, Lucian slowly raised his gaze toward them and calmly asked in an overwhelmingly intimidating tone, "Are you still unable to grasp the situation?" The instant those words left his mouth, an incredibly powerful aura exploded from his body. The air itself felt unbearably heavy beneath the pressure of his presence, making it difficult for everyone nearby to even breathe properly. Fear completely swallowed the two men as Lucian stared directly into their eyes before coldly declaring, "There will be no more warnings." His terrifying pressure continued crushing them completely while his cold gaze alone destroyed what little fighting spirit they still possessed. Then, in a calm yet commanding voice, he ordered, "On your knees, all of you." The moment those words echoed across the battlefield, the two men instantly dropped their swords onto the ground without hesitation. The metallic sound of their weapons hitting the earth felt strangely heavy amidst the suffocating silence surrounding them. One of the men lowered his head while trembling violently in fear, desperately thinking to himself, "He's an opponent we can't endure for even a moment. For the sake of our great cause, we must at least survive." The fear of death had already consumed them entirely, leaving behind nothing except desperation. A few moments later, the team leader finally spoke with a defeated expression covering his face. "We surrender. We will cooperate, so please spare us." Panic filled his voice as he desperately continued pleading, "Please have mercy, if only for the sake of our innocent children." The atmosphere immediately grew quieter after hearing those words. Lucian silently observed them, carefully analyzing every movement and every emotion they attempted to hide. Despite their surrender, he could still sense the killing intent leaking from their bodies. The hatred and resentment buried deep within them had not disappeared at all. Lucian's gaze slowly shifted toward the nearby children, and deep within his thoughts, he quietly muttered, "The children's eyes are full of resentment and anger. This is why war always leaves a bitter aftertaste." There was no pride or joy in victory, only the painful reminder that war endlessly passed hatred from one generation to another. Without saying anything further, Lucian calmly returned his sword to its proper position before looking directly at the surrendered men and firmly declaring, "As long as you fully cooperate, I will ensure you're formally tried in a court of law. So, don't try anything foolish, unless you want to make things worse." His words carried both authority and warning simultaneously, making it clear that although he had no intention of showing unnecessary cruelty, betrayal would never be tolerated. Shortly afterward, soldiers of the Empire began approaching from every direction to capture the surrendered rebels. The sounds of armor and footsteps filled the battlefield as the men were surrounded one after another. At that very moment, an armed man stepped down from his horse and slowly walked toward the scene. His very presence radiated the dignity and authority of the Empire itself. Looking toward the captured rebels, he spoke in a stern and unwavering voice, "As citizens of the Empire, it is only right that you be judged according to proper procedures. It's a right you can rightfully demand regardless of your status, and one of the foundations that support the Empire." For a brief moment, it sounded as though he truly intended to grant them fairness and justice. However, his expression soon became colder as he continued, "However, these men are not." The atmosphere instantly turned heavy once again. Then, with absolute conviction, he declared, "The moment they point their blades at the Empire, they become nothing more than rebels. There is only one verdict, execution for all." It was then revealed that the man who had just arrived was none other than Tristan Valdic, the first young master of House Valdic. The moment his merciless declaration echoed throughout the battlefield, the captain of the rebel group, the same team leader who had surrendered earlier, was instantly consumed by rage. His expression twisted with hatred as he suddenly turned around and pulled out a hidden knife he had concealed the entire time. With fury burning inside his eyes, he charged forward while screaming, "By what authority do you bastards dare to judge us? Wasn't it your empire that exploited and trampled on us from the start?" Years of resentment and suffering exploded from his voice all at once. However, Tristan Valdic stood there completely calm and unmoving. Not a single word spoken by the rebels seemed capable of affecting him in the slightest. His expression remained cold and emotionless, as though he had already decided the man's fate long before this moment began. Then, in the very next instant, Tristan moved. His attack was so swift and precise that it was nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. A violent slash cut through the air, and immediately afterward, blood splattered everywhere. For a brief second, the battlefield fell silent as the rebel leader's body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Deep wounds covered his entire body, making it obvious that he had been killed instantly before he could even properly resist. Seeing their squad leader fall so brutally, the remaining 2 men were completely horrified. Fear instantly overtook them as they desperately cried out, "Squad leader!" However, before they could move any further, the surrounding soldiers forcefully slammed their heads against the ground, preventing them from doing anything else. The atmosphere had become suffocatingly heavy, filled with silence and terror. Afterward, Tristan slowly walked toward his younger brother Lucian and coldly stated, "Lucian, make sure to clearly engrave this in your mind. This is the standard we must uphold, and our principle." His words carried the strict ideology of the Empire itself, showing absolutely no hesitation or mercy toward those deemed enemies. However, Lucian clearly did not look pleased hearing those words. The expression on his face revealed discomfort and dissatisfaction, as though he could not completely accept the brutal reality and principles Tristan was trying to force upon him. Shortly afterward, the scene shifted toward the massive stronghold known as Bornholm Fortress. Inside the fortress, the atmosphere felt extremely tense and uneasy. Soldiers constantly moved throughout the area while nearby citizens looked exhausted and worried, as though fear had already spread everywhere. Amidst all of this, Lucian quietly stood alone, deeply lost in thought. His expression had grown serious as countless questions began surfacing inside his mind. Thinking back on everything that had happened earlier, he silently muttered to himself, "Tristan Valdic." Memories from his previous life slowly resurfaced within his thoughts. He was a stubborn man in my previous life as well, but I never saw him act with such radical violence like today. Lucian could not hide his confusion. The Tristan he remembered had always been strict and unwavering, but the brutality displayed earlier felt far beyond anything Lucian had previously known. As those thoughts continued, Lucian's expression darkened even further. "Come to think of it, I have no memories of Bornholm from my past life, even though I was in active service during this period." That realization instantly filled him with unease. There was no possible way an incident of this magnitude could have happened without him knowing about it in his previous life. There's no way I wouldn't know if an incident of this scale had occurred. Is there something more that I don't know about? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious everything became. It felt as though an important part of history had completely vanished from his memories. While carefully observing the fortress surroundings, Lucian calmly analyzed the current situation aloud. The atmosphere doesn't seem very good. With the Empire Liberation Alliance running rampant and the anxiety of the territory's citizens, it looks much more serious than what was reported. His sharp eyes continued, scanning the area before he added, "This goes beyond just being short-handed. Isn't the security perimeter practically empty?" It was obvious that the fortress defenses were dangerously weak considering the severity of the situation. The lack of soldiers guarding important areas made the entire fortress feel vulnerable, as though it was barely holding together. Hearing Lucian's observations, Tristan immediately responded in a calm yet serious tone. "You're right." He made no attempt to deny the severity of the crisis before continuing. "The majority of our main forces are currently in a standoff with the rebel main forces. The Empire had already committed most of its military strength elsewhere, leaving Bornholm in an extremely weakened state." Tristan further explained, "The troops left here are barely enough to maintain public order. The remaining soldiers were under enormous pressure, and maintaining stability inside the territory was becoming increasingly difficult." Afterward, Tristan revealed another major issue they were facing. "That's why we hired mercenaries to fill the gap." But his expression turned colder as he continued, "They're ignoring their initial contracts and demanding renegotiations." The situation had clearly worsened due to greed and opportunism. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Tristan finished, "They intend to take the Empire's peril as hostage, so they could line their own pocket." After hearing Tristan's explanation, Lucian quietly fell into thought once more. His expression remained calm, but deep inside, he had already understood the true issue behind the entire situation. "That's nothing more than the logic of nobles," he thought to himself. "It would never work on mercenaries. Unlike nobles who cared about pride, authority, and loyalty, mercenaries only cared about survival and profit. To them, war itself was simply another business opportunity." Lucian slowly turned toward Tristan before calmly speaking his thoughts aloud. "To them, it probably just looked like an opportunity to make a fortune." His voice carried complete certainty as he continued, "Not knowing that you have no intention of ever negotiating with them again." "Brother," Tristan responded immediately without even a moment of hesitation. "At least, not here where I am in command." His tone remained cold and unwavering as always. Even in the middle of such a crisis, he had absolutely no intention of compromising the Empire's authority for the sake of greedy mercenaries. Afterward, he looked directly at Lucian before adding, "Even with the situation being like this, I don't expect much from you." His words sounded blunt and dismissive, as though he still did not fully trust Lucian's abilities. Tristan then continued in a practical tone, "You were probably half forced down here. Anyway, it was obvious that he believed Lucian had only arrived because of political pressure, or their father's orders. Afterward, Tristan explained the role he expected Lucian to fulfill. Just keep an eye on the mercenaries, and stop them from running away if things go south. The Empire's current situation was already unstable enough, and if the mercenaries abandoned them during battle, the fortress would likely collapse into complete chaos. Tristan then added, as long as you are nominally in command, they won't be able to run wild so easily. That is all I ask of you. Lucian's existence was mainly useful as a symbol of authority capable of restraining the mercenaries. However, after hearing all of that, Lucian calmly looked back toward his older brother before replying. You seem to be mistaken about something. Eldest brother. Tristan slightly narrowed his eyes before asking, mistaken? Lucian then calmly began explaining himself. First, I wasn't forced down here. I actually volunteered to go. His words instantly changed the atmosphere between them. There was not even the slightest hesitation in his voice. Then Lucian continued, second, I know a way to resolve this situation. At the same moment, Lucian pulled out an official letter and held it forward. The document itself carried undeniable authority. Looking directly at Tristan, he declared, since father has delegated full authority over the mercenaries to me, as of this moment, their negotiation and control fall under my jurisdiction. His calm confidence made it obvious that he had already prepared a plan in advance. Finally, with complete assurance, Lucian finished by saying, so please, put your mind at ease. Immediately afterward, the scene shifted once again as Lucian silently thought to himself. His eyes had become sharp and determined while a single thought echoed powerfully within his mind. Because I will definitely resolve this. After that, the scene shifted to a completely different location. There, a large group of mercenaries had gathered together and were spending the night celebrating. Food and drinks were spread everywhere as the atmosphere grew louder and more cheerful with every passing moment. In the middle of the gathering, a red-haired mercenary raised his drink high into the air and shouted, eat and drink to your heart's content since we can squeeze plenty of money out of the noble lord. The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding mercenaries erupted into laughter and cheers. They repeatedly raised their cups and shouted, long live the captain, long live the captain. Their voices echoed throughout the area as they continued, celebrating without a care in the world. Amid the excitement, a green-haired mercenary looked toward the captain with admiration shining in his eyes. He could barely hide how impressed he was. With a grin on his face, he said, Captain, you're truly amazing. To have the guts to act like this against House Baltic. There's probably no one else in the entire empire. To him, openly provoking. A powerful noble house was something very few people would ever dare to do. Yet their captain was handling the situation as if it were nothing. Hearing the compliment, the captain calmly lowered the cup in his hand before responding. Unlike the others, he appeared completely relaxed and confident. Because we aren't the ones sweating bullets. The higher-ups are right on the verge of clashing with the current Empire Liberation Alliance. Plus, with the movements of the demonic beast being so unusual these days, an unprecedented boom has come for mercenaries like us. His words carried a sense of certainty. The Empire was facing problems on multiple fronts, and because of that, mercenary groups had become more valuable than ever before. The nobles needed manpower and the mercenaries knew exactly how much leverage that gave them. The green-haired mercenary quickly understood what the captain was implying. Leaning forward with curiosity, he asked, this means we just have to hold out until they can't stand being patient anymore? The captain's expression immediately shifted into a satisfied smile, as if the man had finally caught on to the entire plan. Nodding his head, he replied, right on. When they come packing bundles of money, that's when we slowly open up to them. I've already coordinated with the other mercenary groups around here, so it's only a matter of time. The confidence in his voice made it clear that everything was proceeding exactly as he had intended. The mercenary groups had already reached an understanding among themselves, and now they were simply waiting for the nobles to become desperate enough to meet their demands. Two silent figures could be seen standing outside the entrance. The light from the camp barely illuminated them, leaving only their shadows visible from a distance. Yet those two figures were none other than Lucian and the Black Lion's captain. After that, the green-haired mercenary suddenly noticed something unusual. His attention shifted toward the entrance, and before he could say anything, the sound of slow, deliberate clapping echoed through the gathering. The cheerful atmosphere instantly grew quieter as several mercenaries turned their heads toward the source of the sound. At that moment, one of the mercenaries frowned and said, what's up with that crazy bastard? There are some guys at the door I've never seen before. The unexpected arrival of strangers immediately put everyone on alert. But before the mercenaries could react any further, the newcomer calmly stepped forward, ignoring the suspicious gazes directed at him. Lucian walked into the gathering as if he owned the place. His expression remained completely composed as he looked directly at the mercenary captain. Then, in a calm and almost approving tone, he said, despite your appearances, you've got quite the knack for this. If I were a mercenary captain, I would have done something similar. If you're someone who leads a group, you should know how to seize an opportunity when it presents itself. However, that only applies strictly before a contract is finalized. As he spoke, Lucian stood directly in front of the captain without showing the slightest hint of fear. His words sounded like praise at first, but everyone present could tell there was a sharp edge hidden beneath them. Without taking his eyes off the captain, Lucian continued, "Once you've taken the money, you should at least pretend to work. Red blade soon." The moment those words were spoken, the captain's expression changed instantly. The relaxed look that had been on his face disappeared for a brief moment before being replaced by something far more serious. Around him, the other mercenaries immediately tightened their grips on their weapons. Swords, axes, and spears were quietly readied as they prepared themselves for a possible fight. The festive mood that had filled the camp only moments ago vanished completely, replaced by a tense silence that seemed ready to explode at any second. However, instead of becoming angry, the captain suddenly began to smile. His grin slowly widened as if he had just encountered something amusing. Looking around at his men, he spread his arms and said, "Everyone, pay your respects. It seems House Valdic has brought us bundles of money." "Thank you, noble lord." His voice dripped with mockery. The surrounding mercenaries immediately understood what he meant and began laughing among themselves. The captain then continued, "Thanks to you, we'll be eating well tonight. If only there were more noble lords like you, life would be great." Throughout the captain's sarcastic remarks, Lucian remained perfectly calm. He neither interrupted nor reacted to the ridicule directed at him. Instead, he simply stood there and listened while carefully observing the captain and the mercenaries surrounding him. His composed demeanor only made the atmosphere feel even heavier, as if he were patiently waiting for the right moment to make his move. Meanwhile, the captain maintained the same mocking smile on his face, acting as though he were welcoming an honored guest, rather than confronting someone he had cheated. He casually spoke again. "It's going to be a long talk, so why don't you wet your whistle first?" His tone sounded friendly on the surface, but everyone present could sense the hidden hostility behind those words. The gathering had now turned into a confrontation. The captain's smile remained firmly planted on his face as he continued the conversation in a seemingly friendly manner, spreading his hands as if he were an innocent man caught in an unfortunate situation. He said, "If there's a misunderstanding, shouldn't we clear it up? I've been waiting so anxiously for your arrival." His words sounded polite, but the mocking tone behind them was impossible to miss. It was obvious that he had no intention of taking Lucian seriously. Lucian, however, showed no signs of being provoked. Maintaining a calm and steady expression, he answered in a clear voice, "A misunderstanding between House Valdic and you? Only a contract exists, so there shouldn't be any reason for such complications, especially since you've already taken half the advance payment." His response was straightforward and left no room for excuses. To Lucian, this was not a matter of misunderstandings or personal grievances. It was simply a business agreement that the mercenaries had willingly accepted and were now refusing to honor. Hearing that, the captain let out a scoffing laugh before leaning back in his seat. With a dismissive expression, he replied, "You mean that pocket change? I thought it was just alms given to poor, lowly commoners, because it was far too pathetic for a highly dangerous mission like clashing with rebel forces." The moment he finished speaking, loud laughter erupted around him. His subordinates immediately joined in, treating the advance payment as a joke. The captain continued to mock the amount, adding, "Shouldn't it at least cover our meals?" The mercenaries laughed even harder at his remark. Then the captain turned his head toward his trusted subordinate and asked with a grin, "Isn't that right, Vice Captain?" Without missing a beat, the green-haired mercenary eagerly played along, nodding his head dramatically. He answered, "That's right, Captain Sven. With that little money, I can't even afford to feed my elderly mother back home." His exaggerated response triggered another wave of laughter among the gathered mercenaries. To them, the entire negotiation had become nothing more than entertainment. Once the laughter finally settled down, Captain Sven resumed speaking. Though his tone became slightly more measured, the greed hidden beneath his words remained obvious. However, as citizens of the Empire, we can't just ignore this matter entirely either. Isn't it best for everyone if things are mutually beneficial? Let's take it easy, young master. His true intentions were now crystal clear. He wasn't interested in honoring the original agreement. Instead, he was attempting to pressure House Valdic into paying even more money by exploiting the desperate circumstances surrounding the ongoing conflict. Lucian silently observed the captain and the mercenaries around him. For a brief moment, their arrogance, their confidence, and the way they openly mocked the contract left little doubt about what they wanted. Then, without displaying the slightest hint of anger, he calmly reached into his belongings and pulled out a heavy bag filled with money. The sight of it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Holding the bag in his hand, Lucian looked directly at Captain Sven and said, "If that's the case, there's no need to beat around the bush then. Things that can be solved with money are the easiest to deal with." As soon as he finished speaking, Lucian casually loosened his grip and allowed a coin to fall from his hand. Clink! The metallic sound echoed clearly through the gathering as it struck the ground. Instantly, Captain Sven and all of his subordinates turned their attention toward it. Their eyes locked onto the coin, and the mocking expressions that had filled their faces moments earlier slowly began to disappear. The atmosphere that had been full of laughter and ridicule suddenly became strangely quiet. Lucian calmly looked at them and said, "Captain, isn't this a Wilhelm the Great Birth commemorative coin? Just a single one is worth well over hundreds of gold coins. Can you really be satisfied with just that?" His voice remained steady and composed, as if he were discussing something completely ordinary. Yet the effect of his words was immediate. The mercenaries stared at the coin in disbelief. Before anyone could respond, Lucian casually dropped another coin onto the ground. One by one, the valuable coins continued to fall, each producing a sharp metallic sound that seemed to strike directly at the mercenaries' hearts. While the coins scattered across the ground, Lucian continued speaking in the same calm manner. "You should make sure you're properly compensated for your lives." The statement sounded reasonable on the surface, but combined with the sight of those priceless coins, it carried an irresistible temptation. Captain Sven watched the scene unfold and felt his thoughts immediately change. The confidence and arrogance he had displayed earlier began to crumble under the weight of pure greed. Inwardly, he thought, "This guy is a total pushover. With that much, we could live more luxuriously than a lord of a small castle." The amount of wealth being casually thrown onto the ground was beyond what he had expected. Almost instantly, Sven's attitude made a complete turn. The hostility vanished from his face and was replaced by an exaggerated expression of respect. Standing up from his seat, he spoke in a completely different tone than before. "I've committed a grave discourtesy to speak so arrogantly to such a generous and open-minded young master. From now on, I will put my life on the line for whichever task you have. All the surrounding mercenary groups will assemble with just one word from me." His sudden change was so dramatic that it would have been laughable to anyone watching. Only moments earlier, he had mocked Lucian and openly demanded more money. Now he was acting as if he were the young master's most loyal supporter. As he spoke, Captain Sven even extended his hand forward, seemingly intending to shake Lucian's hand and formally establish their partnership. However, before actually doing so, he suddenly bent down toward the ground. His eyes never left the scattered commemorative coins as he greedily reached toward them. While lowering himself, he said, "But first, allow me to tidy up these precious coins." Captain Sven had barely managed to pick up one of the platinum coins when Lucian's calm voice echoed throughout the gathering. "On the name of Valdic, I issue a request to you all. Kill Red Blade Sven. The reward will be all of these platinum coins." The entire camp fell silent. For a moment, nobody moved. Every mercenary stared at Lucian in disbelief, wondering if they had heard him correctly. Then, Lucian glanced around at the crowd and continued in a composed tone, "Did you clearly hear him stake his family's name just now? And none other than House Valdic at that." The meaning behind those words was obvious. Lucian had publicly made an official declaration under the name of House Valdic. This was no joke, and it certainly wasn't an empty promise. The mercenaries slowly looked at one another. Then their gazes drifted toward the scattered platinum coins covering the ground. A heavy silence spread through the camp. The temptation before them was overwhelming. The moment Captain Sven realized what was happening, the blood drained from his face. The greed that had consumed him only seconds earlier instantly turned into alarm. Looking at Lucian in disbelief, he shouted, "What kind of trick are you trying to pull? What kind of trick are you trying to pull here?" Lucian met his gaze without the slightest hint of emotion. "What trick? I'm just easily solving this with money. Use this opportunity to learn well. A mercenary without credit is nothing more than a..." He paused briefly before finishing coldly, "And you've lost your credit." Those words struck harder than any blade. A mercenary's reputation was their greatest asset. Contracts, trust, and reliability were the foundation of their profession. By taking advance payment and then refusing to honor the agreement, Sven had destroyed the very thing that gave him value in the eyes of other mercenaries. Without another word, Lucian casually picked up a mug of alcohol. "You have until I finish this drink. The moment I empty this mug, the reward is cut in half." The mercenaries' eyes immediately shifted between Sven and the mountain of platinum coins scattered across the ground. Their expressions slowly changed. The hesitation disappeared, and in its place came greed. The same greed that had consumed Sven moments ago was now directed toward him. Seeing the murderous gazes surrounding him, Sven's heart nearly stopped. "You idiots, this you. You don't actually believe this, do you?" His voice trembled as he desperately tried to regain control. "I am Red Blade Sven. The first one to approach me will be killed." But nobody stepped back. Nobody looked afraid. The mercenaries continued staring at him as though he had already become a corpse. Meanwhile, Lucian calmly continued drinking. The sight pushed Sven into complete panic. Turning back toward Lucian, he desperately shouted, "Young master, please withdraw your request." "Half? No. I'll work for just a third of this money." Lucian ignored him and continued drinking. Sweat poured down Sven's face. As the level of alcohol in the mug steadily dropped, his desperation grew even greater. Finally, unable to endure the pressure any longer, he rushed closer to Lucian. "I was wrong, please forgive me." His proud and arrogant demeanor had completely vanished. "I will act like your loyal dog immediately." But Lucian simply emptied the last drop from the mug. Setting it down, he calmly said, There's a reason you're in that position. The moment those words left his mouth, a blade flashed through the air. Sven's eyes widened. He immediately turned around and saw the attacker standing behind him. It was none other than his own vice captain, the green-haired mercenary. How dare you betray me? Sven roared in disbelief. The green-haired mercenary looked at him without remorse and replied, you climbed up to your position in the exact same way. I just struck first this time. A cold smile appeared on his face. You've worked hard all this time. Captain, the next instant, he finished the job. The attack landed cleanly, and Captain Sven collapsed to the ground. His lifeless body hit the floor with a heavy thud. The feared leader of the mercenary group had died not at the hands of enemies but because of the greed of his own subordinates. For several moments, nobody spoke. The only thing visible was the pile of platinum coins scattered around Sven's corpse. The green-haired mercenary wiped the blood from his weapon before turning toward Lucian. Lowering his head respectfully, he said, young master, I handled it swiftly. The promised reward will be honored, right? His voice was filled with expectation. After all, he had just murdered his own captain for that reward. Lucian looked at him calmly for a moment before answering. Of course, a faint smile appeared on his face. Then he added, congratulations on your retirement. The words sounded strangely ominous, carrying a meaning that the mercenary had yet to understand.